Mtazamaji, ni saa 7:01 majira haya Afrika Mashariki, kokote ambako natazama NTV. Mie Frederick Mwitiriri na kukaribisha kwa dakika 30 za taarifa zetu ambazo tumekuandalia kutoka kona zote za nchi hii ya Kenya. Tuanze. Waandamanaji waliojitambulisha kama wafanyakazi wa mjengo waliwatawanywa na polisi leo hii, huku baadhi yao wakitiwa mbaroni kwa kuandamana nje ya mahakama ya Mlimani kwa kile walidai ni hujuma ya mahakama kwa kusitisha ukusanyaji wa ada ya nyumba inayotumiwa kujenga nyumba za bei nafuu.
Nje ya mahakama ya Milimani jijini Nairobi, maafisa wa polisi waliwatawanya waandamanaji katika hali ya kila mja na mguu wake umponye. Waandamanaji walikusanyika nje ya mahakama kutokea mapema saa 2 asubuhi. Waandamanaji hao walikuwa wamevalia magwanda ya ujenzi huku wakisukuma toroli kujitambulisha kama wanamijengo kwa kile waliita kupinga uamuzi wa mahakama kusitisha ukusanyaji wa ushuru wa nyumba za bei nafuu. Kwa baadhi, mbio za sakafuni ziliishia ukingoni, huku polisi wakitoa pikipiki iliyokuwa imeachwa baada ya pata shika hiyo. Sawa na ule mtego wa panya uliwanasa waliokuwemo na wasiokuwemo. Ndio maana mpiga picha huyu aliyekuwa akinasa matukio alinaswa. Katika mvutano huo, waandamanaji hao walijaribu kufunga barabara na kuchoma gurudumu, lakini afisa huyu wa polisi alizima moto na kuondoa kizingiti barabarani. Haya yanajiri wakati serikali imekamilisha mchakato wa kukusanya maoni ya umma kuhusu makato ya kujenga makazi ya bei nafuu. Katika mikutano hiyo, Wakenya walidhihirisha ghadhabu yao kuhusu ada hiyo, wakisema ni mzigo kwa mwananchi wa kawaida mwenye malimbikizo ya juu ya ushuru, ilhali hana hakikisho la kumiliki nyumba zenyewe. Laban Shaban, NTV.
Kutoka hapa Nairobi Milimani. Wakati huo viongozi wa Kenya Kwanza kutoka kaskazini mabonde la Ufa wameapa kwamba vikao vya bunge vinavyorejelewa wiki ijayo vitafunga kabisa njia za kuzuia ukusanyaji wa ada ya nyumba inayogharamia ujenzi wa nyumba nafuu, wakisema serikali iliyopo mamlakani sharti ifanikishe sera zake na manifesto yake kwa vyovyote vile. Wakizungumza katika shule ya upili ya wasichana ya Tulwo katika eneo bunge la Mosop, kaunti ya Nandi, viongozi hao wamewataja kama wanafiki wale wanaopinga sera za Rais William Ruto kwa misingi ya kisiasa na kuahidi kufanya kila wawezalo kuhakikisha mpango huo wa nyumba unarejelewa vyovyote vile. Aidha, viongozi hao wanakashifu mahakama wakidai kwamba inahujumu juhudi za kutafutia vijana ajira. Mahakama iliamua kuwa ukusanyaji wa ada hiyo ya 1.5% ya mapato usitishwe, kwani unaendeshwa kinyume cha sheria.
Siku ya leo Mungu wetu imekuwa ni siku ya furaha.
Serikali hii ipitishe hiyo Social Health Insurance Fund, tuone ya kwamba hizo vitu zote zimeweza kukamilika. Na sisi kama wabunge wa Kenya Kwanza tutaona ya kwamba hiyo Social Health Insurance iende through na mambo ya kotini wafanye kuona ya kwamba serikali imefaulu.
Sasa hii housing ina create opportunities kwa vijana. Hawa watoto wanasoma, kuna wale wanasomea landscaping, kuna wale wanasomea mambo mengi. Hawa watoto wataenda wapi? Sasa hii Kenya, sisi tunaamuka asubuhi kuchakua serikali, alafu kuna watu wawili wanapinga serikali. Surely. Na wakati ya debe, hawa watu wakuangi kwa debe.
And I want to assure, because we are going to write a report on Thursday, next week we are going to be in bunge na tutapitisha sheria na hakuna mtu atasimamisha mambo ya low income housing again. Never again.
Hawa majaji kotini nani aliwapigia kura? Na mimi nataka niambie Justice Martha Koome, utuambie kwa Judicial Service Commission kuna kesi mingi ya ufisadi dhidi ya judicial officers. Wewe umeweka wangapi ndani? Na uko na anti-corruption courts.
Akizidi kuzungumza masuala ya ada za nyumba za bei nafuu. Sasa tuingilie swala hili la unywaji wa pombe. Kundi la wanawake wenye hasira kutoka kijiji cha Githigio huko Ndeia, eneo bunge la Limuru, kaunti ya Kiambu, limeandamana leo kukashifu ongezeko la biashara ya uuzaji wa pombe haramu na mihadarati katika kijiji sehemu hiyo. Kina mama hao wanadai kwamba vijana 6 wamepoteza maisha yao katika kipindi cha miezi michache iliyopita kutokana na ulevi wa kupindukia.
Baadhi ya wanawake katika kijiji cha Thigio, wodi ya Ndeia, eneo bunge la Limuru, kaunti ya Kiambu, walijitokeza kwa maandamano kukashifu kile walisema ni ongezeko la biashara ya pombe haramu katika eneo hilo. Huku wakibeba mabango na matawi, wanawake hao waliandamana barabarani kuitaka idara ya usalama wa ndani kuwajibika zaidi katika udhibiti pombe haramu na dawa za kulevya. Wanawake hao walielezea hasira yao kwa kupoteza waume au wanawao kutokana na ulevi wa kupindukia.
Tumesika watu wa 6 kwa sababu ya hiyo mambo ya pombe.
Wa mwisho alitulimuzika Friday last week na alikufa juu ya pombe. Hatutaki pombe.
Kina mama hao wenye hasira walivamia vilabu vinavyodaiwa kuuza pombe haramu pamoja na mihadarati. Umati huo wenye hasira ulidai kuwa mwanaume fulani ndiye wa hivi punde kufariki baada ya kudaiwa kunywa pombe haramu kutoka mojawapo ya baa hizo.
Kuna vilabu 3 na ni pahali pamoja.
Kali tukamionaga, sijui manifanyaje, makigia hapa sijui manogea lugha gani. Tukawaambia tutafuga, hakuna kufuga. Polisi wanakuja tukipeleka malalamizi yetu, kazi yao ni kukuja na kuchukua.
Tunataka vilabu ziondolewe, zipelekwe mali inavaa, hapa haifai.
Wameziomba serikali kuu na kaunti kuchukua hatua za kuviondoa vilabu hivyo karibu na maboma ya wakazi. Aidha, wanataka usimamizi wa polisi eneo hilo kupigwa msasa, wakidai kwamba maafisa waliopo wamekuwa washirika wa wanabiashara hiyo inayowadhuru.
Sasa tuingilie masuala ya siasa. Chama cha Party of National Unity PNU ambacho ni tanzu katika muungano wa Azimio la Umoja wa Kenya Alliance hii leo kina sherehe za kuadhimisha miaka 15 tangu kuasisiwa na hayati Rais Mwai Kibaki mwaka 2007. Chama hicho kinachoongozwa na aliyekuwa waziri wa kilimo Peter Munya kimeandaa hafla maalum inayohudhuriwa na viongozi wengine wa Azimio pamoja na Raila Odinga. Tuungane na Sine Chazima tusikize ni kipi ambacho kinaendelea saa hizi. Namuona pale huyu ni Wambua Senator, tusikize anasema nini. Kidogo kuna mushkeli wa sauti. Eno Kwambua alikuwa anatafuta kipaza sauti, sijui kama amekipata. Ikiwa amekipata, mwelekezi wangu Jonte, tumsikize anasema nini.
Azimio One Kenya Alliance, the Right Honorable Engineer Raila Amolo Odinga, the party leader wa chama cha PNU, my brother, my friend, Waziri Peter Munya, na viongozi wa Azimio ambao umefika hapa siku ya leo, the National Executive Council of PNU. Nataka niwasalimie mchana wa leo. PNU, PNU, kazi iendelee, kazi iendelee. Asante sana. So sisi tumekuja hapa siku ya leo kwa mwaliko wa party leader wenyu kuja kusimama na nyinyi kwa hafla ya leo as you launch the digital registration of membership across the country, and as you also celebrate 15 years of your existence. Tumefika leo kwa furaha kubwa. Tumekuja leo kwa furaha kubwa kwa sababu sisi kama wanaazimio, tukiona an affiliate member of Azimio moving in the right direction, tunajua coalition iko imara. Nimefika hapa leo kama mwakilishi wa party leader wa chama cha Wiper, His Excellency Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Amenituma nikuje nimwakilishe leo kwa sababu ameenda safari kidogo, na akasema leo lazima nikae hapa, nikae na nyinyi katika hafla yenu.
Akasema nikifika nilete salamu zake. Umezipokea? Asante sana. Ya pili, niseme mimi nitakuwa na maneno matatu ambayo nitasema alafu nikaa. Ya kwanza ni kuwakumbusha vijana wa PNU, kama mngesikiza ingekuwa mzuri sana. Kama mngesikiza ingekuwa mzuri sana. Because the things I'm saying about your party are very important. Hiki chama cha PNU kwa historia ya siasa za Kenya, it has made history as a party that was formed only 3 months into an election and formed government. Kama unakumbuka vizuri, PNU ilitengenezwa around September of 2007. Just a few months, a few days, a few weeks into the December elections. Na vile kiongozi wetu amesema wakati ule, between September
maadhimisho ya miaka 15 ya chama hicho cha PNU ambacho kilianzishwa na hayati Mwai Kibaki. Sasa tuelekee kaunti ya Makueni. Serikali ya kaunti ya Makueni inazindua mradi wa kuwezesha kina mama wajawazito na waliojifungua kupata fedha za kujimudu wakati wa kulea mimba na watoto wa kembe. Mwanahabari wetu Kevin Silu yuko kwenye hafla hiyo na anaungana nasi mbashara kwa vidokezo japo kwa mukhtasari.
Naam, asante sana. Kama vile umesema kweli, tuko katika kaunti ya Makueni ambapo shirika lisilo la kiserikali na kaunti ya Makueni hii leo wana mpango au wanazindua rasmi mpango huu ambao ni wa kuweza kuwalea wamama walio na mimba na pia wale ambao wameweza kujifungua. Ndivyo basi katika kaunti ya Makueni moja kwa moja tuungane na gavana akiwa na mhudumu wa shirika hili, watueleze labda zoezi hili labda linamaanisha nini kwa watu wa Makueni na pia katika sekta ya afya wamama ambao ni wajawazito. Na gavana, labda tunaelewa kwamba leo mnaanzisha mpango huu, labda inamaanisha nini kwa watu wa Makueni?
Ni mpango maalum ambao tumekuwa tukifanya na shirika la Thinkwell na Jacaranda ambao unasisitiza wale mama wetu ambao wako na mimba ama wanaenda kujifungua. Tunaanzia na antenatal to postnatal, wao wanapata report ya vile maisha yao yanaendelea na watoto, na baada ya kujifungua wanakuwa wanaweza kupata SMS katika simu zao za rununu wakiwa wanaarifiwa ni nini ambacho wanafaa kufanya, kwa sababu katika mpango wa kuhakikisha kwamba afya ya wale ambao wamepata mimba na watoto wao imefanya vizuri, antenatal na postnatal care lazima ifanye vizuri, na kwa sababu ni katika vitongoji zetu na katika vijiji, wengi hawezi kuwa wanaweza saa zingine wapate nafasi ya kwenda katika zahanati. Ni vizuri katika vile mpango tunafanya na hawa marafiki zetu, njia mwafaka ya hawa kupata ripoti. Ni jambo ambalo lijasisitizwa na ni jambo ambalo sisi tunataka tuhakikishe kwamba afya ya wale ambao wamepata mimba na wale wanaenda kujifungua na watoto wao baada ya kujifungua ni jambo ambalo linasisitizwa, kwa sababu wengi wanapotea. Wengine hata wakivimba miguu ama wakipata vitu tunaziita kama ni uvimbe, ama wengine wanapata signs ambazo hawazijui. Mpango huu utahakikisha kwamba wanajua ni nini kinaendelea ili waende hospitali wakahudumiwe haraka. Sasa ambapo tuko na CHPs pia tutaunganisha na tutumie mitandao ya kijamii ili wawe wanaweza kuhudumiwa na kupata ripoti haraka, kwa sababu ni vibaya kupoteza mtoto yote katika kabla hajazaliwa ama baada ya kuzaliwa. Na pia afya ya mama yake ni jambo ambalo sisi kama county na wale ambao tumeshikana nao county ya Kisii na county ya Mombasa ambao wako hapa, ili tuweze kutafuta njia mwafaka. Hivi karibuni tutapia katika baraza la magavana tutazungumzia jambo hili, ili ni jambo hili liwe linaweza kueneza katika nchi nzima, kwa sababu afya ya watu wa Makueni, afya ya majirani wetu na afya katika hizi serikali za ugatuzi ni jambo ambalo sisi wote tunafaa kuwa tumeshikana mkono. Asante.
Naam, asante sana. Huyu alikuwa ni gavana wa Makueni Mutula Kilonzo Junior akitueleza zoezi ambalo linafanyika katika kaunti ya Makueni. Sina la ziada kutoka hapa kaunti ya Makueni, ila habari zaidi ni hapo saa 1 na saa 3 mtawalia.
Insilu kutoka kaunti hiyo ya Makueni. Kazi kuntu ambayo unaifanya. Mtazamaji, kwa sasa tuingie kwenye mapumziko mafupi. Ninazo taarifa zaidi ambazo nitakuwa nikikupa tukirejea kutoka mapumziko. Usiende mbali.
Warengo, ni nini muhimu kwenu mnaponunua body lotion?
Smoothness, scent, glow.
Nunua Nice and Lovely body lotion. Inai-transform dry skin kuwa deeply nourished na kui-smoothed. Na fragrance nayo, wacha tu.
Now available in the 850 ml pack. Chagua Kenya's #1 body lotion.
In the hustle and bustle of life, one thing matters the most: your financial well-being. No matter where you are from or where you're going, financial success is a journey we all share. Introducing IG Sacco, your partner in financial growth. Join us and together we'll unlock a world of opportunities. With a wide range of savings accounts and expert guidance, you'll learn the art of saving and financial management. It's time to let your money work for you. Start saving, start investing, start growing with IG Sacco. All you need is a duly filled form, copy of your recent payslip, copy of your ID alongside your original one, and your KRA PIN. Visit our website www.igsaccolimited.co.ke to become a member today and take control of your financial future. IG Sacco, our investment, our growth.
Dad, what made you decide to become a doctor?
It's because my father needed one. And you, what do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be happy like you.
Hey!
Within life, we have moments. Within moments, we have each other. At Prudential, we believe that when it comes to those you love, never leave it to chance. Leave it to us. Life insured is love assured.
The moment I feel my pain starting to fade, it's like I'm going back to myself on a really good day.
Panadol Extra releases you from strong pain. Panadol, release starts here.
There's a kind of bank assurance intermediary that really allows you to relax because you know you'll be good. That's Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary for you. Get covered real good through Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary.
Karibu tena, tuendelee na taarifa zetu za NTV adhuhuri. Mwanamke kutoka eneo bunge la Maragwa, kaunti ya Murang'a, ametishia kuandamana hadi ikulu ya rais kupeleka malalamishi yao kuhusu shida wanazozipitia za ugavi wa maji. Sasa wanataka serikali kuu kuingilia kati na kutatua mzozo wa maji kati ya kampuni mbili kinzani zinazosambaza maji Murang'a, Muwasco na Mwawasco. Wakizungumza baada ya mkutano ulioleta pamoja viongozi mbalimbali kujadili matatizo ya maji katika eneo bunge la hilo, wakazi wa Maragwa sasa wanaitaka serikali kuingilia kati mzozo huo na kutatua hali hiyo, kwani hawapati huduma ipasavyo. Mji huo umekuwa ukitegemea mfumo wa kampuni ya Muwasco, ila malalamiko ya wakazi yalipelekea serikali ya kaunti kuteua kampuni ya Muwasco kusambaza maji eneo hilo, jambo ambalo limeibua mzozo kati ya kampuni hizo mbili. Wakazi wanasema huduma ziliimarika baada ya mabadiliko hayo, ila kuna haja ya kutatua mzozo kati ya Muwasco na Muwasco ili kuwafaa wakazi kutokana na bwawa jipya la Maragwa.
Complain letter
Watoto wakitoka shule hawana wakati wa kusoma, ni waende wakachote maji. Ile maji wanaenda kuchota ni maji ya dam, inateremuka, imechanganyana na uchafu. Sewage haijaanza kufanya kazi, tunakunywa maji machafu. Maji hata saa hii mkifika ground, maji yako green. Gavana wetu unafanya nini? Watu wanateseka sababu ya maji.
Sisi hatuna maji, watu wa Marago, ukienda Kabiti, ukienda Marago Range, ukuje Kimorori, watu wote tunateka maji. Si hatuna maji, wamama ni wachafu. Hata ufike hapa Keno ujiangalilie vile watu ni wachafu huko. Hakuna maji ya kuoga.
As women, and me as a representative of women in the UDA party in Murang'a County Assembly, we are not going to relent, and we are not going to allow women to continue suffering, women to continue lacking water to cook and even bathing.
We demand WASREB to re-examine the non-compliance by Muswasco, failure to which we shall march to State House, being the office we voted for, to edge out this influence you had behind the company's non-compliance. This action is protected by the law under Article 37 of the Constitution.
Kutoka kaunti hiyo ya Murang'a sasa tuelekee kwenye kaunti ya Nyandarua. Naibu Rais Rigathi Gachagua amezuru familia zilizoathiriwa na mvua kubwa huko Kinangop, kaunti ya Nyandarua, na kutoa usaidizi wa serikali kuwasaidia kujenga upya maisha yao. Mvua kubwa na upepo mkali uliotokea usiku wa Jumatatu ulisababisha uharibifu mkubwa wa nyumba na mazao. Akizungumza na akizuru hizo familia, Naibu Rais amesema kuwa atashughulikia dharura hiyo ili kuepusha majanga yoyote ya kibinadamu yanayosababishwa na maafa kama hayo. Familia hizo hasa katika vijiji vya Bongo, Mukiri, Kageraini na Ndongonye zilikosa makazi kutokana na maafa hayo. Katika ziara yake katika vijiji hivyo kukagua ukubwa wa uharibifu huo, Rigathi Gachagua aliwaahidi wahanga hao msaada zaidi kutoka kwa serikali. Kadhalika amesema kuwa atahakikisha kuwa nyumba zilizoharibiwa zinajengwa upya. Baadaye alihutubia mamia ya wakazi wa haraka akisema serikali inajitahidi vilivyo kukwamua uchumi wa nchi.
Watu wengine unajua hawelewi sisi watu ya Mlima Kenya. Sisi ni kitu kimoja. Na sisi hatuna misingi ya kikaunti. Watu ya Nyandarua, sijui Murang'a, sijui Nyeri, sijui Kiambu. Hatutaki mtu kuleta hiyo maneno. Sisi nguvu yetu ni umoja wetu. Na sisi tuko hapo. Na sisi tukikaa namna hiyo mambo yetu iko sawa. Na sisi zote katika hii mlima tumeungana nyuma ya rais wetu President William Ruto.
Kutoka Nyandarua tuingie kwenye kaunti jirani ya Kiambu. Kaunti ya Kiambu imetoa leseni kwa chama cha ushirika cha Komodhai kwa msimu mpya upanzi wa kahawa. Leseni hiyo inatoa fursa kwa wakulima wa kahawa kupanda na kusafirisha kahawa moja kwa moja hadi masokoni. Leseni hiyo iliwasilishwa na katibu wa kaunti katika sekta ya kilimo na ushirika Peter Ndegwa, huku serikali ikiimarisha juhudi za kuwakomboa wakulima wa kahawa kutoka mikononi mama broka na wafanya biashara walaghai.
We are very grateful, seeing that we have been given the responsibility of milling our coffee and our own coffee.
Komodhai Farmers Cooperative Society will be able now to know their coffee, to understand their coffee grading, to understand their cup quality of the coffee, and then they can be able to package their coffee from all different farmers, and then position them themselves for the external market.
Kiguna njia sasa tuelekee kwenye kaunti ya Nandi. Polisi mjini Kapsabet, kaunti hiyo ya Nandi, wametakiwa kuchunguza kisa ambapo wana mitandao walichapisha habari za kusambaza picha ya mwanafunzi mmoja wa chuo kikuu cha Baraton kwa madai kuwa mwanafunzi huyo alipatikana ameuliwa na kichwa chake kukatwa. Na kama mwanahabari wetu Gabriel Kudaka anavyotuarifu, wasimamizi wa chuo hicho wanasema mwanafunzi huyo alifariki baada ya kuugua, kinyume na ilivyoripotiwa mitandaoni.
Hofu ilitanda katika chuo kikuu cha East Africa Baraton baada ya ripoti kuchapishwa kwamba mwanafunzi mmoja anayesomea uuguzi alipatikana ameuawa kwa kukatwa kichwa. Kwa mujibu wa wasimamizi wa chuo hicho, mwenda zake Brenda Chepkurui aliaga mnamo Januari tarehe 10 na tayari mazishi yashafanyika nyumbani kwao Kericho, kinyume na ilivyoripotiwa kwamba aliaga hivi majuzi akiwa shuleni.
Those pictures were taken and maliciously presented in a manner
to give that to give the information that the institution has a student who died, who was murdered, and the head was chopped off. This is not true.
Watu wanaweza amka kuharibia wengine majina. Ni mtu kama huyo asakwe na polisi na aweze kuwa kielelezo kwa wanamitandao wengine ambao wanaharibia vio ama watu majina yao.
Wametaka wazazi kutokuwa na hofu, huku wakitaka uchunguzi wa kina kufanywa.
So all parents, we want to assure you that there is nothing like that happened at the University of Eastern Africa Baraton.
Tukisalia katika kaunti ya Nandi, madereva wa malori waliokuwa wakisafirisha mbolea ya chai kutoka Nairobi hadi Nandi walijipata mashakani baada ya askari wa kaunti kuyafunga malori mjini Kapsabet kwa kukosa kulipa ada ya maegesho. Hali hiyo ilitatiza shughuli zao kwa zaidi ya saa 6.
Sisi wenyewe tunataka tushukishe wakulima wanataka mbolea, alafu wanataka wamefunga magari aje. Sasa tutafanyaje sasa vipi?
Mbona mnafunga gari na hivi vitu ni parastatal? Akatuambia hatujui. Hata kuchua. Mwende pale nataka muende. Hata mtampikia nani?
Tumelipa kila gari shilingi 1200. 4800 tumelipa ya Kanjo kwenye parking, na gari inabeba msaada ya wakulima.
Mbolea hiyo ambayo ni ya serikali ilipokelewa na naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua mjini Mombasa hivi majuzi, na inafaa kufikia wakulima wote wa chai nchini. Gabriel Kudaka, NTV.
Sasa tuelekee kule Mwingi. Mwanamume wa miaka 50 kutoka eneo la Siomikuku katika kaunti ndogo ya Mwingi ya kati katika kaunti ya Kitui anaomba msaada matibabu kufuatia ugonjwa ambao umeathiri uti wake wa mgongo na kumsababishia kupoza. Mkewe ambaye ni mama wa watoto 4 anasemekana kuwa alimtelekeza mume wake tangu alipopooza Agosti mwaka jana na kumwachia hoi, huku akihudumiwa na watoto wake wadogo. Mwanahabari wetu Zakari Nyakwemba alitangamana na familia hiyo na kutuandalia taarifa ifuatayo.
Katika kijiji cha Siomikuku katika kaunti ya Kitui, familia ya Peter Mwangangi ina mawazo chungu nzima. Mwanaume huyo ambaye hapo awali alikuwa nguzo ya jamii yake, sasa ana uzito wa mabadiliko ya kikatili, hatima ambayo imempokonya uhuru wake wa kimsingi wa kutembea. Peter Mwangangi alipatikana kuwa na ugonjwa wa kifua kikuu mwaka jana na kuanza kupewa matibabu, lakini badala ya kupona, miguu yake ilianza kuganda hadi akashindwa kutembea kabisa. Hali hii ilimlazimu apelekwe katika hospitali ya Kenyatta kwa matibabu zaidi, ila familia yake haingemudu gharama hiyo.
Sasa mimi nilipelekwa nyumbani. Sina usaidizi wowote wa kwenda Kenyatta. Sasa hapa niko na miezi 4 hapa nyumbani. Na niko na watoto ndio nilikuwa nawasaidia. Wako shule sasa, mimi siwezi mama na baba kubeba na watoto, mama yangu ndio ananisaidia.
Kulingana na Peter Mwangangi, kwa sasa ameachwa kwa rehema za Mungu na anaomba msaada kwa yeyote atakayeguzwa na hali yake kumsaidia apate matibabu.
Asubuhi wananitoa nje, jioni wananirudisha nyumbani. Mimi siwezi enda sababu ya mkongo na niko na shida mingi sana. Kwa hivyo kwa mtu yote anaweza kunisaidia, naomba wanisaidie, fike hospitali, saidike.
Muyathi Ngue ambaye ni mamake Mwangangi anasema hata elimu ya watoto wake 4 imeathiriwa na kuugua kwake, kwani binti yake mkubwa anayesoma chuo cha ufundi amelazimika kuacha shule.
Naomba wasaidizi kutoka kwa kila mtu wote, anisaidie aende Kenyatta, aende apata matibabu ya kuenda.
Padri wa parokia ya Mwingi Anthony Mutiso ametoa msaada wa kiti cha magurudumu kwa mgonjwa huyo ili kumsaidia kutoka sehemu moja hadi nyingine na kuwarai wa Samaria wema kujitokeza kumfaa Mwangangi wakati huu wa dhiki. Zakari Nyakwemba, NTV, Nairobi.
Ni wakati wa spoti. Tuzame ndani. Shule ya Banda ya Nairobi ilifanikiwa kutetea taji la wasichana wa chini ya miaka 14 kwenye mashindano ya kila mwaka ya uendeshaji baiskeli ya Hog Charge yaliyofanyika katika shule ya Peponi Ruiru hapa Kiambu. Banda iliibuka kidedea katika mzunguko na kuendesha baiskeli kwa umbali wa kilomita 15 na kuandikisha muda wa saa 1 dakika 28, huku Hillcrest wakiwa wa pili kwa saa 1 dakika 44. St Andrews Turi ilishinda katika kitengo cha chini ya miaka 14, huku wenyeji Peponi wakiwa wa pili. Chuo cha Kenton kiliongoza kundi la chini miaka 12 kikimaliza mbele ya Peponi na Brookhouse Karen. Mashindano hayo yalifadhiliwa na shule ya Peponi na kampuni ya maziwa ya Brookside Dairy.
All the funds raised go towards sponsoring the catchment, the Mount Kenya water catchment, and over the years we have raised over 60 million shillings.
Mercy Nyanchama, mmoja wa wanawake watano wa Kenya wanaotarajiwa kushiriki mashindano ya Magical Kenya Ladies Open, anataka kufanya vyema mwaka huu baada ya kukosa kutamba katika awamu zilizopita. Mashindano hayo ambayo ni ya wanawake pekee na yenye hadhi ya juu zaidi katika ulingo wa gofu hapa Afrika Mashariki yamevutia wachezaji 108 wa gofu kutoka kote ulimwenguni, huku kikosi cha Kenya kikiwa na Naomi Wafula, Mercy Nyanchama, Chanel Wangari, Jacqueline Walter na Kelly Gashaga. Michuano hiyo imepangiwa kufanyika Februari 8 hadi 11.
I'm very excited to go play with the pros from different countries. I'll be like watching how they do it. I've been working on my approach shot because my driver is okay for now, but my approach shot, it is where my problem is, but I've been working on it, so I believe this time it will be good.
Sasa tuingie kwenye kipute cha AFCON. Kocha wa timu ya taifa ya soka ya wanaume Afrika Kusini Hugo Bros amewamiminia sifa vijana wake wa Bafana kwa kuwabana miamba wa Morocco katika hatua ya 16 bora ya kombe la mataifa bara Afrika AFCON Jumanne usiku. Afrika Kusini iliibuka na ushindi wa 2-0 dhidi ya Atlas Lion. Hii hapa ni kauli yake.
We beat Morocco, and it's not only because we are in the quarterfinals, but beating a team like Morocco is something special. This is a very good team with very good players, but we did the right analysis and the way we played, the tactic was the right one. I got a lot of critics in South Africa a certain moment because of the choices I made, but I knew what I was doing. I know the results have to follow, and even with local players now, you see they play on that high level. When they have the confidence, they can do it, and this is very important for the South African football.
Baada ya mechi za jana usiku saa 5 ambazo zimechezwa hadi usiku wa 8, sasa kipute ni robo finali. Hicho cha AFCON kitakuwa kikiendelea siku 2 kutoka sasa, siku ya Ijumaa nafikiria. Asante sana, mimi nakamilisha taarifa zetu za NTV ya dhuhuri. Kwa wote ambao wamefanikisha taarifa zetu, kutoka mhariri wangu Papa Mutegi wakiwa na John Temwelekezi, wote hapa kwenye studio, wana kamera ni wengi sana. Asanteni sana kwa kazi kuntu ambayo mmefanya. Wote ambao mmetazama kutoka kule nyumbani, wale ambao wako kule kwenye mitandao, hadi watu wa TikTok, nyinyi ni watu wa maana. Muwe na dhuhuri njema. Taarifa zinaendelea mwendo wa saa 1 jioni.
This is NTV.
Step up to more fun and get more than you pay for. Upgrade now and get boosted to the next package for free. Dial *423# or call 0711 066 000 and upgrade to the next level for free.
There's a kind of bank assurance intermediary that really allows you to relax because you know you'll be good. That's Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary for you. Get covered real good through Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary.
Warembo, ni nini muhimu kwenu mnaponunua body lotion?
Smoothness, scent, glow.
Nunua Nice and Lovely body lotion. Inai-transform dry skin kuwa deeply nourished na kui-smoothed. Na fragrance nayo, wacha tu.
Now available in the 850 ml pack.
Chagua Kenya's #1 body lotion.
when you're finally released from pain. That moment when you start to get back to ordinary, and ordinary feels amazing. Whatever pain you're going through, release starts here.
On the show this week, we focus on the women. They are seen as the face of agriculture on the continent, but just how much do they get out of it?
They do all the production. They worry about what everybody else is going to eat, but they are kept away from decision making.
We are marginalized in terms of education. And then it starts there, and then at a tender age, she's getting married at 14 years of age. She's already seen as she can't contribute much.
Most often they are marginalized groups with very limited access, although they play a critical role in terms of food security and nutritional security at the household level and at the community level.
And people come in and they're like, oh, it works. I can have ice cream and I'm not in any discomfort. I recommend Sensodyne because it works. It's brilliant.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated GE. It is therefore suitable for general family viewing.
Taveta is in Taita Taveta County, named after the two dominant communities, the Taita and Taveta. 307 kilometers from Nairobi if you use the Oloitoktok route, 440 kilometers if you use the longer Voi route. We take the shorter Oloitoktok Taveta route. It is very scenic today. The two peaks of Mount Kilimanjaro are clearly visible throughout the morning and even into the afternoon. Most of Tsavo West National Park is in Taveta, or is it most of Taveta is in Tsavo West National Park? We finally get to Taveta with our vehicle intact and head straight to Jipe. Where is the lake? All I see is vegetation. Kumbe Jipe haijipi tu hivyo. Turns out the lake is surrounded by reeds and one has to use a boat to get to the open water. Daudi Makala is about to head out into the lake and I decide to tag along. The locals here call this dugout fishing canoe Ngalawa. We row through a narrow channel leading through the reeds. A whole new world, I tell you. A whole new world. I finally get a good view and appreciate the size of the lake. This important transboundary wetland ecosystem at the border of Kenya and Tanzania covers an estimated area of 30 squared kilometers. Now, to give you a better idea of its size, Lake Nakuru is 45 squared kilometers. It's so wide, it takes a whole hour to row from where we've just come from all the way to there. It's also very long, it's very peaceful. Kama umestresika sana na the city, this is the place to be. Just come and just relax. I really want to get to the Tanzania border before sundown, but I doubt our Ngalawa will make it there today. And there's a second reason why it would not be a good idea to go with this particular boat.
We're riding the COVID-19 number 34. Huyu ndio alileta hii COVID.
Hippos and crocodiles are also found in these waters. Therefore, I need a faster and bigger boat to reach the border. Time to change from manpower to horsepower. We get to the village of Ujaluoni where they have a working motorboat. I soon realized I had better chances of making it with Ngalawa than this boat.
So what's happening right now is, so there's not enough fuel in the engine, which is 40 horsepower. So we've just sent someone to get fuel. Just have to love Kenya, man.
As the sun goes down behind the Pari Mountains, I get to see how the community benefits from the lake. Children from school first have to fetch water before they can do their homework. Cows come to have their baada ya kazi drink. And finally, the jeepest sundowner, breathtaking, and can easily get one in the mood, if you know what I mean. Kama kawaida, the fuel does not come in time. I guess we will have to do this another day. We've had a long day. It's time to eat. The cost of my meal, including drink, is 90 Kenya shillings. With hopes of a better day tomorrow, we head back to Taveta and call it an adventure. Then the night falls. Morning is here and we start by fueling our bodies with chapati and mbaazi. Sijui vile zinaitwa kwa Kizungu. Niendelea matugugu. It is clear that Taveta is not a sleepy town. Many Tavetans are up and early about their business. Fun fact, this border county has the only railway link to our southern neighbor. I decided to get to Tanzania by following the rail. Turns out the tracks had a scratch and are blocked next to the Taveta station. Back to plan A. We go by boat. Lake Jipe, leo ni leo. We're back here, day 2 at Ujaluoni. Jana hakuwa na fuel, engine ilikuwa ndani, everything now is ready. As you can see, we were told that the fishermen were going and coming back early in the morning. The fish is here, it's been prepared. Are you ready to see Lake Jipe differently? Me too. Let's go. Habari zenyu? Jana tulikuwa hapa tukupata boat, engine ilikuwa huko lakini sasa inaona kila kitu iko tayari. Mtu wetu wako wapi? Yupo? Ni wewe? Uko tayari? Tuende? And we are off to Tanzania.
Tukitoka huku tukienda kuvua usiku ama mchana, tukifika eneo kama ile pale, unaona pale? Sasa hiyo ni mwisho wa Kenya. Sasa ukina that side sasa you wanda Tanzania ni territory.
Na unajua pali tukifika utatuelezea hapa ndio mpaka.
Unajua ni ngumu kuweka boundary kwa maji.
Kwa maji
Unaona? Sasa lakini wale wamejua, hata wao pia wamejua. Ukivuka the other side sasa tutakuwa ni kwenye eneo ya Tanzania.
Oh, okay.
But pande huu sasa tuko Kenya bado.
Sasa utatupeleka tuone pali ama utufikishe kwa mpaka.
Okay. Na mafuta iko sawa, sio? Tendeni past 20 tukafika kwa hiyo mpaka past 1.
With the only motorboat from Ujaluoni and the uncertainty of fuel, we revved like true Kenyans towards Tanzania. Mafuta itafika. Bado tuko Kenya ama
ukivuka tu hizo nyanyasi hizo.
Tukishavuka nyasi.
So this side now we in Tanzania now.
Tuko Tanzania.
Hata nasikia bongo. Nasikia bongo.
Uwezi weka boundary kwa maji. No, lakini sasa kuna vile umejua wale wamejua.
Kwa mtu ukikuja hapa na kuku alafu mtu achukue kuku yako, hautaenda Kenya sana kusema mtu amechukua.
Itakuwa ni kesi Tanzania.
Itakuwa kesi ya Tanzania.
Yeah.
Wow. Hapa nyi uogelea?
Hapa? Kuogelea, yeah. Uweza ogelea, lakini mbaya ni hapa kuna mamba hapa. Hapo kuna mamba hapa. Hapo uweza ogelea hivyo.
Hapa ndio demarcation, at least, okay, hatuwezi mark maji, but hapa ndio tunatumia kama as our beacon. Yeah? On this side ndio TZ, on this side ndio Kenya. Hapa ndio 254 inaisha, hapa ndio 255 inaanza.
It soon becomes clear to me why there are no beacons in the lake. On a good day, one is able to see Kilimanjaro from the lake the way Tanzanians see it, with Kibo Peak on the left and Mawenzi on the right. Kilimanjaro from a lake? Probably never thought it existed in Kenya.
The World Health Organization on March 11, 2020, declared COVID-19 a global pandemic. While the COVID-19 pandemic posed a significant challenge to the world and to Africa, it also presented an opportunity to rethink, shift, and reset. Vaccination hesitancy and misinformation cast a shadow of doubt over the efficacy and safety of vaccines. To add to the challenge, accessing vaccines was also a daunting task.
The vulnerable hit the hardest, and vaccines hoarded by many countries as people in poorer nations went without.
Throughout this pandemic, Africa has demonstrated that it has extensive and substantial capabilities, as well as resources and skills to address the challenges that are given rise by the pandemic.
The COVID-19 virus had unleashed its fury on the African continent, claiming lives, devastating livelihoods, and pushing economies to the brink of collapse.
Reach your audience instantly and make a lasting impression with Nation Sema. Affordable SMS at 0.3 Kenya shillings. Own sender ID for 10,000 Kenya shillings plus 10,000 free SMS. To sign up, please call 0790 111 111 or email us on nationsema@ke.nation.
Daughter at all. We must keep them apart.
And you'll stop seeing Adrian from now on.
What if he's not responsible for Mommy's death?
Secrets of El Paraíso.
Stay 5 degrees cooler.
Now, what happens when the chains that link a critical system break? More so when that link is the only hope that the citizens of Kenya rest upon. Tonight, in the first installment of an exclusive series on broken government services, we show what happens when the load of responsibility is transferred to the ordinary mwananchi, tracking the road of broken promises in the healthcare, national identity cards, pensioners, among other key sectors. Now, in part one, we focus on the backlog in the issuance of passports, which has seen mammoth lines sprout out at Nyayo House, contradicting the statement by Cabinet Secretary at the helm of this essential service, Professor Kithure Kindiki, that passports would be issued within 10 days after the physical submission of forms. NTV's Gina Kirori starts off our series, which will run every Tuesday on the Daily Nation and NTV. Here now is that report.
Believe it or not, this is a line of people waiting to get into Nyayo House to know the status of their passport application. Let's take it back to September 2023, when Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki made a surprise visit to Nyayo House. Little did many of the Kenyans know that the wait was about to be characterized by longer waits and even lengthier lines, snaking their way against what before was the car park of Nyayo House.
What the people of Kenya are going through is very painful. It should not have happened in the first place, but this is where we are. The solution is not to lament, the solution is to fix it.
In present day, the exhaustion at Nyayo House is palpable. The only thing more broken than the systems here is the broken hopes of Kenyans, some of whom have delayed in reporting for work, education, and other opportunities. Some line up with their babies strapped on their backs, while others give in to the sleep they're wrestling with. All this happens before the desperate push to get ahead of the line, where the attendant shouts out different names of Kenyans who hold their passport application papers in the air so that she can see them. Among those lost in the crowd is a man who we will name Musa, as he has asked us to conceal his identity.
Hiyo kazi nilikuwa nimeenda Somaliland, ni kazi ya kujenga estate. Na nilikuwa nimepatiwa 3 weeks, 4 weeks niende, na sijawahi pata passport ya kwenda Somaliland.
Despite the approved stamp that streaks the receipt that Musa received as proof that he had completed his passport application, he still continues to join the line of tired Kenyans waiting to receive the document after almost 1 year.
Hata kwenda kuangalia passport, sometime ninakosa fare, ninatembea mguu mpaka Nyayo House, hata ninarudi mguu mpaka hapa pipeline. Miguu juu sijapata kazi nyingine, ni ile tu ya kupata siku moja, siku mbili.
It has become among the most coveted documents, owing to how evasive it is to get it. Job opportunities and scholarships have been lost by those who trek to Nyayo House on an almost daily basis, only to be met with the same disappointing and ambiguous response of machines breaking down. Musa visits Nyayo House at least once a week to check on the progress of his passport. While Musa was the only one who agreed to speak on camera, other sources interviewed at Nyayo House said they have been waiting for more than 1 year for their passport. One 23-year-old from Utawala, who received a scholarship to study economics in the United States, had not received his passport since finishing the process in June 2023 and missed the intake in September 2023. When questioned about the delays in the issuance of passports, the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, through the Office of the Director General Evelyn Cheluget, stated that from November last year, the Directorate of Immigration Services has experienced a surge in the number of passport applications due to labor export policy, academics, and diaspora cases during the festive season in December. The situation has been exacerbated by delays in the supply of critical materials used in passports production due to the disruption of global supply lines. The ministry does not say when they expect the problem to be resolved, only adding that the Directorate regularly replenishes passport stocks and is committed to ensuring that urgent applications are expedited. During one of the over 5 visits the Interior CS made to Nyayo House last year, he labelled the passport office a crime scene and vowed to remove the cartels causing bottlenecks after reports of bribery for passports surfaced. Some Kenyans have had to pay as much as 60,000 shillings in bribes to avoid missing travel deadlines. However, for some Kenyans such as Musa, the struggle to get a passport is written all over his shoes, which show the wear and tear of his efforts to search for better opportunities outside the country to better his and his family's life. Though we may have given him a lift to help reach the Central Business District for his weekly routine to check the status of his passport, he is uncertain of what tomorrow will hold. Ngina Kirori, NTV.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the happiest days of my life.
When the Union Jack was lowered on the 12th of December 1963, and in its place, the Kenyan flag hoisted, one of the greatest hopes of the then newly independent nation was a good education for its citizens. In fact, the elimination of ignorance was one of the 3 key goals of the new government. And since then, the education system has changed several times in the constant search for the perfect formula to make education work for everyone. In 2017, the country unveiled the Competency-Based Curriculum, CBC, to replace the 844 system, which had been enforced for more than 3 decades. The introduction of the system known as 26333 was aimed at eliminating cutthroat competition and expanding opportunities and options for learners. But to the first major transition having taken place with the start of the junior secondary level, is the system living up to expectation? This is the story of Kenya's latest education, CBC. In 2010, Kenya promulgated a new constitution, which among other things set the stage for a major change in the country's approach to education. The government appointed of professionals with the sole job of aligning the country's education with the new constitution and the economic blueprint Vision 2030. The task force led by renowned scholar Professor Douglas Odhiambo confirmed what many experts had said for years, that the 844 system was ill-equipped to prepare learners for the needs of the 21st century. Dr. Julius Dwan, who served as director of the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development when the Basic Education Curriculum Framework BECF was being developed, and later as Principal Secretary for Basic Education, says that the change was long overdue.
The main thing that came out was the need to reduce the emphasis on examinations. There was a feeling that our education system was promoting too much competition, and therefore our desire became to get certificates rather than acquire skills and competencies that the learners needed to achieve or to acquire.
Odhiambo's report also revealed massive wastage from the 844 system.
If you have 1 million children doing standard 8, and then only about 350,000 or 400,000 proceed to the next level, you can see the kind of wastage that we were accumulating in this system. And that wastage then turns into hopelessness, and then turns into human beings who have nothing to look forward to.
I, Uhuru Kenyatta.
President Uhuru Kenyatta's second term in office was dominated by the debate and controversy around the CBC.
We realize that within that which we call 844, we never appreciated that every learner and every child who goes to a school has a different potential from the other. There are those of us who are very good in music, some very good in mathematics, in art, in athletics, in football, etc., etc. But because we never defined the principle of teaching and learning within 844, we forgot that each person has a different potential.
But right then, practical questions began to emerge about the new curriculum. Vice-Chancellor of Daystar University, Professor Laban Ayiro, has done extensive research on the implementation of CBC in Kenya. He is one of the experts who first raised the red flag, pointing out that it would cost the government 360 billion shillings in the first year to implement the curriculum.
Because of that enormous cost, we advised, let us then do this progressively. Let us start with grade 1, grade 2, going slowly as we build the capacity of the teachers and also the needed infrastructure. It was a desire to transform Kenya, but our economic base would not support such an education system. And that's why you are seeing we are kind of in a quagmire state as a country.
2 and 6
The 2663 system was rolled out in 2019, and amidst other concerns, the biggest real test was to come with the transition of the first CBC cohort into junior secondary school. The concerns around JSS included poor planning, hasty implementation, inadequate training of teachers, and unavailability of assessment tools. President Ruto's Kenya Kwanza coalition gave mixed signals about the system during the campaigns, but by the time they came into power in August 2022, CBC had already reached a point of no return. More than half of the learners in primary school were now studying under the new curriculum.
A robust conversation, ladies and gentlemen, in the country on education, and in particular, the implementation of CBC curriculum. Public participation is critical in this matter.
President Ruto appointed yet another task force, this time to evaluate CBC and advise on its future.
The Presidential Working Party, it went around the country gathering views of Kenyans who said, yes, we have few challenges which we can be able to mitigate as a country, but we cannot be able to go back. Let us move on with the CPC.
Known as the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms, PWPER, the team came out with many recommendations, but even this could not avert the chaos that marked the transition from grade 6 to junior school. NTV set out on a mission to establish the state of CBC and how various schools and teachers are faring across the country, nearly 6 years after the country took the leap. In a junior school in Kenya's arid and semi-arid regions, we come across this teacher. Let's name him David in order to protect his identity. David was posted here by the Teachers Service Commission in February this year to teach grade 7. He ended up being the only teacher in the institution, taking learners through all 14 subjects until September, when one more teacher was posted to the school.
Making it very hard for me. No rest. I had to make a class at my office because I didn't have any other teacher who could at least assist me, and which became a very difficult task for me.
David narrated that he would come to school extremely early in order to prepare for his classes, but in the afternoon, he found it difficult to stay energized or for his learners to even grasp the content he was teaching. In a week, he was teaching 36 lessons all by himself. The government initially deployed 36,000 teachers on one-year contracts to cover the 19,038 public schools registered to offer junior school. Later in September, an additional 20,000 teachers were deployed, but the numbers are still not enough.
We should have undertaken teacher preparation. First of all, get the numbers. We should have even turned some of our teacher training colleges into middle colleges to train these teachers in the various pathways.
If a teacher, for example, is a mathematics teacher in standard 8, that teacher will comfortably teach maths in grade 7 under CBC. The content is lighter. If you're a teacher of English in standard 8 in the current system, you'll find that English is far much superior to what is being taught under CBC in grade 7.
Government has employed intern teachers for junior school. Junior school is the most critical segment of the CBC system, in the sense that that is where children are supposed to have their talents identified, and together with the communication between parents, the learners, and their teachers, they need to guide these children into certain pathways. Junior school is supposed to be run by the most experienced teachers in the system.
Teacher trainees in universities specialize in only 2 subjects for secondary school. In David's case, he was trained to teach history and CRE only. He reveals his biggest challenge was in the integrated sciences.
Actually, I didn't do physics in high school, yet physics is there. So I had to use my phone, I had to Google some things, get to know more about that particular topic before I come to teach.
Although the government has now deployed another teacher to teach in that school, David states that they're still overwhelmed.
So it has not just made it at least easier, but I cannot say the situation or the hard situation has stopped, because you find that, like today, I had 2 subjects early in the morning, mathematics and English, you see. So how I wish could at least get at least another teacher.
The story of David mirrors that of thousands of other teachers employed this year by the government and deployed to teach in junior schools. In Kajiado County, we come across a school in the rural part of Kajiado Central constituency. Itinyika Primary School is part of the schools that could not manage to host junior school. In 2023, Education Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Mashogu revealed that not all primary schools qualify to host junior school. Out of 31,200 primary schools listed in the ministry's website, only 20,000 qualified to host grade 7 learners.
This school had to be constructed because children used to travel to very far distances, especially the youngest ones. So this school had to be constructed. It was the parents' initiative, and up to its registration, the challenges that we have now includes classrooms. We need more classrooms. We need sanitation, and we need water, and also staff quarters, because teachers are walking from very far to come and teach.
And so, here at Itinyika Primary, when students transition to grade 7, they have to change their physical location.
So we make arrangement with our neighboring schools. We have a school that is 7 kilometers from here, and another one that is 5 kilometers from here. So the parents make choice on which school they want their children to transit to.
Paul says this physical move discourages many students from proceeding to grade 7. This is the reality of many children living in hardship areas in Kenya. Teachers use whatever tools they have to ensure learning occurs.
On how to wash a ceramic.
This classroom has been subdivided into 3 different classrooms, that is grade 4, grade 5, and grade 6, meaning at any given moment there are 3 lessons going on concurrently under the same roof. And right to my left is the office of the head teacher.
When I came here, all the children were learning without any partition. They were learning from this class in that corner, another one in that corner. So we decided that we can partition it with plywood, so that at least if there is disruption from the sound, let there be no disruption on visual, so that whatever is going on the other side, even if you can hear it, you can't see it.
Paul says the shortage of classrooms is having a real impact on learning itself.
When a teacher is teaching on the other side, another one is going on, another lesson is going on the other side, there is disruption. And as you know, the children are always disrupted by very small things. So we have that challenge. We are in dire need of classrooms.
Even in the best times, children living with special needs are often a forgotten lot. This special school in Bomet County is proof that even under CBC, the old challenges have endured.
From the start of the year, it was quite difficult initially when we started, because by that time we had not gotten any materials, and it was a nightmare in starting off the year with these learners.
There are 12 learners in grade 7 in Korara Special Primary, and a single teacher who is specialized in special needs education, particularly in the area of visual impairment.
To date, we have not gotten for the braille. The braille copies have not so far been delivered to the school, and that has been a challenge to been assisting learners with total blindness.
Another major challenge here is the cost of teaching.
Educating a visually impaired learner is not the same as educating any other learner, even with other disabilities. For instance, if you look at the materials they are using, the braille, which is very expensive. You look at the braille papers, their paper, which they are using with the braille. It's also very expensive because a braille goes at 100,000. And then a braille paper, a ream just goes at, currently it's now 1,000. And that 1,000 is just a ream that is not, that does not take a child even for even a week.
The content too is not yet fully tailored for children living with special needs.
There are some subjects, like performing arts, which are not well adapted to suit these learners with visual impairment. So that the content needs to be looked into so that it is compatible with learners with visual impairment.
Next year, there will be 2 classes in JSS, the current grade 7 that will join grade 8 and the current grade 6 learners who will transition to grade 7. The school here is hoping for the best, but fears that things could get worse.
Right now we are challenged already. We believe the government will be able to deploy us at least some more teachers. But if the government will not deploy at the earliest time possible, then I'm seeing we'll have a problem because we may not have enough personnel to handle that class because already the existing personnel are stretched enough.
But the grade 7 story is not just doom and gloom. Here at Maparasha Primary School in Kajiado Central, things are beginning to look up.
Within the month of March, the government started sending teachers. They sent for us the first teacher, and right now we have 3 junior school teachers. So at least the problem now on staffing is a bit solved.
Warming and cooking, warming and cooking.
But the long trek to school remains a constant headache.
The learners, most of them come from far to come to school. Some come as far as almost 8 to 10 kilometers to come here. So reaching here, the student is already tired.
Elijah reveals that since the government introduced National Education Management Information System, that is NEMIS, which is used to disburse funds to schools, many students here have received no funding.
For example, last term, majority of schools got 0 disbursement because in these rural areas, most children do not have birth certificates, which is a requirement for a learner to be entered into NEMIS. Because the Maasais, most of them do not know how, do not go to look for the birth certificates for their learner. So majority were not in the NEMIS portal.
Turbines like wind mills, and soft, and I'll say renewable sources of energy.
Another school that is doing really well when it comes to teacher staffing is Bomet Primary School. As of September this year, they had 6 teachers for grade 7.
We have teachers that have been posted. Most of them are also taking secondary school subjects, but they have had to fit in to the JSS.
Claire says they're making do with what they have, but they need more, much more.
We have subjects such as home science. We require equipment to do with the kitchenware. We've not had them. We require sewing machines for the home science. We do not have them.
Excellency, we had a team of
The Presidential Working Party appointed by President William Ruto has recently recommended the reduction of the content of the syllabus. But throughout this year, teachers say learners have had a difficult time with the scope of the content.
To the student, I think it is overwhelming. They're very small kids, and I think even while we were in high school ourselves, we used to do 10. They're doing 14, including composition and insha, that is 16. I feel they are so overburdened.
Thank you, Madam
Zaituni says parents are still having a hard time accepting the new system, but she believes CBC will shape the country for the better.
It's like they've not accepted CBC, but CBC, according to me, is the best. First of all, it brings out the you in you. It brings out the athlete in the learner, brings out the art in the learner. We just used to do cuts. We just used to do exam. We just used to actually rank students according to who is best, who is poor. But CBC is more of inclusion. Everyone is ranked, actually is placed according to their ability.
Parents have been a key stakeholder in this whole process, but they believe they might have been left in the dark when decisions were being made by the government in the initial stages of CBC.
It was rushed, and on top of that, imefanyika without open consideration kutoka stockholders like wazazi.
Na imekuwa ni expensive sana junior secondary kwa sababu ya vitu kama practicals. Practicals inadaisha pesa mingi sana na sio wazazi wote wanajiweza, wengi hawajiwezi.
These sentiments have also been echoed by school principals.
These subjects are many and they need a lot of practice, and these practicals, sometimes parents are asked to chip in. Sometimes again, we give them homework, whereby parents are also required to assist these learners. So we get a lot of challenges for parents. This is too much. Learners are asking this and this. Well, we are supposed to go out, look for them, work.
GSS ni kama secondary tu, ni junior secondary. Hatuna lab yote, hatuna lab, hatuna computer. Hiyo ni big challenge. Kwa hivyo sisi na watoto ya shule ya private school, shule za private school zimeendelea sana upande ya GSS, lakini upande ya serikali public school bado iko chini.
There are some private schools that have managed to implement junior school almost exactly how it was intended to be. This is Kitengela International School. The school is fully equipped with all the necessary learning materials and has a total of 25 teachers for junior school.
So as we speak, we have got classrooms for grade 7, total of 10 streams. We also have classrooms for grade 8, 10 streams, and grade 9, 10 streams. So when it comes to other equipments like the fields, we have also worked out to provide the necessary space for co-curricular activities that will be able to host all our students when they are onboarded.
The head teacher says they did not achieve this overnight, but started planning for the implementation of junior school 2 years ago.
As we speak at the junior school level, we have nurtured talents within the students who are able to apply the same talents outside there and earn them some income. So I've learned that somebody doesn't need to reach an age of 18 years to start earning. They can start earning while still at school.
What is this?
Still, Wanyonyi says that the learners have had a hard time during the transition.
So for them to transition to junior school, first of all, the name junior secondary school made them have a different feeling and attitude. Some changed their behavior in terms of discipline because they felt now they're in high school.
I, George Albert Omore Magoha.
In the previous regime, the late Professor George Magoha was adamant that junior school would be domiciled in secondary school, since the resources and the teachers were already available at that level. Magoha embarked on an ambitious project to expand the infrastructural capacity of secondary schools and put up over 20,000 classrooms. Many observers believe that the rush was partly motivated by President Uhuru Kenyatta's desire to leave a legacy of education reform through CBC. His predecessor has kept many of the building blocks of CBC but has had to tinker with its implementation.
Education and politics are thoroughly aligned. And I see a lot of commentaries in the media. Education is one area where everybody is an expert.
Education is a highly political engagement. because it affects every single household in the Republic. It is like voting.
Actually, if you look at the curriculum framework, it doesn't mention anywhere the word domicile, because that was not expected. It was envisaged that we'll have a primary school, have a junior school, and we'll have a senior school. So that is one of the things they didn't plan for, and so we ended up stumbling into a situation where you have learners ready to transition to the next level, and the next level has not been laid out for them.
Initially, it was referred to as Junior Secondary School JSS, before the term secondary was dropped on recommendation by the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms. The task force appointed by President Ruto also recommended that grade 7 be domiciled in primary school due to concerns raised by stakeholders, especially about the young age of the learners.
You can see even these learners are very young. These learners suit the level of their counterparts in other classes. So you can find there are very young learners who could not be able to go and take care of themselves in the secondary schools.
In fact, we even conducted a study, and many parents did not imagine that you'd take their young children, they call them babies, that you want to take my baby from here and take him somewhere to go and be in a boarding school, which is already congested. Parents never wanted that at all.
But according to Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa, an education expert, the arguments against junior secondary were faulty.
That argument is being contradicted by the recommendation now to have a comprehensive school. Why? Because if you look at the comprehensive school, then we are saying it was not okay to have 12-year-olds go to the same school with 18-year-olds, but it is okay to have 4-year-olds who are going to PP1 to be in the same school as 15-year-olds who will be in junior secondary.
Gives us which type of energy?
In January 2024, it will be back to the drawing board, as teachers in junior school will now have 2 classes to handle, that is grade 7 and grade 8.
I am feeling very nervous about our country insofar as education is concerned. Because one of the things that Kenya is known for, has been known for, is the education system.
This is third term. We are also almost moving to next year. By now, grade 7 should have been fully well staffed. So, as we are moving to another grade now, how are we going to get the staffing situation? It's going to be a problem.
Experts say that in order for the system to work, the government will need to invest heavily in the employment and training of teachers.
If we are saying we want this much in STEM, we need to make sure that the teachers in STEM are commensurate to the percentage of learners we are pushing into STEM. If we are going to say we have this many learners in technical areas, we need to have those teachers.
What we need to focus on is that the learning areas where we have not had teachers trained, we should focus on those areas and ensure that we post as many teachers as possible in those learning areas, like the pre-technology, which is extremely critical.
Experts insist that raising money alone will not be enough. Vigilance too will make a difference.
What animal do you have at your home?
Use the resources that are available there to support the infrastructure. Now, we also have, of course, the issues of equalization fund. Part of it can be used to enhance that. We also have the normal capitation. It can be done in such a way that the areas that are needy are given more resources. The problem sometimes you have is that people are given resources, but again, whether they put it to that use, that is a different story.
Yeah, flowing water.
In the next few days, the last batch of 844 students will be leaving primary school, marking a key milestone in the phasing out of a system that has reigned supreme for 3.5 decades. With that, the full focus will now be on CBC, as Kenya grapples with its unending quest for an education system that will leave no one behind. Rukia Bule, NTV.
Stop killing women and femicide. Stop killing women and femicide. Stop killing women and femicide.
Absolutely. And one life lost is one too many. More than 500 women have been killed in the last decade. Too big a figure that thrusts the country into a national shame. The country has failed, and it has failed its women folk too. It is important to know that in the last one decade, tremendous digital technological revolution has caused a complete shift in how our society conduct its affairs. This includes how people date, interact, and even how the media reports the news. What has remained constant thus far is femicide and gender-based violence. Women often bear the brunt of it all, with few cases of men victims, but equally alarming. So where is the mission link? Tonight, we hear from various stakeholders on this matter on a day women and lobbyists held a nationwide protest following the spate of killings targeted on women. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining me tonight on NTV on this candid conversation. And maybe I'll just go straight to the point. Is this wave of femicide a new thing, or just the nature of the execution that has rattled women and lobbyists to take action? What do you have to say, Wango?
You will discover that every other time a woman is killed, but then how do we document it? Do we document it as a homicide or murder? Or do we document it as femicide? And the reason why I'm saying that is, are you looking at the root cause, why the woman was actually killed, and the circumstances that surround that specific crime scene? If you look at 2018, we actually held a vigil. Then Matiang'i was the CS Interior. We held a vigil at Nairobi University, and people committed, various state agencies committed that they will address the issues of femicide or violence against women. To date, we are still grappling with the same issue day in, day out.
We have a gentleman in studio, and maybe it's also beautiful to hear from him. What do you have to say regarding today women have come out to speak about it, but also we've seen cases where men have also been killed, but we don't see men speaking out? Where is the gap?
The issue of the boy child is always on the back, and nobody's looking at the gender when it comes to men. And that's why men have been raised in a society where you're told, go fight for what you know, there's no silver spoon when it comes to your issues.
You told men do not cry.
Yeah, men do not cry. You have to be strong. So it becomes as if men do not have feelings. And that's why some of them, with the bitterness inside them, then they end up doing the unexpected. Yeah.
Mami France, leo nimekuona ulikuwa na mabango pale unapiga kelele unasema jamani wanawake tujitokeze. Swala hili umelichukulia vipi wewe kama mtoto wa kike na pia mtoto ambaye umejitosa katika mitandao, na tasnia ya mitandao si rahisi?
The blame game here iko kwa wanawake. If you don't find your own money, you'll be killed. So my question is to them. So we don't have the right to live, ama tujue tu. Unaelewa? Kwa sababu if you put a blame on someone mwenye alikuwa anafanya kazi, hiyo ni kazi yake. Prostitute have a right, and that right is for them to live.
Sijui kama kuna hii video mmeiona, kuna video imekuwa imekisambaa juzi, wanaume waliweza kuzungumza pale Jivanji. Na matamshi waliotoa wengi wakasema jamani hawa wakamatwe, waingizwe ndani kabisa. Mami, wasichana wa siku hizi tunataka maisha ya haraka. Na wanaume wanasema ndio, hakuna mtu anafaa kuuliwa. Lakini wanaume wanasema kwa nini mnakula pesa zetu?
Katika hiyo kauli ambao wanaume walisema tutawaua mkiendelea kukula pesa zetu. Mwanzo alitaja pizza. Nilirepost hiyo video. Mimi langu kubwa nilikuwa nauliza ni pizza zake ngapi zimeliwa tuwalipe.
Hata zikiliwa kiasi gani?
Ndio. Ni pizza zako ngapi zimeliwa, hela zako ngapi zimeliwa, tukulipe. Kama hiyo pesa ndio imefanya wewe unaua mtoto wa mtu, ni sawa bwana, acha tukuregeshe pesa yako, basi mregeshe maisha yake. It is that simple.
We should stop reducing this end femicide campaign to the narrative of sex worker, because we know clearly based on also Odipo Def reports, watu wamekuwa kiwa pia wanawake ni wanaume wazee. In a marriage couple, we have seen it, it's high. People who are married, they've been killed by their husband. We have seen it, even small kids being killed. We have seen even women human rights defenders, activists being killed. And when you talk about end femicide campaign in Kenya, it's because it has been normalized. And if you talk about...
That's what you feel?
Yeah, it has been normalized. And if you ask me, the government has failed. And I want to be in a position as a woman, hata mimi mwenyewe nikidate. Hata mimi niko kwa street, sasa siko kwa street. Bado natafuta. But natafutaje pia boyfriend na nikimwona naona madara. Bala nione binadamu. So I feel even as a country, tunafaa to stop this narrative of saying femicide is because women want better. Nani hataki better life? Kuna mtu anataka kusafa? Who wants to suffer? Hata nyinyi journalists wanataka kusafa?
I mean, do you feel that women, we've been subjected to be objects?
Yes. And we've normalized it to a point that you have to defend yourself for being a woman. You have to actually, and we're having this discussion before this, and we're saying, as a woman, probably, I can't speak for a man, but as a woman, every day I have to think about where I'm going somewhere, I need to dress like this, I need to always, there are 15 steps before I get to the main agenda. So for us as women, I feel like it's very unfair, and we need to be in an environment where I am judged for who I am and not because I'm a woman or what I, how I look.
When you say we have normalized it, who is we?
I will say the society in totality, but most of it men.
As a woman, what fears do you have today? And if you have the fears, then who do you feel let you down?
As a woman, just by the mere fact of existing, it's a fear, because I don't know what I'll get when I walk out there, or even when I'm in my house. There is danger everywhere. I'll start from like the way society functions. The woman, generally, I am given a lower value when it comes to women, and I think that's why it's so easy for a man to kill me, and that man is not brought to justice because my life does not hold value. There's the fear of going out at night. There's the fear of walking in secluded places. There's the fear of even, if say you are a mother to a daughter, there's the fear of even just leaving your daughter at home with even their parents.
So where do we place girl child empowerment? Because from what you're saying, I can hear the pain.
Yes.
Your heart is bleeding as a woman. But again, when you come to the society, and I'm happy at least we have a gentleman in studio, they say that women have been empowered. So women being empowered, where do we place this?
I'd like to speak that in the sense that there's power and there's assumed power. So what men have is power.
Okay.
What women have is assumed power. We are, and I feel like this is like a dangling carrot. Like, here's the power, you can have it, but you really don't.
We don't see our men as our brothers anymore, our boyfriends to be our husbands, but we see them as murderers. How does that sink to you?
Well, it's unfortunate that in the society today we have to state it that way, but the reality is even the empowerment that has been assumed is within the men, and now we're empowering the girl child. We're empowering the girl child well, but we're forgetting the boy who is the murderer. We're not telling our boys it's bad to be just another girl at school. You're asking your boy at home, why were you beaten by Cynthia? And that boy will grow knowing that I need
Cynthia is not supposed to be.
Yes. So Cynthia is always supposed to be beaten, and they'll grow with that, and they turn out to be men the next day, and they're killing. And even the boys themselves, what are the conversations they're having? Why have you been, mbona umepigwa na mwanamke, mbona mwanamke amekuongelesha hivyo mbele yetu, and they end up, growing so bitter, and then we see what is happening lately.
Wango, you have a task. I believe this is your job, actually. What is bleeding in your heart?
For me, it's the fact that the state, even as we are talking now, nobody has come out clearly to condemn what is happening. The country has a president. Where is he? The country has a CS Interior. Where is he? The country has a CS Health. Where is she? The country has an Attorney General. Where is he? And then also the country has the Director of Public Prosecution. Where is he? Because you see, at the end of the day, the state is failing citizens day in, day out. And for me, the way I look at this situation is, if you're offering a token to anyone, are you giving that token with terms and conditions? Ukipatiana fare, umeambia mtu, TNCs ni, I would want, I'm sending you 500. I want you to come to my house. We will have dinner, and then we will have sex thereafter. Then the person will make an informed decision whether to engage or not engage. But then also, please note, even sex workers have the right to withdraw consent. It's not cast on stone. I can give you consent. Mpaka tumeenda kwa kitanda tumetoa nguo, we are about to perform the act, and I withdraw consent. You should step back, because then moving forward, you will be actually committing a crime.
We need to discuss more and bring into attention the issue of security lapse. Do you feel there is a security lapse in the short-term rentals, in the accommodation booking sites? Because I'm sure most of us here have used the short-term rentals, and most times when you go, like 2 people, it's only one, you know, it's only one ID or only one person that has to give the booking details. So do you think we need to work on that? Is there a security lapse on it? Mwikali, I can see you smiling.
One, we should stop reducing the insecurity of women to Airbnb.
True.
We should stop that narrative, because it's clearly there's data outside by different institutions that people are being killed even outside BNB. It's just some of these few cases that we have seen that are on BNB.
We also need to deal with this, because at hand, right away, we are dealing with the accommodation and booking sites. It's also a major concern. So maybe do you think there's a security lapse in it?
I know there's a security lapse in terms of when you go to booking, you need to take details, but also in the area of digital security and data security. In terms of data security is a big thing.
It's true.
It's a big thing. Also, if we agree or disagree, it's a big thing. So it's also like from a point of just saying, because if we do that, now we're taking away the responsibility from the state.
Okay.
The state has a responsibility to ensure that if you're a criminal, if wangekuwa wanashika wanaume wanaoana, hatungekuwa mahali tuko.
On that issue, I feel like another part of security is closely connected is justice. I mean, we talk about victims who are already dead, but there are victims who are still alive. How are we ensuring that they are safe? There is also victims in terms of families. They are threatened. You go, maybe you've lost your mother, you've lost your sister. You go through the system. The system is not what. In fact, it's frustrating. You're being threatened every day. What are we doing to ensure that justice is served? And justice, we know in this country, is delayed, and we know delayed justice is denied. And it's not fair.
Yeah,
for
that
both.
takes me to my next question. Majority of the cases go unreported.
Yes.
And maybe, is it true, or what do you think? Maybe the scale is likely to be higher out there?
Yes. Cases are increasing, and that's why you'll see, based on the Odipo Dev reports, they're able to come up with more than 500 cases. So we feel clearly there's need for government to put mechanism to start recording femicide cases as femicide and not homicide. Because my issue and my contagious issue comes when they say it's homicide. Because now it's reduced, or murder. It's reduced now to we are dealing with murder and not dealing with women being killed.
When you go again on social media, unapatana na hawa wakina mama, labda mwanamke amejitokeza, anasema jamani mimi nimepigwa ama nimepitia hiki. Why again women? Why are we our own enemies? Because you also fight. I don't think
we are our own enemies.
Personally, I'll talk from a personal opinion on what I see on my social media. You'll see women who've come out to speak on issues that are affecting them, especially on GBV, and you find fellow women, and I like what I see people who are sober asking women in the same comment section, why as a woman would you stand to shame another woman who is undergoing GBV?
Our systems are very patriarchal.
Exactly.
And it's not limited to men. Women also participate in the same, because of the socialization, the tradition, the culture. Most of the rituals that we do, we are not doing them for women. We are doing them for men.
So moving forward, because we've had this before. You spoke about 2018, the case of Sharon. I'm looking at 10 years from now, 5 years from now. Are we still going to have this same focus group to speak of the same issue? So then we need to fix the gap.
I think it has been mentioned many times, but I think femicide has to be written in the Constitution as a crime on its own. A crime that when a woman is killed, it's documented as femicide. That's one. And then there need to be very punitive measures against it, because I think even the audacity, the bravery with which men, especially on the social media, with which men just speak about, I will kill a woman, it just shows that I can do it.
There's so much freedom.
Yeah, like they just say it, because if they knew that if I dared kill this person because she is a woman, and these are the repercussions for it, they wouldn't be so shameless in speaking like that. But because they know at the end of the day, the system is for them, the police system, the judicial system, every system is for them, and they know even if I speak carelessly, then there's nothing that's going to happen to me. So I think in that way, the freedom of speech, in that way, I don't know if it should be limited or if it should be guided.
Kenyans, we are too free.
Yeah. I don't know.
Kama alivyosema kwa Kiswahili tunasema umoja ni nguvu, utengano ni udhaifu. So today tumekuja pamoja. Mahakama isipotusikiza, there is no day watawahi kutusikiza. The same way they take main issues and place them on their table, it's the same way issue ya femicide. The High Court has to take it and place it on the table. If it is not the Parliament, if it is not the President, the judiciary has to take it. And another thing I would love to say is, for the government, tunaomba. Mimi nikienda nikiripoti, kuna mtu wangu ameuliwa. Nikienda nikiripoti, nimepigwa. Si jukumu langu kama mwanamke nitoe mafuta nilipe polisi aende afanye uchunguzi. All I'm asking is, can we have financial dependency on this sector?
Currently, the country is not short of laws. You have the Constitution and you have numerous laws that support different, that address different crimes. One of the things that we've seen in the past, best practice, anyone who can remember Pamoja Tuangamize Ukimwi, who was the lead? The president then. Yes. Mwai Kibaki. So why is our current president not coming out and speaking against what is happening to the women of Kenya?
So you feel one way of fixing this is that we need to see the state being
coming out clearly and saying, I am condemning this, and the state not being the machinery. There's an individual who's leading the state, and he has the sole responsibility to make sure that all Kenyans are safeguarded.
My director is telling me time is not on our side. Amina?
I feel like most important thing is putting in structures and resources to ensure that when it's all said and done, when a case reported, there's structures and there's resources to empower these women and future generations.
And the government, it's their responsibility to functionalize the gender desks that they have in those police stations. Those gender desks are either manned by men, and if worse comes to it, even women issues are not even addressed properly. So we have to start functionalizing those gender desks.
An example, watu wajivanji na wajua. So government wafuatilie na iwashike because they're inciting violence. The moment I'll see them getting arrested, I'll know government is serious.
Exactly.
Because I know them. Kenyans, please, 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 let us not victim blame. Let's stand together to end femicide. Bado mimi nitakukatiwa. Lazima mimi nikatiwe. Lazima nipendwe na nipendane. Na sitaki feel na feel unsafe. Sitaki nikatiwa na Chalino na wewe ni madara wetu tumesema tulikuwa ni binadamu anaweza kaa na yeye. So together with Feminist Team and Femicide K, there'll be a lot of actions until next year. If the government does not report, it will go to the highest level of Africa Union.
Yes.
Hata kama tunaenda ICC, watu wanaenda ICC tutaenda.
Well, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for having this candid conversation that is a worrying trend in the country. And yes, as my placard says, being a woman should not be a death sentence. And from me, I say, stand together with us, be bold, be fearless, be courageous, because that is what we need to resist pushback on women's rights. My name is Frida Mwaka. As I always say it in Swahili, siku zote ukiniita, nitaitika.
Stop killing women and femicide. Stop killing women and femicide. Stop killing women end femicide. Stop killing women, end femicide.
When illness knocks at your door, you battle the reality that sickness is not as courteous as to wait for your response. It just hits you, sometimes hard. Your body is not what it ordinarily feels like. If anything, it doesn't feel like your own. You head to hospital, which at this point is a major source of hope from the agony you are going through. You get there, but you won't be treated because you cannot afford it. But not all is lost. You were ready for that. So you are armed with the confidence of reaping the fruit of your National Health Insurance Fund contributions. But you find that a scandal is keeping you in the agonizing situation that your body finds itself in. You are among the many who find themselves between a draining sickness and a sick system. The government has not been paying NHIF monies to private medical facilities, and many of these hospitals have had it. The figure of unpaid monies stands at about 20 billion shillings. But it gets worse. Your deteriorating health and too expensive to get treatment is not only at the mercy of the shortfall on the government's end in as far as the NHIF situation goes, more millions or perhaps even billions of shillings are likely to have been lost to corrupt hospitals with a penchant for public monies through dirty dealings. Dealings that have left many heartbroken, many more reeling in pain, while others are relegated to eternal emptiness. For many weeks now, I traveled to some of the most interior parts of Meru County, piecing up evidence in a suspected case of fraud and theft of taxpayers' money. A conduit placing a network of private hospitals, either individually or collectively, at the center of a scheme defrauding the National Health Insurance Fund and inflicting unimagined pain on some who had their encounters, innocent, ailing people hoping to get healed, but were instead treated to inhumanity and the bitter fruits of corruption.
Now, the hustle and bustle of Nkubu town in Meru County would easily make you believe that this is a town filled with joy and success. And true to it, that's owing to the very many businesses that we see going on an ordinary day. But beyond the happiness that we can easily tell in Nkubu town, there lies a story of pain and deceit. Stories that especially are prominent in the villages around. People in these villages who, for the past couple of months, especially since October of last year, have known no peace, but have only been regretting day in, day out.
For a person busy with farming and still grieving a tragic loss, it strikes us that Mwebia Ntumiriti still finds time to grant yet another media interview. It had been almost 4 months since the sudden death of his wife, and this would be the third time he is speaking to journalists. Once more painfully recounting the events of a specific day in October 2022, just days before his wife, Catherine Nsese Jacob, rested for good.
Kuna watu walikuwa wanazunguka huku wanasema wanatibu hii ugonjwa ya arthritis. Ule kuna hiyo sinda. Na hata mimi nilikuwa mmoja wao wa kwenda. Tukachukuliwa, tukapelekwa Nkubu Stadium. Sasa kupelekwa Nkubu Stadium, sasa hapo tukaanza mtu aeleze vile anasikia. Nikaambiwa mimi nataka nipigwe pisa ya mgongo. Wakaniambia wana hiyo pisa. Kuniambia niende mahali nyingine nipigwe niwaletee resort, lakini mimi sikuenda.
Mwebia says that the brief trip out of their homes to listen to what would be termed as spreaders of a medical gospel would be the beginning of an abrupt and unplanned journey to the capital, at least for some, among them his wife.
Bibi na yangu nikaeleza vile anasikia, akaambiwa watapigwa picha, na hiyo picha ya yuko hapo kwa stadium Inkubu, wakapeleka huko Chuka. Hiyo hospitali ilikuwa wapi Chuka? Sio Chuka General, ni kama kulikuwa na ka General ka private nyingine hapo. Akaenda akapigwa picha, akasemekana atafanywa sanjari ya mguu. Siku hiyo tu akapelekwa Nairobi.
Mwebia says his wife was fit as a fiddle, and while she would once in a while express some discomfort on one of her legs, they never took to seeking medical attention over the same.
Alikuwa anaendelea kufanya kazi zake tu, hakuna shida alikuwa. Hata hiyo mguu hakuna siku alikuwa ameenda hospitali kuangaliwa mguu. Alikuwa anasikia kausungu na mpaka hii karuma. Hiyo tu unaweza sikia unasikia kausungu kidogo. Sikia unapaka kandawa na ndio kazi zako.
In fact, Mwebia says that he and his wife decided to attend the medical outreach event because it was happening very close to their home and it was to be free.
Ni kandi tu, hakuna pesa walikuwa naitiza, hata gharama hakuna.
Hii kadi ni gani?
NHIF, hakuna kandi nyingine. Wala walikuwa na nyingine hawakuwa naitaka. Kuna message nilitumiwa, kandi yangu inakubalia 1,300. Hakuna kitu kingine. Sasa sijui kama alitumia hiyo 1,300 ama ni 100 ama ni 50, sijui ni ngapi.
Catherine Nsese was unceremoniously picked from her home, and days later, the worst happened. She died.
Hiyo hospitali ilikuwa inaitwa St. Peters. Sindiakaenda akakaa huko ilikuwa Mandi. Nikampigia simu asubuhi, tukaongea, kama ameniambia amefanyiwa. Kesho yake tukaongea asubuhi, akaniambia nasikia kwa usingizi, kaniacha nilalale, nikamwambia tutaongea. Sasa hiyo ndio ilikuwa mwisho kuongea naye. Kuna mtu alikuwa anajua hiyo hospitali iko wapi. Sasa mwambia hata mimi sikuwa najua. Lakini alikuwa anasema ni Nairobi.
At this point, it is good to point out that Mwebia indicated that neither he nor any other patients paid a single cent out of pocket for any service that was offered. From the medical camp at Nkubu Stadium to the vehicles that transported them to Chuka town, not even for the x-rays done at a private hospital in Chuka. Further, even when Catherine died, the St. Peter's Orthopedic Hospital based in Kino, Kiambu County, would yet again make another gracious offer.
Waliniuliza nataka wanipelekea wapi kwa maana hospitali yao haina mochari. Sasa nikaona hakuna haja niwekewe Nairobi. Na kutoka na kukuja huku naye ni gharama mengine. Sisi nikasema nikawaambia waniletee Nkubu. Hakuna kitu walinipiza.
Na mulifanya postmortem?
Hapana. Mimi sikushughulika na kufanya postmortem. Unajua niona tu kama ameenda, si atafuka. Sasa nikasema tu tumsike.
Douglas Kiraithe lives not too far from Mwebia's home. He says in his more than 60 years, he thought he had seen everything there was to life, both the good and the bad. But nothing could have prepared him for an experience whose impact he still reels from to date. It started with a well-packaged message of good news.
Tulikuwa tunaambiwa tutatibiwa arthritis. Mbio ile arthritis unajua. Sasa wakuja mwanamke mmoja akatuambia tukutane hapo Ndareni market. Akatuchomeza pia tutapelekwa hospitali. Akatuambia hiyo hospitali kwanza ni mtu amefungua hospitali kunalo. Na hiyo akatuelezea Vile wamesomea hiyo baridi, arthritis ikaisha kabisa. Kila mtu akafurahi kwa vile atapelekwa huko asikie sawa sawa. Hapo tulikuwa watu karibu zaidi ya 100. Tukaambiwa NSF ndiye italipa pesa. Na yule hana NSF hawezi shughuliwa.
Kiraithe says he found himself at the center of what he describes as a patient recruitment drive. His recollection of the day's events points to things at that point moving unexpectedly fast. He and others were subjected to tests which were touted as the beginning of the end for the ailments.
Sasa sisi tukaenda huko watu 7. Tukienda Jakim tukakuta wale walikuwa nao kutoka huko wameendelea kupigwa x-ray. Na sisi tukapanga laini. Tukapigwa x-ray Jakim wakaenda nacho. Lakini kulikuwa na mtu huyo kwa hii kagari alikuwa anaangalia x-rays. Mtu akiangaliwa x-ray yako akaambiwa wewe ni mtu wa kuchinjwa mguu ama kutolewa hii baridi. Yule atatibiwa akaambiwa wewe utapigwa sindano na upewe dawa. Tulitoka hapo saa 1. Ile kagari ikaturudisha mpaka Ndarene pale ilitutoa. Kagari ni yake, mimi transport ni yake yote.
That was the start of Kiraithe's long and painful journey to the capital. In 2 days, the man set out on a journey which he believed was to be to the operating table.
Ilikuja Nissan. Wale watu wa huko tukaingia hiyo Nissan, tulikuwa watu 16. Tukapelekwa saa 2 tulikuwa Mwea. Saa 5 tukafika Nairobi.
The team of 16 people in the vehicle had up to this point believed that they were all being taken to one facility for treatment. After all, it had been mentioned before that this was a project started by President William Ruto to benefit all arthritis patients.
Kufika saa 5 hata dereva yule anaenda sijui kama akaingia hapa akaambiwa si hapa. Kwa hivyo tulizunguka hapo kutafuta hospitali ile tunale.
Douglas shares that some people were dropped off at other facilities. There were now 10 in the vehicle. And what was becoming more apparent is that their destination was more of a mystery than just any unknown place to they who did not live in Nairobi.
Saa 8 si hai hata kwenda Jomo Kenyatta Airport. Tukaingia Jomo Kenyatta Airport. Akaambiwa sasa utaenda hivi. Tumeingia uwanja wa Kenyatta unaona bila chumba na watu wanaenda kuchukua. Ni usiku saa 8. Akaambiwa tokelea hapo sasa. Akatoka tukatafuta hapo hiyo inaitwa Joy, nafikiri iko kwa kona kidogo. Kama saa 9 hivi akaonyeshwa kazia tukaona hospitali. Hiyo inaitwa Joy Nursing and Maternity. Sasa tukakaa hapa waiting. Tukaitwa kipande, tukaitwa nini kipande na kandi ya NHF. Sasa kumaliza kuandikiwa, wanawake tulikuwa nao hapa, walikuwa huko tulipelekwa watu 10. Wakaambiwa hebu shukueni biondo yenu. Tumuonyeshe bali mnaenda. Wakapelekwa. Tukaambiwa nyinyi hamtapata bahali ya kulala. Tukakaa kwa hiyo viti hapo. Unajua sasa hao wanawake hatujui bahali wanapelekwa.
This was far from the welcome Douglas Kiraithe expected from this facility or any other medical facility for that matter. having spent hours on the road, transported in what we established to be a hired public service vehicle, and arriving at their destination late into the night. Yet they did not let the experience dampen their spirits. After all, they were here for treatment.
Nilirungwa hapa kwa hapa na tablets. Silikuwa 30 moja siku. Wakati yule tulipigwa sindano tuangaliwa TV huko X-ray. Tuliambiwa mimi ni mtu wa sindano na dawa. Sasa tukaongojea. Saa moja hiyo ya jioni. Ni message ilikuja hapa. Sijatoa hiyo message ziko hapa. You are discharged. You are discharged. Na 130,000 NHF imelipa 130,000. Hiyo ndio nianza kusanga.
After an approximate 15 hours at the facility, Kiraive and his team, only with 1 injection and 30 pieces of tablets, were free to go home.
Huko Isli. Ulipigwa x-ray?
Hapana. Ni hiyo tulipigwa x-ray, tulipigwa hapo Jakim.
Okay.
Hakuna ingine tulipigwa.
Kwa hivyo ukupigwa Isli?
Hapana. X-ray tulipigwa hapa. Wakaenda naye. Ukipika tukiwa karibu kuingia kwa hospitali, huyo dereva ndiye alikuwa anapewa hiyo x-rays. Akatupea kila mtu yake. Sikuona hata daktari yule anaangalia hiyo x-ray huko.
The National Health Insurer had paid a total of 130,000 shillings for each of them. The Joy Nursing Home had billed NHIF the monies, indicating that they had conducted a surgery on Kiraive and some of the other patients, an open reduction and internal fixation, which Medical Education, Research and Clinical Care Organization Johns Hopkins Medicines defines as a surgery used to stabilize and heal a broken bone. The discharge summary indicates that one Joseph Oduor is a person who tended to Kiraive.
Message inasema nilichinjwa mguu nini? Hata kidole ama mwapi sijapasuliwa miaka yangu yote. Sikuwa na hiyo.
Kiraive mentions an individual by the name Winfred Kadhure as the person who lured them into the trap. He says that whenever he would speak to various journalists, the lady would appear in an attempt to put out the looming fire before it could spark off.
Huyu msisana kesho yake bila hao alikuja. Tukaongea na akaniambia wacha kuharibu hospitali. Hii mambo nitapeleka, nitaenda ulipwe. Nikamwonyesha hiyo message ya 130. Nikamwambia hii utiliwa hii ya 130,000. Masaa 10 tulihesabu tukaona ni masaa 15 ama 16 hivi. Imekula 130,000.
Unasema hii mguu walidunga sindano wapi?
Nilidungwa hapa kwa hapa. Lakini
wameandika umepasuliwa. Ulipasuliwa wapi?
Tangu nijaliwa ziachobuajiwa hata nionyesha bali napasuliwa.
It is deeply concerning the number of people still crying from this vicious medical fraud, with those in remote areas being the most affected. Their geographical location, a seemingly major contributor to their easy mapping. I was curious to understand what it is that so easily lured some of these unsuspecting victims into the trap. Located east of Mount Kenya along the Embu-Meru Highway are Imenti Central and Imenti South constituencies, which are characterized by some of the most extreme weather conditions with largely cold seasons for most of the year. It is also where I'm going to meet some of the most brutalized patients, some of whom are permanently maimed. 80-year-old Kainda Ntwarethi was convinced that the medical outreach was a government-sponsored initiative.
Nilisikia habari zimekuja sasa mtaani. Imesemekana MCA wanu amesema muende kuna daktari amekuja hapa kwa Gatune primary. Mama akaniambia yeye anaenda kutibiwa. Alipanda huu mlima mwenyewe.
They describe the octogenarian's walk as slow and with a struggle. But the strides she took in search of a better and painless walking experience were unfortunately the beginning of a chapter in her life where she would not walk again, at least not in the foreseeable future.
Tumeambiwa kesho tunaenda Jekim Hospital. Gari ya kutuchukua iko. Wakaenda wakafanywa x-ray. For the first day, the second day, tukona kila inafuatana hivi, hakuna pumzi uweze kufikiria ni nini inaendelea. Wakafanywa x-ray, akakuja akaniambia unajua, kesho siku ya 3 tunaenda Nairobi. Utakataa mtu aende kutibiwa? Nikapigia mtoto wa ndandangu, nikamwambia shosh anaenda kutibiwa Nairobi na wamesema mguu uko na uzaa. Aliambiwa anaenda kutolewa uzaa kwa mguu.
Pulled alongside others at her village of Kidhare, she was taken for treatment in Nairobi.
Akakaa kama siku moja, ya pili, ya 3 atengenezwi. Na mimi nikiwa huku, mimi nikakujua na mawazo ya Mungu. Hawa watu ni kama wameuzwa. Mimi nikapiga simu kwa wale cousins wangu wako Nairobi. Nikawaambia, hebu simamisheni hiyo operation. Haingesimamishwa. Sababu amefanywa x-ray mingi, scanning mingi. Ukisema unamchukua, unaambiwa utoe kama pesa ndio atoke. Sasa ameingizwa box.
And with that, the 80-year-old was put on the operating table.
Alipofanywa operation, kwanza huyu alikuja kesho yake. Imagine operation mpya. Na huyu alikuja kesho yake from Nairobi. Saa 4 walibwagwa Nkobo. Wakibwagwa Nkobo wote ni viwete. Walipokuja huyu mama akatolewa hivi tu akiwa amebebwa kama mtungi wa maji. Akabebwa hivi. Akawekelewa kwa kiti pale. Kuwekelewa kwa kiti sasa mguu huyu hata karibu tumfunge hata pampers. Tulitoboa kiti ndio alikuwa anainuliwa hivi anaketishwa. Sasa hatujui huyu mtu atahandling ni gani. Hatuna instructions za daktari. Hakuna kitu alilipa. Walikuwa nabebwa bure. Wanakujiwa bure na wanarudishwa bure. Wanakujiwa bure, wanapelekwa Jekim x-ray bure. Unajua zilikuwa zinakatwa kule pesa mingi.
NSF naye alikuwa akilipa hiyo ya kila mwezi.
Ndio kila mwezi ni mtoto wa sister yangu.
Na ilikatwa pesa ngapi?
Saa hiyo ukimaliziwa, simulimaliziwa saa hiyo. Message inakuja. Message itajira 300,000. Yes. Message inakuja kwa simu yake. Ni vile tu kuikeep. 300,000.
Here we have 2 women whose homes are less than a kilometer apart. Harriet Miraitho and Augusta Gatweri were previously not so familiar with each other, but now they have been drawn closer by similar experiences at the Joy Nursing Hospital located along Juja Road in Isili, Nairobi. The warnings were there, complaints over how horrible medical camps had been, and worse, their outcomes. But these were met with countering reasons, convincing ones for that matter, to ignore what were termed as naysayers. The reasons included this one, cited earlier in this report.
Akatuambia hiyo hospitali kwanza ni mtu amefungua hospitali kunalo.
And so the narrative continued, and coupled with the desperation for hope and healing, inspired confidence against the red flags raised.
Akatuambia vyenye mtu anatibiwa, hiyo ni pesa ya serikali imetoka.
Na kuna daktari alikuwa amewapatia simu, namba ya simu. So
Juu nilikuwa na shinda, nikapewa hiyo namba ya simu. Na kwanza kabisa walikuwa wamekuja Ndarene hapo kwa chief. Wakachukua majina ya watu na wakapeana namba. Na wakasema ni mtu mwenye ako na NHIF.
With the passage of time and no relief from the tough situation, Gatweri found herself in a vulnerable space, and opportunity knocked on her door, and she responded in the affirmative.
Siku moja tu asubuhi moja hiyo ya tarehe 26.
Mwezi gani?
Mwezi wa 10. Nikapigiwa simu hapa asubuhi, nikaambiwa kuna gari inakuja na imekosa mtu mmoja. Kama niko tayari naweza enda. So nikapigia mzee simu nikamwambia vile nimeambiwa, akaniambia hakuna shinda, unaweza enda. So tukaenda. Tukafika Nairobi kitu saa 10. Hapo sasa tukaanza kuchukuliwa register, sini mpaka tuandikwa majina. Tukaandikwa majina mpaka saa 6 ya usiku, kitu saa 8. Tulitibiwa kitu saa 8. Tukaanza kutibiwa, tukapewa madawa, tukadungwa masindano. Kesho yake tukaenda nyumbani.
Just like Kiraithe and others before them, the two women alongside many others received injections at the facility. This was between the 26th and the 27th of October 2022, the very same dates that the NHIF sent a string of messages to those who were at the facility confirming their payments.
Kila mtu alikuwa anapewa hizo za arthritis. Tulipewa the same medicine, the same injection, the Clofenac na hiyo ya arthritis, na tuliambiwa inakaa 6 months.
With only injections and less than 24 hours after arriving to the hospital, NHIF paid 130,000 shillings for Gatweri. Through a text message, the National Health Insurance Fund confirmed to have paid for her care at the hospital. What was this payment for? Well, again, for an intrusive procedure, yet all she got were the injections.
Hiyo message iliingia, karibu nitoke hapa niende kwetu. Juu nilikuwa kwanza nimekatazwa na mzee. Nikaambiwa usiende. Alikuwa sijui alisikia wapi, akaniambia hao watu niwezi. Sijui wanatoa pesa yako yote kwa NHIF card. Yaani kwa akaunti yako ya NHIF wanatoa pesa yote. Wewe usiende. Nikamuuliza kwani hao watu wote wanaenda, hata watu wamesoma. Sasa mbona mimi nisiende? Unajua sasa tukabishana. Sasa vile nilisikia huyo mama anaenda, nikamwambia si hata huyo mama anaenda. Unajua sasa ilibindi aitikie. Sasa vile hiyo message ilikuja, tulikosana. Tulikosana kiasi hata kama tulieleanwa. Unajua alikuwa amenikataza. Imagine 130,000. 130,000 na ni siku moja. Wacha tuseme ni siku moja njoo tulifika huko saa 10. Tukalala, kesho yake tukaenda. Si ni siku moja. Sasa unaona hiyo ni wizi. Juu kama nililaswa Chogoria for 1 month, si kutumia 130, na huko nilitumia 130. Kwa nini dawa gani nilipewa huko? Sindano ya arthritis na diclofenac na hiyo asteric. Inaitwa aje? Osteocare hiyo.
The substance of the red flags they ignored began to manifest. For Gatweri, there were dire consequences. Days of endless pain that forced her to visit a different facility in the pursuit of peace and freedom from her pain and anguish.
Mimi nilikuja hiyo siku. I think nilifika hapa 27 asubuhi. Kitu 4 nilikuwa nimefika. Sasa asubuhi nikaamka tu vile mtu mama huamka, nikaosha vyombo. Kuosha vyombo, nikaeka nguo hapo, nikasema sitafua hizo nguo. Acha kwanza niwekee ng'ombe nyasi. Nikaenda pale kuwekea ng'ombe nyasi. Kitambo nimalize, nilisikia tu uchungu imetoka huku juu ikateremka. Nikashindwa kutembea. Huyu ndiye alinibeba kwa mgongo, akanipeleka kwa nyumba. So vile nilienda kwa nyumba sikuweza kuketi, sikuweza kusimama. Alinifanyisha tu exercise kidogo. Alafu kisha nikapelekwa hospitali. Na kwenda huko nilikaa for 2 weeks bila kusimama.
Nilikuwa naona kama ni penikira tu alikuwa anatudunga sababu.
Harriet's situation was worse. Her 2 injections have since left her bedridden, maimed and living through regret.
Ni vyenye mtu asikiangi mara ya kwanza. Tulikuwa tunasema tu ni siasa. Tungejua tungeenda.
By the time of this interview, her family was planning for a fundraiser to help her secure better care.
Nilienda na miguu.
Na wakati umerudi umekuja umefika. Haya, pale hospitalini walikutibu kwa njia gani? Walikufanyia upasuaji ama
sindano?
Walikwambia shida yako ni gani? Nataka unielezee wakati umefika, umeangaliwa na daktari, unasema sasa wewe Harriet, shida yako ni hii na tutafanya hivi.
Aliniambia shida yangu sio kubwa, yenye tu nilikuwa nimeambiwa sababu nilikuwa nimepigwa x-ray hata kanyakine. Nikaambiwa ni crack inaonekana kwa mfupa kadogo sana. Nikaulizwa kama nilikuwa nimeanguka. Nikasema labda nilianguka nisijue. Sasa nikapewa mandawa. Sasa wakaniambia shida yako sio kubwa, sio kama ya wengine. Wewe utadungwa sindano 2. Kanidunga hii mguu na hii nyingine. Kaniambia ya hii mguu ni chungu sana. Wakanidunga sindano, sasa wakanionyesha mahali nitarara, nikaenda nikarara. Sasa ile nilikuwa naona kama ni penikira tu alikuwa anatudunga sababu asubuhi yake niliamka sisikii uchungu hiyo mguu. Nikashinda tu kutembea huko nje. Saa ya kuenda nyumbani, uchungu ikaanza tena. Sasa hiyo tulikuwa tunaenda nyumbani, uchungu ikaanza tena. Sasa ile nilifika huku si ndio uchungu iliendelea. Sasa ndio nilikuwa naona tu kama ni penikira tu alikuwa anadunga watu.
Na baada ya uchungu kuja hapa kuendelea, ilikuwa baada ya siku ngapi ndio ukaanza kusikia uchungu na ulienda hospitali?
Nilikuja, sasa tulifika saa 10 ya usiku. Asubuhi nikaamka kitu kama saa 1. Nikachemsha maji nikaoga, nikasema ati hii uchungu nasikia labda ni kuchoka ya gari. Nikaoga mwili yote. Si ndio uchungu ilitoka kwa mguu ikapanda kwa mgongo. Kwa hii mgongo hapa upande. Sasa si ndio niliita watu wa Mboma nikawaambia vyenye nasikia. Kama siku 2 ikaisha ya 3. Kapelekwa Nkubu, si ndio nilienda nikaadimishwa Nkubu. Sasa ile nilitoka Nkubu, si ndio hiyo miguu na ilikuja ikawa nini? Nikasikia hapo siwezi kujiinua hivyo.
Hii hospitali ulienda, ni hospitali gani na iko wapi? Na kabla ya kwenda hapo kuna hospitali zingine mlipitia ama ilikuwa direct hapa hadi Nairobi?
Tulienda direct hapo. Ile itwa Joy Home.
Haya. Gari mlioenda nayo kutoka hapa. Ilikuwa matatu ya abiria ama ilikuwa gari ya hospitali?
Matatu ya abiria. Nissan, ndio ilitupeleka na ikatukujia.
It is surprising, even to Harriet herself, that the Joy nursing home staff went ahead to administer the injection, yet she neither had an active NHIF account, nor was she a card holder.
Hakuna hata shilingi nilitoa mimi. Labda yenye nilikuwa nakula. Lakini walikuwa wanatupea hata chakula huko. Huko si walikuwa wanatupatia chakula. Lakini unajua ungetaka kununua kitu yako. Yenye nilitumia tu ni mimi kujipendea.
Kwa hivyo ulilipa na NHIF?
Waliniambia ifanyi kazi lakini walinidunga shindano, sijui waliniambia ifanyi kazi kwa nini.
Nataka unieleze vizuri. Walikwambia nini ifanyi kazi?
Hiyo nini yangu imekataa ati imesema haifanyi kazi. Kadi, hiyo kadi.
Wakasema ni kuhusu kadi?
Haifanyi kazi. Sasa nikawauliza ifanyi kazi na kwa nini mmenidunga shindano? Mtalipwa na nini? Wakanyamaza.
Na mpaka leo hii hawaja kuambia ulipo?
Hawajaniambia nilipe. Na hao wengine walikuwa wanatumiwa message na mimi hawajanitumia message.
So how was her bill paid? Was it claimed from the NHIF through another person's card? There is the possibility that someone else's card might have been used and was successful in getting the fund to pay. Impersonation remains a huge headache to the NHIF by the admission of Dr. Samson Kuhora, the acting chief executive officer. And while the hospitals are already sitting under a cloud of implication and illegality, NHIF's hands are not entirely clean.
There is a possibility of insider job. And one of the things that we've done over the last 2 months is actually for all the staff to declare any conflict of interest. And it was just one of the first ways of addressing the internal issues that are influencing some of the things that we are seeing. It was an exercise that was conducted through HR, and all staff were required to declare that. The exercise has been completed and we have the data on the same. Then there's also the aspect of what I mentioned about induced demand. There's that provider induced demand. They know it's probably going to be paid, therefore they induce the demand. There are checks towards that. I mentioned about pre-authorization, I mentioned about surveillance, there are medical audits, and there's the post-adjudication. But then there's still that risk, and that risk is actually significant. That's why I mentioned medical fraud still remains a significant concern for us.
As is evident to see and hear, Harriet's life has been disrupted significantly, hers and those of her family members.
So open reduction and internal fixation is
An orthopedic surgeon who spoke to NTV on condition of anonymity due to his closeness to some of the fingered individuals gave a brief breakdown of what it would normally cost for some medication. We will refer to him as Dr. Gisiora.
Open reduction basically means you open and expose the bone, okay? You reduce it, that means you put it back into the anatomical position, and then you fix it using one of the implants, either plate and screws or rods, various metallic implants that are used here. So it is impossible for an open reduction internal fixation to happen without actually having to undergo an operation. No, it's not possible. Open reduction internal fixation is the name of an operation.
For private hospitals, which are in business and therefore aim to make profit while providing healthcare, it leaves many questions. How they could offer so many services at no cost to the ailing people. How they fetch patients from far and wide and convince them to be served with their facilities, which were more than 220 kilometers away. How they managed to have x-rays and other tests done at a different and independent facility, and after conducting procedures to transport the same patients back to the villages, yet again for free. For a private facility in business, what is the business sense behind such services at zero cost?
Sasa nikajiuliza ni hospitali gani kweli ingekuwa inajipeana kukuzia watu nyumbani, inawapeleka hospitali, wanaenda wanafanyiwa operation, wanarudishwa tena. Alafu vile sasa walikuwa wananiambia wanaenda wanapigwa hata hizo picha. Nikiwauliza tunawajaribu kuchunguza hiyo picha ilikuwa imetumanwa na nani apigwe. Mtu anasema tu, mimi niliulizwa tu maswali, nikaenda, nikapigwa picha. Sasa hiyo ikakuwa kitu mtu anafikiria, na kwa nini? Why is the deal so good? Juu naambiangwa wakati when the deal is so good, think twice.
This was and has been the cycle, not once, not twice, but multiple times, as many unsuspecting persons have believed in their scheme.
Watu wanakujua nyumbani, wanakuja wanachukuliwa Nisani mzima. Hawa watu hata hawajafanywa uchunguzi wowote, wanaenda wanachinjwa miguu, na kila mtu anachinjwa mguu moja moja, na kama ni arthritis ina affecting both legs. Sasa unashangaa, na kwa nini hii story ni kila mtu ni mguu moja moja? Hakuna mtu anafanywa mbili. Alafu hiyo kuchukua mtu haraka haraka, unampeleka hospitali, anaenda anafanywa upasuaji, ambaye hata daktari hajakufanyia vipimo aone hii kitu umeenda kuwekwa mguu inaweza kuwa itakudhuru ama itamashi na mwili wako.
In all the consistent and obviously planned injustices hitting homesteads in Meru, it took one man to blow the cover to the string of medical fraud and endangering of lives.
It's part of the cartel.
Salesio Mutuma Thuranira first highlighted the matter on his social media handles before it went viral, attracting the eyes of NTV's investigative desk.
They are targeting elderly women in the villages, women and men, especially those who could be having leg problems or knee problems, and they are calling it arthritis. So after this lady is able to scout them, the conditions or the criteria she is using is that if that person has a problem, that's number one. Number two, if that person is registered with an NHIF card, and if that NHIF card is active. If the patient meets those criteria, then she is able to convince them. And the power she is using to convince them is that they are called in a chief's camp. So if you are called in a chief camp for such a meeting, you know that the government knows. Number two, the other thing she is using to convince them is that she is lying to them that this program is being run, unfortunately, by a very powerful person in this country, and that's our president, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. So, and you know, we are coming from the times of the campaigns, and it's very easy for people to fall into victims to such lies.
Salesio, who has since petitioned the Meru County Assembly to probe the matter, says that he reported the issue to relevant authorities, including the NHIF,
and that his email sent to fraud@nhif.or.ke
was neither acknowledged nor responded to. Despite a much-hyped anti-fraud feedback system, the NHIF only replied to Salesio's concerns nearly 8 months later, on the 2nd of June 2023. And it seems this was not out of their own initiative or duty of the fund. Why? The response was sent 3 days after NTV formally interviewed NHIF's acting CEO, Dr. Samson Kuhora, and raised concerns over what appears to be lack of seriousness on the fund's part in handling matters of public interest and concern. Yet the perpetrators are just getting sneakier and more comfortably exploitative.
These common mails for reporting such are usually manned, and it's expected that a response would be provided to the complainant immediately as internal processes take up. So that's something that I will take with the individuals who are specifically manning that communication.
In 2016, the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Board Act, Cap 253, was enacted, and it highlighted the Medical Practitioners and Dentists Medical Camp Rules of 2016. In the statutory regulations, explicit instructions are provided for any individuals, medical practitioners and facilities on the how, the where and the what should be done while conducting a medical camp anywhere within the territory of the Republic. Section 3, subsection 1 of the rules state that a medical camp may be held anywhere within the country upon application to the board for a license and fulfillment of the requirements set out under these rules. In applying for an application, it is guided that one shall provide a detailed profile of the medical camp, which shall include the dates, location and services to be provided, a list of the practitioners and other health professionals who shall attend to patients during the medical camp, a list of non-health professionals involved in the medical camp, a list of medical equipment and supplies, a referral policy as set out in the approved referral guidelines 2320 Kenya Subsidiary Legislation 2016, a professional indemnity cover from a recognized organization, and a waste management policy. The application is to be made 4 weeks before the camp. Further, the same rules have made it the responsibility of the camp director to notify and apply to the relevant authorities, including county government, in writing of the intention to hold a medical camp, and to obtain authorization to hold the medical camp from the board and other statutory bodies. Yet with all this, neither the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council nor the Meru County Government's Department of Health had been informed, nor had they authorized the mischief-filled misconduct that had been carried out for months. One would expect that with such public events, the relevant government bodies would know, and if they did, some action would have been effected. But here, the actions seen are those of the people working against the best interests of the vulnerable and desperate for treatment members of the public.
Now, we have spent lots of days here in Meru County trying to get to the root cause of these particular exercises that are ongoing and which has resulted to lots of complaints from some of the residents here. And what we have established is that this exercise and so-called medical camps that are being conducted across Meru County and perhaps in various other counties across the country are not authorized. In particular, the camps being conducted in Meru County have flouted several regulations, including the Medical Practitioners and Dentists Medical Camp Rules of 2016. And after realizing this and having seen what previous victims have gone through, we informed the authorities here in Meru County just to forestall any possibility of any more people finding themselves in the hands of these unscrupulous medical practitioners.
Recruitment is happening as camps. What usually happens whenever you want to conduct a camp, you have to seek authority from the county government so that they give you the permission to conduct it. We have also realized that has not been done by the relevant groups of people who are conducting this recruitment. And it's something we have already instructed that with immediate withdrawal, that it should not be happening going henceforth.
These comments by the Meru County Government's Chief Officer in the Health Docket inadvertently expose the administration's failure on oversight as they are taking action after the fact, despite the concerns raised publicly. We continued to crisscross the beautiful county, some of whose ugly realities we were getting to learn of by the day. Various things were becoming more apparent by now. Speaking to some of the data on arthritis in Meru. According to the 2019-2020 Consolidated County Level Annual Work Plan, arthritis and joint pains are among the second most common health conditions observed in the county in persons over 5 years of age, with 119,016 of such cases reported. This is second to upper respiratory tract infections, which had 303,783 patients recorded. Third on the list of most prevalent health issues in the county amongst people who are over 5 years old is intestinal worms, which had 84,193 recorded patients. Yet with such staggering numbers of patients suffering from the likes of arthritis and joint pains at 119,016 patients, there were only 4 orthopedic technologists available in public facilities and 3 in private hospitals. This is against a required number of 28 experts for the county.
So that's why there's actual need to have functional healthcare. There must be need to also employ professionals, or rather the specialized doctors. We need to have family doctors within the localities. We need to have medical officers. We need to have nurses. It becomes then unimaginable to get care. And therefore, when there is any of the camps that are called upon, then it's a relief, it's a hope or a relief to all these families when for that access.
We got wind of information that medical camps similar to the ones previously mentioned in this story were still being carried out despite lack of requisite authorization and documentation from the relevant authorities. That is the County Government of Meru and the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council, KMPDC. The exercises seem to have received the green light from some national government administration officers. Deputy county commissioners were their easy go-to offices. Never mind that health functions are devolved and that despite security of persons, the DCCs are neither trained nor equipped to oversight such activities. We figured it was time to hit the bull's eye, get the camps in action. So we hit the road. Our destination, Kangaita in Buori constituency, Meru County, right at the slopes of Africa's second highest peak, Mount Kenya, almost metaphoric of the task we had ahead, a mountainous one. By the time we got here, it was a little too late. A medical camp had been concluded and the team had just left the site. However, they left behind evidence of their short stay here, an assortment of medicines which we presume were being prescribed to those who sought their services. For a camp announced to be targeting arthritis patients, one could not help but notice the large number of other medicines, especially antacids. This could on the surface be justified, but put a mental note on this. We will later show you how they are linked to this scam. We also learned that potential patients had been identified and listed to be ferried for operations, this time at a facility located in Mwea called the Afya Bora Hospitals. All of the earmarked patients had active NHIF cards. While we left Kangaita without coming into contact with the persons we hoped to find, we left with important pieces of information. That in 3 days, plans were to conduct yet another camp, still within the locality. And we knew if this was to be, then we had a great chance to find them in action. It was mid, going late morning. The clock's next top of the hour was 11 o'clock. We arrived at these government offices in Soboiga location. This would be the first time to witness what we had only heard about through other people's narrations. Although the posters read that the camp would begin at 10 a.m., not a single person has shown up at the venue more than 2 hours later. Either somebody tipped them on our presence and what we were after, or we were here too early. Moments later, this vehicle would arrive, and one by one, people who only appeared as locals in desperate search for treatment started streaming in. Amongst them was our undercover colleague, complete in secret recording cameras and a convincing story. His story, that he was a driver employed by a businessman in nearby Isiolo town, that his legs had been having excruciating pains, making his work harder. What we wanted to achieve was to capture the faces and identities of those running the camp, as well as of those who came for treatment. They were organized in numbers, walking in to see the experts, one by one. Outside the room, the excitement was real and the hope was palpable. Francis Muthomi, a man who we believe resides around Soboiga, was among the patients. He fell within the range of our lenses from the moment he arrived here, going through the processes, and even as he left for home, happy to have had a chance to have the medics attend to him, and hopefully that he would soon be committed to the operating table and all his troubles will be gone for good. We trailed him just to get a feel of his encounter and whether or not our suspicions that this was a camp to map out targets on a medical fraud were indeed factual.
Habari gani? Umeangaliwa?
Nimeangaliwa.
Wanasema namna gani?
Wanasema miguu yangu mbaya. Kama niko na NSSF. Atakujia mimi hapa.
According to Muthomi, his NHIF subscription was not up to date and he had been asked to remind his son to update it before he was picked up for further checks at the hospital.
Kwa maana yeye NSSF kulipa ni ngapi? Mimi nalipiwa ni mtoto wangu. Yeye anashangaa. Lakini aliambia anakosea miezi ngapi tatu. Na hicho kitatoka Alhamisi. Ndiye atakwenda kulipa pesa hiyo. Sababu
gari.
Akanipea chini.
The old man had some medication prescribed for him.
Aya, sawa. Aya, tutaonana. Aya. Mami, habari gani?
A second patient who walked out from the camp minutes after our conversation with Muthomi had been turned away in what to us appeared like sieving those with active NHIF cards from those without.
Wamekuangalia?
Hapana, nilipatiwa dawa.
Umepatiwa dawa?
Nilipatiwa. Hapana kuangaliwa.
Wamekwambia aje?
Nilizungumza naye. Akanipatia dawa tu.
Ulikuwa na kadi?
Hapana.
NHIF?
Hapana.
Lakini hawajakupima na hawajasema wanakukujia uende kutibiwa?
Hapana.
Shida ilikuwa gani?
Mguu. Nilianguka. Ukaleta shinda.
Hiyo ilikuwa lini? Siku gani?
Siku mingi kabisa. Kitaa kabisa.
Sawa basi.
Yanda. Utafanya namna hii.
Lakini wamesema wamekupatia tu dawa, hawajasema watakukujia.
Hapana.
Dawa gani wamekupatia? Acha nione.
Hii ashendi yangu ni ya...
Hii ni yako, hii si wao wamekupea. Hii ni gani? Hii umepewa saa hii?
Ndio.
Ulikuwa unaumwa pia na tumbo?
Hapana. Na kuna uchungu nimesikia hapa na hapa.
Two reasons why this medical camp bore some flags to it. First, it matched the descriptions we had of the previous medical camps that had seen the taxpayer losing money as payment for fraudulent medical procedures owing to the list of patients already systematically identified and carefully earmarked for transportation for further treatment. And second, that the Afya Bora hospitals, the facility these 6 individuals purported to represent in this medical camp, going to an extent of having the name of the hospital captured in their posters and in the documentation, or of the activities going on in Meru. In fact, a letter sent by one Dr. Wachira Waigoko states that his facility had never held medical camps in Meru, neither has it been involved in any patient's recruitment drive whatsoever. The letter further reads, and I quote, that Afya Bora Hospital has never conducted any medical camp in Meru County since inception. That Afya Bora Hospital has never done any patient recruitment drives in Meru County since inception. That Afya Bora Hospital has no relationship, business or otherwise, with Jekim Nursing Hospital in Kubu. The document goes on to indicate that, quote, we do not have any team doing any work in Meru County, and that our hospital has specialized in orthopedic, trauma, sports and spine subspecialties and has built its brand on offering world-class medical care. It is easily recognizable by the population, amongst whom many have benefited. We believe that by using our brand name, the imposters will get mileage from the positive feelings the communities have about our brand. Perhaps business rivalry is also at play. The letter by Dr. Waigoko further says that Afya Bora Hospital has never participated in defrauding the NHIF, that they have a legal contract that clearly stipulates the obligations and responsibilities they have to their patients and the insurer as a financier of the healthcare. They further say that they have always abided by this, and it is a continuously monitored and audited process. Afya Bora even suggested that we inquire from the NHIF on the status of their facility. End of quote. But in all the categorical denial of any affiliation with the scandal, there were simple questions which Dr. Wachira Waigoko failed to satisfactorily address some of the sticky issues in this whole debacle. 1. For a doctor claiming to have had prior knowledge of individuals masquerading as his staff or people representing his facility to an extent of conducting such grave crimes as illegal and dangerous procedures, the doctor could not provide any documentation whatsoever that he had reported the same to the police or any other relevant authorities as at the time of our interview. 2. To claim that never has he fetched patients to be treated at his facility in Mwea, then what is the explanation behind the case of Mwamba Ntuikiara, who by his own account was picked up from Central Imenti in one such medical camp, transported to Afya Bora in Mwea, had an operation conducted on him before the NHIF confirmed to have paid in excess of 300,000 shillings? 3. What explains the hospital's documentation, complete with stamped discharge summaries from his facility, which Ntuikiara, a victim of the vicious medical scheme, has in his possession? Then on Dr. Waigoko's last response, an invitation to check with the NHIF on their status, we put the same to the fund's acting boss. He confirmed to have closed in on investigations on 2 facilities which were found guilty.
It's Afya Bora is one of the facilities under investigation.
Under investigations.
Yes.
The NHIF says it paid Afya Bora Hospital a total of 7,470,000 shillings for the period between 1st July 2022 and the 9th of June 2023, and it disbursed a total of 239,869,700 shillings to Afya Bora Hospital Annex. A day after the camp in Subuiga, we proceeded to Mutunyi, and here we decided it was time to ask some tough questions.
What's your competence?
I'm a registered clinician.
I'm a water engineer. You're a? I'm a water engineer. Water engineer.
When we went to the Joy Nursing Home after securing damning evidence against it, specifically having defrauded the NHIF through tens of patients such as Douglas Kiraithe, the hospital management refused to grant us an audience. In fact, our interaction there was with one Cindy Otieno, who promised to get us feedback on when we could have a word with the proprietors. That promise is yet to be fulfilled. Joy Nursing and Maternity in Isili received 225,684,253 shillings from the NHIF for the period between 1st July of 2022 to the 9th of June 2023 per the fund's records. And so our journey for answers continued. We travelled to Kino in Kiambu County for a response from the St. Peter's Orthopedics and Surgical Specialty Hospital.
Well, I must admit that this is the most difficult phase that we have come across in the course of these investigations. We are at the St. Peter's Surgical and Orthopedic Specialist Center here in Kino, and we had come to find their response to the allegations that Catherine Nsese Jacob died from here. But on the date that we got here, we found the facility in mourning and a somber mood, as 4 of their colleagues had lost their lives in a road accident while heading for yet another medical camp in Engineer, Nyandarua County.
However, weeks later, we secured an audience with Dr. Jerry Wasena, the owner of the facility. We sought to understand the circumstances under which they conducted their medical camp patient recruitment drives that identified Catherine Nsese Jacob as a potential patient. We also wanted to know the circumstances surrounding her death and the allegation that Catherine was used as part of a wider scheme to defraud the government. While Dr. Wasena says that the patient was brought to their facility, the account differs from what Mwebia Ntumiriti said to us in our earlier interview.
From there, this patient required surgical intervention. We felt that he had a grade 3 osteoarthritis, and then he was brought to St. Peter's. We have a program from Chuka. We get patients from Chuka to come to St. Peter's, our branch, because in Chuka we just a small hospital that doesn't have any surgical facility.
That his late wife was picked at a medical camp. Nonetheless, we continued to listen to Dr. Wasena's side of the story.
Well, in the hospital, we did everything necessary to ascertain whether one, the surgery was important, and then two, we did the basic evaluation for the patient, including blood tests. We did basically what we call full hemogram. We checked the kidney function, and they were all normal, and we felt the patient could benefit from surgery. We did a successful surgery. Unfortunately, on day 2 of post-surgery, when the patient started to walk, when she came back, she felt certain difficulty in breathing, and she died within a very short period. We tried to resuscitate, took her to ICU, but she still died. Our biggest problem post invasive surgery like knee replacement and hip replacement is what is called DVT, or a clot formation. And our worry is usually this clot can go from the leg and go to the heart. And that's what we suspect, beyond like 95% suspicion that that's what must have killed, because of the way it presented clinically and the shortness of how the critical, I mean, it was like within 30 minutes the lady died. So most likely it was a pulmonary embolism, or rather the clot that went to the lung.
A pulmonary embolism. This is what Dr. Wasena suspects killed Catherine, but without the certainty provided by a post-mortem examination, the family lacks the concrete affirmation as to whether that was indeed the case.
In our medical practice, there are things that occur more commonly. So if death occurs in a certain manner after a certain procedure, we know that most likely this is the cause of death. Like, as I told you, the most common cause of death after knee replacement and hip replacement is that clot forming and then causing what you call pulmonary embolism, and somebody dies. So this was somebody who was just doing her things. She was walking, she walked to the toilet, and when she came back, she felt she developed sudden difficulty in breathing and chest pain, and that most likely was pulmonary embolism. However, if the family requests for a post-mortem, we usually do the post-mortem. We, at that time, when the death occurred, we called the husband, and the husband was here, and the husband did not request for a post-mortem.
Catherine's death was a lead to a significant issue: the claims of illegal medical camps and alleged fraud against the NHIF.
Tukafika Nairobi.
Concerns further cemented by the fact that patients who were being ferried paid no single cent, not even transportation to and from the villages they came from.
We have our own van that on a regular basis gets patients from there to here. So that is probably they fell on that day that we have a van from Chuka to this place. Yes. So we have our program where we go ahead and do the outreach program, and we get the patients from whatever to their place.
In cases such as that of the late Catherine, having an active and valid NHIF card was the #1 rule before being listed for service. This is what the NHIF calls patient inducement and is clearly disallowed in contracts signed between the National Health Insurer and the medical service providers. However, Dr. Wasena vehemently denies being involved in any medical fraud.
As a facility, are we involved in outreach program? Yes. Do we do unnecessary surgery? No. Otherwise, we do many surgeries a year. I think the numbers of complaints of people we've operated that are bedridden will be many. So we have referral from other hospitals, We have referral from individuals with clinics. I mean, there are several guys out here with several clinics, and they see a case that is not, they cannot handle, and they refer. So that is our process. How they get their patient to their clinic, I may not really be aware.
Henceforth, they should be only undertaking or participating in camps that have been duly licensed by the council, and the process and procedures are simple, because for us is to ensure that the public has been protected from any harm and guiding the professionals that will be undertaking the camp. And therefore, even politicians who want to support medical camps should start by getting a license from the council, so that they are sure they are also using qualified, skilled health professionals.
The National Health Insurance Fund's data shows that between the 1st of July 2022 and the 9th of June 2023, the NHIF paid a total of 681 million shillings, 609,450 shillings to St. Peter's Orthopedics and Surgical Specialty.
Now, I am in Kubu town, and this is the very first place where each and every victim I spoke to in this particular story says their plight started from. At a local facility called Jekim Nursing Hospital, the point at which they had their x-rays done. Now, we tried all we could to give the proprietor of that particular facility the right of reply, and he made it abundantly clear that he will not be talking to us. We waited for him for hours at his facility, and that also did not bear any fruits. However, in an unusual and unexpected twist, one Dr. Kirimi called me, and thinking that perhaps he wanted to tell his side of the story, this ended up being an accidental phone call that gave us access to 38 minutes and 49 seconds of a conversation in his home with another person, a lady. And this is what he said in that conversation.
If I've committed a crime or an offense, in the answer. But what now? Then me hapa dingero na ina kuyanda beku atero mbera ndoni ndebarea ndabera ndini muri kikirisa birwani ni bompingera karumu na kara kwa mtu lumboy ko ngani kwena mwajo kaje kudirani nawe ndamero kuma eta ndati baba bena kare njore ibaiko hapo maana leo tumemuona basi ndio tapatingatana au na bate kuri direne yani sasa ni ile kwa kutingata basi kutingata bale ni antuwa mimi basi sasa kitu baka yewe kama tena ntomorome tena ntotora yetu baba ora mtu atikutingatwa bonde
Usenya kwa hiyo atukumene aumete na mojo akuza kuriambe akuringwa mbita kana gutinjwa atukumene aumete zina no goketa bato aturimire nene chaye
kumenya bongwa nyayo kesi ate nene
ina ndimenya menya bara bangita boy barakete kwa yako na ndibari dakije gigenda bona kule kwa ya
Nondo kada bararu abo batengi ba merete nyanga sesine
mono kwena mono
kaje kudirani nawe ndamero kuma eta ndati
ndio bwana baba bena kare njore ibaiko
hapo maana leo tumemuona
basi ndio tapatingatana au na bate kuri direne yani sasa ni ile kwa kutingata basi kutingata bale ni antuwa mimi basi sasa kitu baka
yewe kama tena ntomorome tena ntotora yetu baba ora mtu atikutingatwa
bonde usenya kwa hiyo atukumene aumete na mojo Akuja kuriandesha. Akuringwa mbika. Kana agutinjwa. Hatu kumina umete. Thina no gokenda bato twa kirimire nene chaye.
Bako menya bongo nyayo kesi ate nene.
Na ndimenya menya bara bangita boy bara gete kwa yako. Na ndibare dakije gimkenda bona kure kwa ya.
No tukada bara abo batengi ba merete nyanga sesine.
Mono kwena mono.
How did Jekim Hospital, a private facility, make money by offering X-ray services to dozens, if not hundreds of persons caught up in this scheme and who in their own accounts did not pay for anything? Who within the chain paid the Jekim Hospital, and how did they get their monies back, given that the NHIF has got no such arrangement where a chain of independent hospitals are paid for offering pooled services to a patient?
The exercise has been completed and we have the data on the same. Then there is also the aspect of what I mentioned about induced demand. There is that provider induced demand. They know it's probably going to be paid, therefore they induce the demand. There are checks towards that. I mentioned about pre-authorization, I mentioned about surveillance, there are medical audits, and there is the post-adjudication. But then there is still that risk, and that risk is actually significant. That's why I mentioned medical fraud still remains a significant concern for us.
And if indeed it is true that the hospitals in which patients collected eventually ended in do not know Jekim, or even how the patients were picked up, then who is it that does so? How do they decide where and when to distribute the patients, and what is in it for them? Between the 1st of July 2022 and the 9th of June 2023, Jekim Hospital Nkubu Limited received a total of 84,290 shillings 515 from the NHIF, while Jekim Medical Center was paid 2,912,852 shillings.
November of last year.
The NHIF acting CEO Dr. Samson Kuhora admits that medical fraud is a pounding headache for the fund, mostly playing out through impersonation. From the hospitals listed in this report, there are already some that are under the fund's radar and risk termination of their contracts with the National Health Insurer. Back in Meru County, we are still seeking to unthread what to us was a web of inhumanity. One of the names that came up during many of the victims' interviews we conducted is Winfred Kadhure, a woman who many say identified them from their homes. We did not manage to find her in person, but she granted us an interview on phone.
Fanya na?
Mimi nafanyanga na Sergeant Muremi.
Muremi, okay.
Na ndiye alituma barua zake kwa DCI Meru ndio huyu zikakuwa proven ako qualified.
Wona deal tuna Dr. Muremi. Dr. Muremi ni hospitali gani?
Ni Ruai.
Ruai. Alafu kitu kingine authorization, kwa sababu kitu kingine pia inatokea yenye pengine inaweza leta shida ni authorization ya kufanya hizo camp. Hapo unajua hapo unasema ati DCI polisi.
I mean ile wakati nani alikuwa ameenda kwao. Ndiye alikuwa amestaki, so ndio inatoa na mao makarau, si ati ilikuwa ati tunaenda kuwatafuta.
Na sasa ruhusa ya hiyo ni outreach ama nyinyi mnafanya camp ama outreach? Nyinyi mnafanya nini exactly?
Si tunaendanga door to door. Camp zinafanywa na hao madaktari wengine. Tunaomba, for example, tunaenda church mahali fulani, tunawaadress, tunawasomesha kwanza. Tunaenda, lakini tunaacha mtu kama wewe, tunamwambia in case mtu afile anaweza enda hospitali. Kama tunaweza saidiana kwa hii kazi, unajua. Ama si possible.
Mimi si daktari.
Hapana, wewe si daktari, lakini tunaweza saidiana.
Sorry?
Tunaweza saidiana. Wewe sasa unajua huko kwenu.
Yes.
Unaenda unanihostia mahali fulani. Hospitali na kulipa tu pesa ya kuhost.
Watanilipa pesa ngapi?
Pesa nono bro.
Kwa sababu kwetu ni mbali na Meru.
Kuna shida. Tunaweza saidiana ukitaka tu.
Si tutapanga. Kama unaweza toa pesa mzuri, why not?
Si ndio, hiyo ndio inatafutwa. Okay, sasa umeniambia unaitwa nani ndio niseme?
Kadhure says that she is a student at the Kenya Medical Training College in Meru and goes on to share what bore some heavy implications.
Hii nchi ilianzia mwaka jana
Feb.
Feb.
Ala?
Na hii wanafanya Kenya hapa si Meru. Sababu Nyandarua.
Wako Nyandarua?
Kama leo tumeshida Nyandarua.
Nyinyi?
Sisi ati tunafanya tukijificha. Hata hiyo wakati tulikuwa tumeenda kwake nyumbani, mimi nilitumwa huko na daktari. Nikapata kama body wa Nation, Meru TV, watu wote walikuwa hapo na niliwa address kama siogopi na ndio walinipiga picha.
Yes.
If Kadhure's narration is anything to go by, it lends an insider's view into what is a tragedy of conscience, which has to a significant extent been enabled by government officials. We raise the case of Douglas Kiraithe, one of the victims we earlier highlighted in this expose. Kadhure mentions a Dr. Muremi as the practitioner she works with in securing patients and sending them to various hospitals. Ruai Family Hospital is a facility under the RFH Healthcare and is the hospital under which the doctor allegedly represents. We then reached out to RFH, given that there was not only a person alleged to be part of its team, but also documents bearing the Ruai Family Hospital branding and which were used to recruit patients.
RFH is a trademark organization. That is not our logo. We only have one direct contact to our call centers, and I can confirm that the contact that is on the document is not RFH contact.
And for the said Dr. Muremi, RFH says that no such person exists in their human resources records.
In these camps have been involved in the name of Ruai Hospital and also have referred patients to Ruai hospitals. Does this facility know these individuals?
We only know of one Dr. Washira Michaels, who is an independent doctor that used to have admitting rights at our specialized facility.
This could well point to an even deeper and dangerous scheme to dupe unsuspecting members of the public, in which quacks or just unscrupulous medics actively recruit patients in the name of well-established hospitals and walk away scot-free. As for the said Dr. Muremi, our calls to the number on these slips went unanswered. We did a bit of digging and his M-Pesa registered name is Anthony Ndiga. On Truecaller, a smartphone application that has features such as caller identification, his name is Dr. Orthopedic Muremi, with an email address that bears the name Anthony and also has in it M-U-R-I-X, which seems to be a variation of the name Muremi. He could be called Anthony Muremi Ndiga. KMPDC says that all medical and dental practitioners working in Kenya must be registered and licensed by the council. They also add that the same applies to all health institutions. We then went to the website where these records sit and searched to see if he is among the licensed local practitioners for the year 2023. As at the 17th of June 2023, Anthony Muremi Ndiga is not among them. We searched the name in different, from only two names, two different variations of the spelling of his names, but we did not find him. For good measure, we searched for his name under the category Licensed Local Specialist Practitioners for the year 2023 as at the 17th of June 2023, and nothing. RFH says it is possible that a previous doctor with admission rights at their facility could be the individual secretly involved in the illegal patient recruitment scheme Could there be a weakness in the healthcare provider systems to lock out anyone who is no longer part of it? That the illegalities that have been meted against vulnerable, unsuspecting and desperate Kenyans have gone on for so long left some dead, others maimed and lives destroyed. So high are the stakes that some of those implicated in this report have been reaching out to NTV through various proxies, seeking to have the story either blocked from airing, have the incriminating parts expunged or softened to shield their interests, and thereby inadvertently enjoin us in the bloodletting scam. Bribes have been offered to kill this story. None of them have been taken.
150.
The pursuit of profit, even if it draws blood, is a seeming guiding light for some of those hospitals. And to be specific, the people who are behind the bloody-handed profits, people who seem at home with your suffering or even death if it gets them the boost in their accounts. President William Ruto, as part of his drive to make the healthcare system work, has time and again emphasized on strengthening the NHIF and making all its systems work. But as it stands, there are glaring gaps, questionable systems, offices that fall short of the integrity expected of them, all pointing to a rot in the system. And with all this happening in broad daylight, numerous times, and leading to tragic endings in some cases, with public complaints to boot, one wonders, where are the governments?
As long as you are kazi, umekuja ukaniambia nikupeleke press, hata kama ni wewe. For example, yako imeharibika, si ndio? Mimi nataka pesa. Na hiyo economy. I'm not doing well. Unajua ukiwa boss, hata kama ni Uber, kwani wewe driver anakuwa skinny wote unaenda kufanya nini? Hata kama nakupeleka wapi, nakupeleka sijui wapi, hata kama nakupeleka press, kuna bank na imefungwa. It doesn't matter. Mimi kazi yangu niko drop. Nipata do, niko na familia nafaa kulisha.
The county government of Meru, the national government, is the intelligence once again falling short to the point of deaths occurring right under their noses? Are the state officials who are in the know compromised to the point of aiding and abetting such inhumanity? Did these people of Meru and other places vote into power their own killers, even by extension? So many questions, but not so many as those that the victims of the schemes have, especially the bereaved. Some hospitals, especially those that are faith-based, go by the tagline, "We treat, but God heals." For the perpetrators that this report has exposed and their ilk, it seems the going mantra is, "We steal, and God heals." Ibrahim Karanja, NTV.
The bird's eye view of the coastal region in Kenya sets a beautiful opening scene in this thread of stories. Whether it is the white sandy beaches in Diani, Kwale County, or their bronze counterparts nicknamed Golden Beach in Mombasa, the coastal city has no shortage of breathtaking views. Nor does it have a shortage of elements that disfigure its beauty. Drugs, an undeniable menace which is swallowing the potential of over 1 million residents residing in the coastal region. According to the National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse NACADA statistics, as of 2023, they measure that at least 2.3% of the population in Mombasa is currently using heroin. Robbie Mashijaji has been clean for the past 6 years after a heroin addiction which lasted for over 1 decade. But there is no running away from the past in his line of work as the founder of Okwa Pwani Initiative, which helps recovering addicts have a safe space to heal from the wounds of the past. A common staple in his line of work is visiting drug dens to speak to those battling addiction, a difficult task given that it triggers his craving for the drug he once depended on.
It's quite tempting. I feel like it's like I'm feeling if I need to take some drugs, yeah, because I've been in this place for quite some time, for some years. So when I come here, I feel like when I see these syringes and whatever the stuff, I feel like I'm getting some urge. Yeah? I'm okay, but at first I was feeling some withdrawals. I had some goosebumps.
The love for basketball saved Robbie on the rough days of addiction. His love for the game is still freely on display in his dressing and the deep protectiveness he has for this basketball court, which he says gives young people in his neighborhood a constructive outlet, as opposed to the destructive one which almost ruined him. It all started when he got a job.
I was getting enough money to sustain my drug addiction, you see? So, nikaacha kwenda kazi tu mwenyewe tu hivyo. I started not going to work, kaja nikasimamishwa kazi. Pale sasa nilipokuwa sipati ile monthly earning, kwa sababu I used to use my salary to sustain my addiction.
Robbie went from a man who had it all to losing everything.
We had all the things at home. We had a nice home. I had a nice family, a loving family. Lakini mimi ndo nikajitoa peke yangu.
Anyone who mentioned addiction and the need for rehabilitation became an enemy. The only place he found allies was in the drug dens.
My son, he was very close to me. No matter I was a drug addict, but he used to come to drug dens to look for me. Yeah. He used to come to look for me. He stayed with me there. I'm high as high. Maybe he'll take my phone. He'll take anything valuable that I have. Maybe some money. He'll take it, go with it at home. See? So at times he'll take a tuk-tuk. He takes me home. See? So I saw like it was like I was punishing him for something he don't deserve to be treated that way. He was missing me. He wanted me by his side.
Having walked the 6-year journey of sobriety, Robbie says that another menace is darkening the already black pool of addiction.
For the last, let's say, 4 to 5 months, kumekuwa na emergency hizi synthetic drugs. Zimekuwa nyingi na kwa sababu access them imekuwa pia they are cheaply available and easily available. Zinakuwa na different means of administration. Kuna zingine ni fluids of which you have to inject. Kuna zingine ni powder you have to smoke and roll, to roll and smoke. Kuna zingine people they sniff. You see, so there are different varieties and appear different ways of administration.
The United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime defines a synthetic drug as drugs which are manufactured artificially by humans using chemicals. Potency can vary, but it is often much higher than in naturally occurring alternatives. Among the drugs that keeps being mentioned as the nerve center of many of the synthetic drugs in Mombasa County is a substance which is used to sedate horses for veterinary doctors to perform minor and sometimes major surgeries on horses. I will refrain from mentioning the name of the drug to avoid further misuse of it. What I will tell you is that it is meant to be prescribed by a veterinary doctor. However, what if I told you that procuring the drug was as easy as 1, 2, or 3? The first store I go to is the Nairobi Veterinary Center, a well-stocked veterinary product store located in the heart of the central business district. I ask the attendant for the drug in question without any written prescription. She shoots me a strange look, but once I tell her I will pay the amount, she directs me to the cashier. I pay for the drug and walk out of the veterinary center without any questions asked. It is almost too easy to secure the drug. So I proceed to another veterinary store to find out if it was an isolated incident. Next, I visit Wakulima Mashinani store, still within the CBD in Nairobi, and ask for the same drug. The attendant dashes to call someone who appears to be his senior. She appears and asks for the name again, which I repeat.
Oh, so lazima ikuwe mtu specific.
But no vet has sent me. Once I make the payment, I get out of the store once again with no more questions asked. I now have 2 parcels of the same drug, which is strong enough to put down a horse for vets to conduct surgeries on it. When used by human beings, it causes decreased blood flow to the skin, necrotic wounds, which are wounds with dead tissue and easily get infected due to poor blood circulation, slowed breathing, sedation of the brain, which can last for days, causing users to go into what is described as a zombie state. Later, I will show you how these effects are mirrored in those we encountered while producing this report. We reached out to Wakulima Mashinani and Nairobi Veterinary Center to get their right of reply. Interestingly, Nairobi Veterinary Center says they are aware that the drug is being misused by drug addicts. Begging the question, why are they selling it without a prescription or any authority from a vet to me in the first place?
Is it meant to be given out with a prescription, or is just meant to be sold to anyone?
We sell it to veterinarians. But most of our clients are veterinarians who give those sedatives.
Is being misused by people who are... Yes, what? Sorry, you said?
I know, being misused by drug abuse by people.
Yes, exactly. So I was trying to see if I would be able to procure it easily or it would be a challenge, but I procured it very easily at one of your stores.
To some stuff, but our veterinary is the one who's supposed to.
It is proving to be a vicious cycle for authorities such as NACADA, particularly here in the coastal region, because just as they discover one synthetic drug, another one pops up by individuals who mix together different chemicals, leaving drug users in a dangerous dance with death.
It's like a death sentence. Natumia kitu ambayo its effects zake ni fatal. It's all about getting high. People don't care. The sellers, they don't care. They just want money. They don't care whether you'll die, whether something will happen to you. It's you and your family. No one will care. Na ukiangalia tumekuwa na cases zimerise za overdose. Overdose cases zimerise. Kwa sababu gani? Hiyo concentration ya hiyo chemical iko hapo ndani, you don't know.
Robbie is right. Most drug users have no idea what they are putting into their bodies.
It is like caffeine. Use this one.
38-year-old Salome, not her real name, is what some would refer to as a street chemist. For purposes of this report, it is important to note that heroin is often referred to in the streets as unga, which means flour in Kiswahili. Salome is about to show us how what many drug users believe is pure heroin is actually a synthetic drug which she put together using the guesswork of her 24-year experience as a drug addict cum peddler.
Sawa, hii ni morphium. Inafaa itolewe hii cover ya juu.
She starts by shaving off the coating on this tablet of a morphine tablet. It is a common opioid used to treat intense cancer-related pain.
Yeye mwenye aliniletea hakuwa na shida ya kansa, alikuwa na shida ya spinal cord. Sasa alikuwa anaweza tembe 3 kwa siku. Hizi ni diazepam, clozapam. Clozapam huwa zatumika kwa mtu mwenye hana usingizi. ninavyojua mimi.
That Salome was able to so easily access several prescription medication drugs is not shocking after how easily I also procured the horse sedative drug over the counter. Each of Salome's movements is calculated. After all, the end product must look exactly like normal heroin would.
Hii inaongezea maji ndio huu unga ushikane vizuri, uko mixed vizuri, ile kiusawa uwe ikifika hapa imefikia saizi. Ingekuwa kuna blender juu huyo mwenzangu alikuwa akiutengeza kwa wingi.
Salome's knowledge of how to create synthetic drugs has not been pretty, as one could imagine. She has abused drugs ever since she was only 14 years old, particularly heroin.
Mimi nilifanya kuambiwa na marafiki nitumie juu nilivyoletwa hapa Mombasa, nilikuwa nimeletwa kimasomo. Saa huyo aunti yangu akawa ananitafutia shule. Ndio alikuwa na saluni akanipeleka hapo kazini saluni. Akawa ananiambia nikae hapo by the time nipate shule. Sasa hapo kukawa kuna kuja msichana mwingine rafiki yangu anasema ni msonge. Sasa msichana alikuwa akija hapo akawa akona pesa pia ananipia kama tip. Nikamuuliza anapata wapi pesa. Akaniambia tuko na gengi yetu nyingine huku. Tunakulaga dawa nyingine huku na hiyo dawa ndio huwa inafanya tupate pesa, twende kuonyesha.
After the hook on drugs sprang to uncontrollable levels, Salome entered a more dangerous sphere. The man selling drugs to her said he wanted to hire her as a tester for heroin packages.
Mwenye alikuwa akituletea madawa mazuri mwanzo, sasa hii alifariki. Huyo ndio alikuwa akinichukua akisikia kuna pale kuna madawa mazuri, ananiambia tusafiri na yeye niende nikamtestie unga, tuangalie kama ni mzuri ama ni mbaya.
Salome is no longer a tester, a decision triggered by a terrifying incident.
Ndio sasa mimi nilivyoenda kutest ule unga ile nimejidunga tayari nikaanguka hapo na wenzangu wakaniacha hapo msituni wakienda zao. Sasa ndio siku hiyo nikapelekwa Msambweni mochari. Ndio hapo mimi nikasema sitawahi tena kutest unga.
Is she happy with her current line of work as a street chemist? Well, no. After years of battling addiction, she says she is finally ready for change and will go to rehab soon. Salome adds that the global disruption in the supply of heroin is forcing peddlers to add other compounds to small doses of heroin to fool drug addicts into thinking they are paying more for a larger amount of heroin when they are really getting a synthetic concoction. According to the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, for decades, heroin produced from poppy, grown in Afghanistan, has been trafficked from ports along the Makran coast of Iran and Pakistan on large ocean-faring doors or small vessels to port cities across the Indian Ocean coast, known as the Southern Route. This corridor is a major conduit for illicit maritime flows, from which transnational organized crime groups generate considerable revenue. The response by UNODC to implement a series of activities to enhance regional maritime law enforcement cooperation and activate operational coordination has affected these illegal activities, among other actions by other authorities to curb drug abuse. A sense of solidarity coats the dens in Mombasa County. We would typically not be able to enter these dens. However, through representatives from Nakada and their contacts, we were allowed into what feels like an entirely different world. It is here that we find 44-year-old Michael Chalo, nicknamed Nokia, because of what he considers his adept skill of connecting people. Today is the first day that Nokia has taken methadone, which is a powerful drug used as a substitute in the treatment of morphine and heroin addiction.
Mimi kuingia kwa hii fani ya drugs niliingizwa na rafiki yangu, classmate, of which by then we were in class 7. So I've smoked the stuff for not less than 30 years. I'm very much tired. I'm tired, I'm fed up. Yani nimechoka na kila kitu. Hata nilikuwa nimeenroll na hii mambo ya methadone ya kukunywa mat, of which I've started today.
Michael too is aware of the changing product disguised as heroin, but which is actually a cocktail of different substances.
Si ile sawa ni vile imechanganywa na vitu vingine ambapo kwa daktari pia atapata shida kitambo confirm ajue shida kamili na kukabili ni ipi. Inabidi mpaka apitie ukarabati wake mwingi na inachukua muda mrefu.
Doctors and other professionals in the health sector co-sign Michael's sentiments, stating that it is becoming difficult for doctors to treat drug-related health conditions or overdoses due to the cocktail of substances that go into the drug.
Their compounds on its own, it's not harmful. But if you get a smart chemistry teacher and he pieces 6 compounds together, then he can give you crystal methylene. You'll see people in the hospitals, zombies, people with multi-organ failure, and so forth. So it is a huge, huge, huge risk. And the earlier we prepare, the better.
Effects such as these are common scenes for those who abuse synthetic drugs, what is referred to in simple terms as zombie mode, as exhibited in a number of the addicts we saw in the dens we visited across the different areas in the coastal region. And in the alleys, we visit areas where someone who appeared to be inching towards sitting down would suddenly freeze midway and would stay in that position for ages without what appeared to be any feeling or sensation arising from their awkward and uncomfortable position. But there is another reason adding to the list of why peddlers are adding different substances into the mix.
Dawa konayo real ni kidogo, lakini inabidi afanye ukarabati ndio iwe nyingi kusudi apate faida nyingi. Ufuchu ukiangalia ule ukweli na usawa na haki ni kuwa anaumiza wateja.
Despite his struggles to get out of the rut of drug addiction, Michael says society still shuns him without bothering to learn the reason behind his addiction.
Mimi sababu yangu mimi kubwa ya kuingilia mihadarati baada mimi nilipomaliza shule nililaka kama vile ninavyokuambia, nililaka sponsor wa kuniendeleza. Maana yake mimi nimelelewa na orphanage home. I've been raised in SOS Children's Home ambapo ni shirika najua mnalijua worldwide na ni shirika kubwa na lina msaada mzuri na mkubwa. Lakini pia nako kule kulingana na maisha vile tumekuwa tukiishi, bribery kama vile nimetangulia na kuambia mapema ni kitu kiko na bado kinaendelea.
Despite the challenges, he says he is determined to stick to the path of recovery.
Nimepiga roho konde mimi mwenyewe ukasa zingine nikajifikiria, nikaona yenyewe hii miaka nimevuta hii dawa haina certificate wala kikombe wala nini, na kwa maisha kitu ukifanya huwa lazima huwa unaangalia faida na hasara. Sasa kwa upande wa faida sijahesabu faida hata moja, nimeona ni hasara tupu tu.
In Kwale County, the seeds of hope for a sober and clean future have been planted in 2 of the recovering addicts we spoke to. Only problem is the past that sometimes come back to haunt them and derail their progress. 38-year-old Musa Tosha has been an orphan since 1992 when he was 7 years old. After struggling due to being bounced around from place to place, he finally found himself on the streets, carrying out odd jobs to earn a living.
Madawa kulevya nilianza kitambo kutoka 1997. Nilianza brown sugar. Kaja 2000 nikaingia na white crest ambayo ni heroin. Nikaingilia hivyo. Alafu ikawa kuna zile tablets zinaitwa Roach. Nikawa natumia hiyo. Kwa sasa hii tuseme bado natumia navuta.
He later began working as a beach boy.
Nikienda beach nilikuwa napata pesa ya kiurahisi. Sasa ilikuwa pesa sio haina tabu sana kupata. Nilikuwa nikienda beach nashika wazungu, nikiwabeba na boti naweza kupata 10,000 ama 15. Ndio nikija kule mtaani nikaanza kupiga pafu moja, pafu mbili, dakika mwisho nikaona kumbe kitu iko tamu. Sifurahi sana kuitwa junk kama kuitwa mteja, kwa sababu jina la mteja ni jina mbaya.
I asked him the darkest place drugs have ever taken him.
Ilikuwa kuna madam moja huyo alikuja na gari yake hapo Ukunda katika petrol station, akawa anataka kutia gari mafuta, kuweka gari mafuta. Sasa mimi nilikuwa niko na mwenzangu, yule mama tulishtukizia, tumemvamia yule mama na alikuwa na chain ya dhahabu. Mimi nikachukua, na alikuwa na simu yake tukachukua. Lakini ilibidi tunaenda na kimbia na mwenzangu
Mwenzangu alishikwa hapo hapo chase under arrest. Akaitaniwa watu, akashikwa, akapelekwa police station. Mimi nilipata kutoroka.
But not for long. The long arm of the law caught up with him.
2012 nakumbuka nilishikwa nikapelekwa gerezani. 2014 nikafungwa miaka 3 kwa miwili. Sasa nilipotoka kule gerezani 2014 nikapata maisha yangu yamerudi nyuma.
However, Ahmed Said, who is rehabilitated and is now the manager of the Kwale network of people who use drugs, which was started 6 years ago to assist struggling addicts in the rehabilitation journey, says that those found abusing drugs should first be taken through harm reduction programs to help wean them off the drugs, instead of immediately condemning and punishing them with long and punitive jail sentences.
Ni swala ambao serikali inafaa iangalie sana, kwa sababu mwisho wa picha, juzi watu walikuwa mazombi na wakabakia hai. Kesho kushawahi kuletwa dawa mbeleni ambazo zilipelekea watu wakapata overdose na wakafariki. Kuna dawa ambazo ziliwahi letwa kitambo, watu wakawa wanatumia na zimechanganywa na vitu ambavyo haviendi sawa na afya ya mwanadamu. Kwa hiyo swala la sera ama policy kwa lugha ya mkopo tunafaa tuliangalie kwa undani.
Na najaribu kufikiria kutoka nje na kurudi sasa kwa jamii.
For 43-year-old Ali Hamisi, bad company led him down the road of drug abuse. He has been clean for the past 7 years, a decision he made after being sent to prison on drug-related charges. He notes that the dangers of drug abuse are now heightened due to the rise of synthetic drugs.
Mwanzo ilikuwa tukitumia ile piwa ambayo ikitoka shamba tunatumia direct. Lakini sasa wale wanaoletewa wanazidi na ujuzi.
In the second part of this special report, we bring to you the results of some of the drugs Ali speaks about, disguised as heroin, but are in fact the product of mixing and matching of several substances, presenting a minefield for drug users and addicts. If there is a person who perfectly epitomizes the phrase, "Don't judge a book by its cover," it is Nabil Abdallah. Nabil is what some would call a lone wolf, choosing to spend most of his time alone when we spotted him at the Omari Project community-based organization in Kilifi County. He is a recovering heroin addict who feels misunderstood by society. However, just 2 years ago, he was living a life many would envy.
Nilipata mke nikaoa, kwa na maisha ikawa inaendelea vizuri. Soon kapata ajali, mtoto wangu akafariki.
With an ever-distant look in his eyes, he tells us about the day of the accident when his son died.
Nilikuwa ni driver mimi. Mimi ni driver ambayo hizo gari natembesha ni za babangu. Sasa mimi ule mtoto alikuwa amenizoea, tumekaa naye kwa gari mpaka ile saa 3 imefika, alikuwa anaenda kazini. Sasa time imefika, alikuwa anaenda Lowford Hotel, wanachukua mastaff kwa pele kama nyumbani. Wakati nikitoka kwenye gari nikiingia nyumbani, nimembeba mtoto nikampa mama. Sasa mimi nikitoka kwa nyumba nikawaacha wamekaa wote wawili kwa kibaraza. Nikaingia kwa gari nikagurumisha gari, ikawa sasa ninatoka Rivers pole pole. Kumbe sister alimwacha yule mtoto yeye akaingia ndani, kibahati mbaya mtoto naye akasimama katikati ya barabara. Katika ile Rivers ile naona kila nikijaribu kurudi na kataa ile balance ya mafuta na clutch. Jamaa akatokezea akaniambia umegonga. Nikashuka mimi nikienda sikuona kitu. But something can click, no, hebu inama chini. Nikiinama chini ndo namuona my baby alikuwa kwenye tire kabisa. Tire ndo ilikuwa inamjaribu kumpress. Ndo ile haiendi gari kwa pale pale.
Nabil rushed his son to the hospital, but was unfortunately told he was dead. Life as he knew it would change for the worse since that day.
Wengi wetu hatukufaulu rehab, wengi wetu. kwa sababu ya kwamba rehab is expensive hapa, alafu family hawana pesa, inabidi unakuwa huwezi kuacha unga.
Nabil has however chosen to fight his addiction and is enrolled under the Omari project in Kilifi County under the methadone program, which helps wean addicts off the high of heroin.
Na mimi mwenyewe nimejiamulia this time kwamba no drugs this round, no more drugs. Nitumie methadone, nikimaliza methadone nipate mahali kazi, nifanye kazi, niko na documents, driving license, driving.
Apart from synthetic drugs, he says that the vice of drug addiction and peddling is being flooded with even more harmful substances.
Na sasa hivi kuna hii drug inaitwa fentanyl. Fentanyl imeanza kuingia Mombasa, na soon itakuwa iko hapa Malindi. Inasemekana fentanyl iko na most inakuweka ni unakuwa na steam uko high sana.
Through assistance from NACADA, 9 samples were taken from the drug dens we visited across the coastal region, some in the form of paste and tablets, among others. The samples were sent for testing at the government chemist and produced the following results. 2 sachets which contained a brown substance were found to contain heroin, laced with morphine, codeine, caffeine, noscapine, which is a cough syrup, and papaverine, which is used to improve blood flow in people with blood circulation problems. A blister pack containing 10 yellow tablets was found to contain diazepam, which is a benzodiazepine tranquilizer, which causes sedation and hypnosis to relieve anxiety and reduce seizures. Another blister pack containing red tablets was found to contain amitriptyline, which is an antidepressant drug. When a person takes antidepressants without being diagnosed with depression, it can reduce the volume of 2 important regions of the brain. A Ziploc bag containing 1 capsule was found to contain piroxicam, an analgesic drug which is essentially used to relieve pain caused by arthritis. The other 5 substances either bore similar or exact finding to these 4. Of importance to note is that apart from the caffeine, heroin and noscapine, the rest are prescription drugs, yet they have been circulating freely in the market. If we thought that the arm of the law would stop the activities happening in the dens from proceeding, we were wrong. At some point, uniformed police officers made an appearance in the den for what we thought was an operation to stop what was happening, but the officers did not bother to stop and ask questions, but instead chose to turn a blind eye by passing through the den amidst the puffs of marijuana and the clear injection of heroin and other substances by the individuals here. The drug vice is not just a Kenyan problem. In the Horn of Africa, neighboring counties are also casting a magnifying glass on the tragedies that drugs portend. In Uganda, members of parliament who recently passed a law on narcotics and substances have come to Kenya on a benchmarking tour, specifically at the Miritini Rehabilitation Center in Mombasa. They say that while the vice of drugs has not hit dangerous levels in Uganda, it is slowly simmering.
The law we have enacted in Uganda is so stringent because we have banned growing of miraa, chewing it in public or even in hiding. Yes, we have done that. However, there is a leeway in our legal system that we have provided for medicinal, only medicinal mairunji. You have to have to get a license from the National Drug Authority of Uganda.
On the rise of synthetic drugs, Dr. Charles Ayumi, a doctor by profession, says that the users of the drugs should not be the only ones apprehended in the process.
Some of these compounds are actually used in the health sector, and that could be a conduit for these drugs to get out to the community. So we need to also hold the health workers accountable.
Another loophole exists in the fact that even legal substances are used to create synthetic drugs, making them difficult to regulate.
The cartels that bring in drugs now know they are going to be sniffer dogs for narcotics. So what you do is like you want to bring a Toyota which is banned here. You bring the tire, you bring the engine, you bring the, and then you assemble it from here. So that is what, so the enforcement authority at ports of entry, at the airport and at the ports, they need to know what are the compounds.
Reverend Frederick Ngugi, the director at NACADA, states that there are, however, some wins in the war against drugs.
Since we began the community-based rehabilitation initiative, we have seen great success. We began in Kiabu, in a sub-county called Vidoguri.
But the issue of rehabilitation of those using drugs and alcohol is weakened at the county level. Most governors are unaware that the function of rehabilitation lies under them, and despite some knowing, they have not taken action to curb the vice.
County government are not doing very well in terms of this fight because most counties are licensing so many bars, and therefore we are calling upon every county government to also really be cognizant to the fact that whenever we have such a crisis where young men are dying, we need now to forget whether or not bars, the revenue they get from the bars is anything to help anybody, because this is a blood money.
The addiction to drugs has not been easy, to say the least, for those who have tumbled into its dark and deep worlds. However, in a twist of irony, it has been the pathway for them to find love, proving to be the silver lining of their harrowing journey. A theme that keeps springing up in the stories of those we spoke to was love. For some, it is the longing to be loved. For others, it has been a constant. And for a rare few like Usna Ahmed and Rashid Mohammed, it was the motivation they shared to quit drugs. Usna started using heroin in high school, which she was ingesting unknowingly while using marijuana.
Mimi marafiki ile nikikimbia skuli kwenda kuvuta bangi, kumbe wananiekea drugs. Watu mtaani walikuwa wanatuchukia, nilikuwa nalala nje kama chokora, niko mchafu, nikaweza kushikwa paka na TB kwa simezi dawa. Nikiona kitu cha mtu nataka niibe ili kusudi nikavute unga. Hivyo kana naenda naiba, hivyo naenda club naekea watu mchele, wakilala na waibia hivyo kusudi nipate pesa drugs.
Usna's turning point came when, after being arrested several times, she had a tough conversation with herself.
Nikakaa nikaona kwa nini naishi maisha haya, na mimi ni mwanamke, marafiki zangu wote walikufa. Wale walikuwa navuta na wao. Mara ya mwisho nilipata overdose baada ya kujidunga ni kidogo nikufe.
A friend told her about the methadone program. Curious, she went along and tried it. She was happy to discover that it was helping her recover. The weaning off of the heroin also brought other blessings.
Nilikuwa sishiki mimba, nikapata mtoto wa kwanza na huyu wa pili sasa nashukuru. Maisha yangu nashukuru Mungu, lakini kwa sababu wenzangu wote walikufa hivi ninavyoona.
Rashid, Usna's significant other and the father of her child, whom she cradles lovingly during the interview, says Usna saved him from sinking deeper into addiction.
Safari yangu kupitia ni kuwa na marafiki wengi ndio nilifanya kuingia katika madawa kulevya. Na sikutumia kwa muda mrefu, niliweza kutumia kama kwa miaka 3 na nikaweza kushikwa nikaenda jela kwa miaka 4 ndio kutoka nikapatana na mama mtoto wangu hapa. Na nikaweza kumuuliza mbona umebadilika, akaniambia kuwa mimi siku hizi natumia dawa methadone pale Miritini. Akaweza kunileta hapa pia mimi nikaweza kupata matibabu.
Usna and Rashid are celebrating 3 years of being sober and even more of being together.
Tume-maintain kwa sababu tulishikana toka tulikuwa tunavuta. Na tulipokuwa tunavuta hivyo tunajua jela nje akashikwa. Akashikwa kaenda akakaa miaka 4 na mimi nikakaa miaka 2. Nilivotoka mimi nikaja tayari nikaanza kunywa methadone. Sasa nilivotoka kaniambia mbona mama umebadilika hivi na hivi na hivi. Kamuelezea anaanza kunywa methadone. So pia akakuwa na ile morale anataka badilike.
Kasim and his wife, who goes by the name Mama Ahmed, paint a similar picture of how love overpowered their addiction to drugs.
Nikaamua nichill drugs kwenye methadone, na methadone nao nikija nikapambana na mwenzangu pia amechoka, kabidi tuanze maisha na yeye. Yeye akiwa recovering addict, mimi nikiwa recovering addict. Nashukuru sasa hivi tuna mtoto.
In the past, Kasim committed acts he is not proud of, including robbery, which landed him in prison. However, after serving his time, he saw his negative experience as an opportunity to help others struggling with addiction and to meet them at the same level from a point of no judgment. Now a husband and a father, his greatest fear is his child traveling the same route he did.
Kulingana binadamu aishi kuumbwa madam, na kadri vile wanavyokulia na mazingira ni haya madam.
Mama Ahmed, who is also a peer educator, was previously addicted to marijuana and heroin.
Hiyo ndio ilinifanya mimi nilikuwa kuna mambo mengi sijawahi pitia, especially kama kwenda jela, sawa, kubakwa, sawa, kufanya ngono na watu tofauti, kwa sababu itabidi ufanye, kwa sababu nilikuwa wakati huo sina bwana, sawa, sina kipato, kwetu nimefukuzwa, inabidi ufanye nini? Ujiuze.
When she finally decided to get her life together, a spanner was thrown in the works. One of the requirements for her to undergo the methadone program was a HIV test.
Nilienda nikiingia kwa program na nilipimwa na nikajipata ni positive na nikashukuru. Nilikuwa sijui. Muda wote hiyo nilikuwa sijui. Lakini kama sio Omari kunipeleka methadone ningejua.
I asked her how she maintained such a positive attitude despite learning about her HIV status, which leaves many in disarray.
Kwa sababu hakuna sahihi ati mimi nitakupenda sana kuliko mimi mwenyewe kujipenda. Tapendwa nana? Nipaka support nijipe mimi ndo na wewe pia uone mkweli huyu support huyu, wacha na mimi msupport. Vitu kama hivi.
That she and Kasim understand the tribulations of addiction is indisputable. Mama Ahmed says being a wife is a role she has had to grow into.
Kwa sababu ambiwa mwanamke ndo anajenga, mwanamke ndo anavunja. Sasa ukitaka kuvunja ni wewe, sasa urudi tena kwa unga. Unaanza wapi?
However, for Ali Hamisi, his tale is that of a lost love due to his addiction.
Hiyo nilikuwa na familia na niliacha kwa sababu ya mambo ya drug ndo hatukuelewana. Nilikuwa na mtoto mmoja na bibi yangu. Lakini kimaoni yangu nimechoka. Umri ni mkubwa sana. Ni umri wa mtoto ambaye unaweza kuozesha ama kuolewa pia.
Just a few years ago, Ali was married to his wife, who hails from Tanzania. They had a son who is now 15 years old, but the last time Ali saw him was last year.
Lazima nimisi tena sana kwa sababu ni wangu, sio mtu mwingine.
Musa Tosha may not have a lost love to speak of, but he has a longing for it.
Mimi tuseme maisha yangu ilikuwa imechange. Yaani ilikuwa sasa ni mtu mwingine ambaye napasa niwe na watoto, niwe na wife, niwe na nyumba yangu ambayo nimejenga mwenyewe. Kulingana ilikuwa nashika pesa nyingi, nilianza biashara.
Remember Robbie? Well, he too has a story to tell of the highs and lows he has faced with love.
I had a very beautiful wife and a son. Tukawachana. Lucky enough, the son is growing, amekuwa, he's a man now, he's almost 22 years old. Lakini nakubali tu kitu kimoja, hakuweza kuingilia drugs. I thank God for that, kwa sababu singependa pitia life nimepitia. That's why I dedicated the rest of my life in this world. Nitadedicate kwa nini? Kwa kusaidia wenzangu.
On November 19th, Robbie celebrated 6 years of being sober, an act he hopes will inspire those around him and his family to continue the belief in him as he continues to pick up the pieces. The bitter irony of those who have paid the ultimate price for the tornado of addiction which swept their life away is painted on the walls of one of the dens we visited. Their names live on as a reminder of the private drug battles they fought during their time on earth. And so do the words of God and faith alongside them as they nestle the hope that one day they will come up for air from the dark pool of addiction.
On top of the world.
Gina Kirori, NTV.
Kisumu is a beautiful county. Its population of majorly Luo ethnic group making up 1,155,574 of Kenya's population. And that is according to the 2019 census. These numbers may have since gone up. Business here is booming. With devolution, services have been brought closer to the people and development has been quite significant, even though, just like Mombasa County, the development of Kisumu County has been hindered by the hundreds of colonial residential houses in the city. Sometimes informal settlements like Manyata sitting right in the capital centers. It is argued that Kisumu comes from the general name Kisuma, which loosely translates to mean a place where people come together to exchange goods. It is that exchange of goods that is partly the focus of this special report. Kisumu County is divided into 7 constituencies and it borders 6 counties. As you travel to the north, where it borders Vihiga County, there's a small roundabout that welcomes you to Riat. A small rich town in Kisumu West constituency. Riat Hills is the second leafy area after the posh Milimani estate. Looking at it from a distance, you will understand why it is as posh as people say it is. Until you get closer, and really closer, to understand its hidden sad story. From as far back as 4 years ago, investors started getting interested in Riat. The rocky hills, once characterized by bushes on the steepy slopes, have quickly turned into a leafy suburb. You see, a few years back, only a handful of people lived here, with houses scattered miles apart. And there is one more thing you need to know. Riat area is fast attracting growth because of factors such as its strategic location on the hilltop, proximity to Kisumu International Airport, and the ongoing infrastructural development. To help you get the magnitude of what I'm saying, I grabbed this screenshot from a Facebook post. An 80 by 100 parcel of land is going for 4 million shillings in Riat. And that was December last year, 2022. You can imagine that cost today. Investors and conmen are both expected to keep increasing their appetite for this land to take up developments, leading to further skyrocketing of its cost. But there is a problem, a big problem here. Every 2 minutes, a lorry is trucking away tons of marram dug from these parcels of land. While filming here, residents, and remember there aren't many of them, were attracted to what we were doing. But of all these people, none of them agreed to go on record and share their sentiments about the now rampant excavations. They spoke to us extensively, albeit off record. But they have a reason for it, and maybe one that answers so many other questions we had. They say they're afraid to say anything because the excavations are led by a serious cartel, allegedly led by a renowned hotel owner feared across Kisumu. Even the authorities have chosen to look the other way. And when authorities look the other way, there are often two reasons. They often do so either under duress or when seriously compromised.
So when the excavation is done, most of those areas are left open and bare, mostly unusable. Others left to collect water like this one here, and it can get fatal, like you're about to learn.
Michael is a border rider. And because of the fear of the locals here to address this issue, I restructured my line of questions and asked Ocheng, how possible is it for him to come back home one evening and find the usual path excavated? But that is not even his concern.
Kitu naona hapo sio vizuri kwa sababu hawa wanachimba hapa, unaona kama shule iko karibu hapa. Unajua watoto hawajui kwa sababu hii simu ni deep sana. Unajua watoto saa zingine watatoka shule watakuja kuoga hiyo. Lakini hii simu itaoa hata watoto. Hiyo ndio ubaya naona kamili.
You will appreciate his sentiments if you carefully looked at this aerial image of Riat Hills. Those brown spots you see down there are actually quarries. The digging is done by untouchable individuals, they say. When Vitalis Ndege spotted us filming this quarry, he came to ask us a question or two because this is their family land. As a teacher, Vitalis came across as a very knowledgeable man. But again, he declined to go on record officially, and so did many others. The reason is clear.
When me just working with you now, they can say I'm the one who brought you to do this, all this.
But who really are these people, feared yet nameless and faceless, shadowy as they can get?
Sisi tunaonanga tu malori kama inakujanga huku, sasa sijui nani amesimama kwa hizi masimu na tunasikia tu ati sijui malori yanakuja yanachukua mchanga wanalipa wanaenda. Sasa sijui nini inaendelea, yani hatuwezi jua nini inaendelea.
It is on Riat Hills where former Prime Minister Raila Odinga has set up his home. It is here where he donated part of his land to county development plans in 2022. Again, speaking to how prime this area is. Vitalis tells me of a professor at Moi University who owned a large parcel of land here. That parcel of land, he says, has since been sold to some people and been invited by others for quarrying activities. The several barrow pits keep dotting the land as if there exist no land and environment policies in place. And it is happening right under the nose of security officers and the county government of Kisumu. It was important to take that question to the National Environment Management Office in Kisumu and the county government. NEMA was not available for comment when we visited. For Marilyn Yanzar, the Kisumu County Executive Committee member for Water and Environment, we sought to find out what motivates anyone to engage in such ugly, deadly, and environmentally degrading activities.
When urbanization comes into a place, there is, we call it civilization coming in. We need better houses, and those houses are constructed from the natural resource. And one of the natural resource is maram and sand. So urbanization impact heavily also on environment. Now, like Kisumu, the city is growing. What does that one come with it? Skyrocketing houses like this one. Those houses are constructed from the natural resource, from stone, which must be harvested, from maram, which must also be harvested, from also sand, which must be harvested. So urbanization has got direct link to the degradation of environment. Yes. Two, there is poverty. Yes. When you are poor, you sleep hungry, and you've identified a maram in your land. The next thing is, why not excavate this maram so that I get something to eat?
Back in Riyadh, from time to time, you will see vehicles like those ones down there. It's mostly the police and investors. In all cases, it is a matter of Kenyans living abroad, having invested in these coveted parcels of land at the heart of Kisumu, then finding deep holes in their pricey plots of land, skeletons of their former self. We will try to find out from them. Imagine finding your land dug like 20 to 60 feet down, literally like a pit. Well, it sounds funny, but these are the realities of Riyadh Hills. The only other question that will then arise is, what is wrong with what is happening in Riyadh?
What's wrong with what is happening in Riyadh is that it is impunity. Start with that, impunity. Because in itself, going into somebody's land and start excavating is an impunity that is illegal. Two, what is wrong with what is going in Riyadh is that it is not legalized. Maraming or quarrying is allowed in the law, but there are procedures which you have to follow before you do it.
Many people will not say it, but yes, that word, impunity, it summarizes almost everything that is going on here. And to understand better what Madam Marilyn Yanzar is talking about, yesterday we met a very angry man at one of the sites, and he promised us an interview today. He's the man I'm going to meet right at this hour. Down the hills, we drove to meet the man. He said his name is Newton. He was too upset to speak about it the day before this interview. Next to his parcel is another land that is completely fenced. You see, the main reason why this guy has fenced his parcel of land is not just about securing it, or rather getting its markings. It's also because it might be excavated anytime because of the stones and the maram within it. That's how impunity rules over this entire place. That fear has also led to other investors to not only fence their parcels, but further hire caretakers like Ocheng there to secure their land. Ocheng was among the first people to question our business around here. For that is why his boss, who resides in Nairobi, has hired him for. Back to Newton's story.
I bought these parcels back in 2014. They're about 5 parcels together, starting from here all the way, stretching to the back. There was not a lot of activity going on these parcels for a while.
His story represents dozens more of investors in other parts of the country and abroad. These people bought these parcels between 2013 and 2014. A banker's circle was disposing them off at the time. Most of them had laid bare for a while as individual investors sought money to develop their pieces.
I had plans to, construct my home here and live here. And then, at some point around September this year, early September, I sent a valuation firm here to come and assess the fair value of these parcels. When they got here, they encountered people I would describe as strangers or invaders who are here excavating the parcels. So I wasn't really sure which parcels are being excavated, because as you can see, I also have the neighboring plots here that have also been affected. So I decided to reach out to my lawyer who's based in Kisumu to get a survey officer to come and determine which plots had been affected, because I had 5 parcels here. I didn't know which ones had already been affected by the illegal excavation that was going on here. So when my lawyer came here with the surveyor, they were chased away by armed youth. They had pangas, rungus, and all sorts of crude weapons.
The tragedy of Riat goes back to the impunity that Kisumu's Environment CEC was talking about. The quarrying here is suspected to have the blessings of junior police officers making a kill out of protection fees and helping the cartel evade the law. One of those accused is a former aide to a leading member of parliament in Kisumu.
You can see up there where the shrubs. All this place was at the same level as those shrubs you're seeing there. I was here 2 years ago and it was all shrubs, all the way. In fact, when I came here yesterday, I was even confused. I couldn't even recognize this area because there was never a path here. So what they did is flattened that area to then have access to the parcels. There was no access road here. So they first of all flattened that area and then excavated my neighbor's parcel. You can see it's all excavated, but not to the extent of those parcels further up.
And that cartel is working under the noses of the locals and the local administration. Even just by walking around here, you will meet young men hired to carry out these excavations. They hide their tools in plain sight.
For you to be able to do this and do it for 3 months without any recourse, it means that you found a way of, corrupting your way around the system, paying off local officials, whether it's, provincial administration or police or NEMA. Because this shouldn't happen. Someone can't excavate some, land in the neighborhood without approval or permission. So for it to happen, this is basically a cartel operation.
Back to the policies that Marilyn was addressing.
There are some that are illegal, some are approved. So there are procedures for approval of maraming, and one of the procedure is you have to do an environmental impact assessment. Then the owner of the land has to attach the title deed of that land and submit to NEMA for approval. Then NEMA will circulate the documents to various parties. One of the interested parties is this office. But most of our people don't do that. They just go maraming without illegal, without proper procedure.
They may not know what really is the full impact of these excavations, but people like Michael believe there is a looming danger amidst the community.
Unaona kama hiyo barabara maji inateleza chini. Sasa ikija hata sisi umetua pikipiki. Ukibeba mtu saa zingine umeteleza umemwaga biria hapo chini. Sasa hiyo ndio problem. Hiyo ndio naona kama hiyo ni mbaya kabisa.
And it is worse for others who have sunk millions of shillings in such investments only for crooks to literally take them back to scratch.
The damage done here is, quite significant. Yeah, they basically destroyed any value that, you could say could be ascribed to these parcels. And it's going on in the neighborhood. They've excavated other parcels around here. I think the way they operate is if they think a parcel is not occupied or there's nothing going on, they just invade and start excavating and taking away the stones and the maram, and they sell it to people doing construction work. I hear some of it is supplied locally, some of it even outside Kisumu County.
Ngine hapa kama umekuja kuswim. Tukasema hapo ni deep. Watoto watoke hapo. Walikuwa wamekuja kuswim. Na wajui hapo ni deep kiasi gani. Yeah.
Now, Michael's words take us back to the fatal aspect I was talking about earlier. And that is a story best told by the Oumas. With insurmountable grief, they recall the day their 7-year-old boy went missing. It was a random Friday in October of 2023.
Tulimtafuta hiyo siku mpaka usiku yote, hatukumpata. Kesho yake Saturday tukaamka tena kumtafuta, hatukumpata. Kisha baadaye ndio tukapata manguo zake na viatu zikiwekwa pamoja na hatukuona mtoto.
The 7-year-old boy could not be seen because he was deep inside these waters. I want you to remember that this is not a dam. It was an illegal excavation that has since been filled with water. The water table here at Riat is so shallow that even sinking a borehole is not as tedious as it can be elsewhere. For the young boy, there has always been a problem about how he died. While it is easy to think that he drowned, it is difficult to imagine that in a rural setup, a 7-year-old boy will walk for 16 kilometers alone to go swimming alone.
Penye naishi na penye nilipata mtoto wangu ni distance ya 100 ukipanda pikipiki. Mango zilikuwa kwa msitu. Venye nilikuwa nikitembea nikitafuta, nikiuliza mama mwingine, hakunijibu. Mtoto wake ndiye alinijibu, aliona manguo zingine kwa msitu na ajui mwenye manguo. Akanipeleka, nikapata ni nguo za mtoto wangu na viatu zake.
Someone had killed the class 4 pupil and dumped his body inside the abandoned dam. Apart from the murder itself, there were other problems. The first was his clothes. Despite a night of rainfall, heavy rainfall, the youngster's clothes were dry when they were found.
Mtoto hakufura venye mtoroka maji, venye wanasemanga mwenye amekufa kwa maji amefura, hakufura. Hakuwa na kitu yoyote, alikuwa tu sawa venye.
While this is a murder investigation, it is crucial for you to see that the barrow pits left behind after excavation have now become the perfect places for criminals to kill and dump their victims. I am saying this because residents of Riat have narrated similar cases in the past. For now, Joyce and the husband want the DCI to question a key witness in the murder of their son. They accuse the local police of not being interested in the case.
Tulishamzika na tumerudi. Tulienda tena kwa polisi kuandikisha ripoti. Tukaenda tukaandikisha. Lakini bado hatujafaulu, hatujasikia jibu lolote. Wanatuambia tu wanangoja watu wa Marine. Watu wa Marine ndio wamekawia kukuja. Tukija wanatuambia watakuja kesho, bado hawajakuja. Tutakupigia tu simu.
For the time being, people like Michael and other border operators will have to continue risking their lives as a Maram excavating cartel keeps shifting footpaths and roads in Riat Hills.
Hata kama ni kuchimba, waende tu hata kwa mlima huko, lakini sio hapa pale. Mashimo ni mingi. Yeah.
Mashimo zimekuwa nyingi.
Ni nyingi sana. Ukiona hapa kuna shimo, hapa kuna shimo. Sasa maji kija, huwezi jua barabara iko wapi na unatembea aje.
For others like Newton, I don't know what really can be done. Can one really ever reinvent themselves from such a gargantuan loss caused by all too familiar perpetrators?
We'll use the court systems, see what can be done. But above that, there has to be recourse. I mean, you cannot come and just basically destroy property like this and get away with it. So we'll see if we can get some form of compensation by holding these people accountable. And whether it's them restoring these parcels back to the way they were or paying for this damage, we'll do everything we can to hold them accountable. So we'll see. Let the process play out. Let's see what happens at the end of the day.
Brian Obuya, NTV.
Robert Ouko's murder in February 1990 remains to be Kenya's most prominent assassination after that of Tom Mboya. A cabinet minister in charge of foreign affairs was uprooted from his home in the dead of the night, only for his body to be discovered 4 days later while still burning at a hill near his home in Koru, present-day Kisumu County. Now, 4 regimes have governed Kenya so far, but Ouko's killers are yet to be identified. Instead, suspects, witnesses, or close associates to Ouko have died mysteriously in the process. This is NTV Presents. My name is Duncan Haemba. Robert John Ouko was Kisumu Town Member of Parliament and Kenya's Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation when he was assassinated on the night of 12th and early morning of 13th February 1990. The minister was among an 83-member delegation that had accompanied President Daniel Moi to the United States on January 27, 1990, to attend a prayer breakfast meeting in Washington, D.C. on 1st February. Upon jetting back into the country on Sunday 4th, it is reported that Ouko visited the then Internal Security Permanent Secretary Hezekiah Oyugi at his home for what was described as an urgent meeting. Then, Monday at 9 a.m., Ouko, together with his PS Bethwel Kiplagat, went to State House Nairobi for a meeting with President Moi and the then Canadian High Commissioner. Later that day, he left for his Koru home in Kisumu. The family remained behind. Ouko had left Nairobi for good. Unknown to him, he was living on borrowed time. A cloud of death was dancing in the air, hanging over his head. The next 11 days were dramatic, tragic, and heartbreaking. First, he was involved in a suspicious road accident at Awasi on his way home, which he escaped unhurt. A few days later, he was abducted from his home on the night of February 12th. 4 days later, on Friday 16th February, his charred body was found at the foothill of Got Alila, 3 kilometers from his Koru home. reports indicate it was still burning. One of the country's top ministers had been assassinated. These are the images obtained from the autopsy conducted at Nairobi's Lee Funeral Home. Ouko's body was barely recognizable, and one might easily mistake it for a log of wood pulled from the fire. Detectives from Scotland Yard had a hard time extracting samples from the charred body. Those who murdered the minister seem to have had instructions to ensure he should not be recognized. Only his face and skull saved the day, making it slightly easier to have the body identified. Government pathologist Jason Kaviti had concluded suicide as the cause of his death, but when the Scotland Yard detectives assessed the remains, their verdict was a resounding no. It was an assassination. His skull, seen at this point on the table, was taken to London's Guy's and St. Thomas Hospital and has never been returned to the country nor handed over to the Ouko family. Veteran journalist Caleb Atemi and photographer Yahya Mohammed from Daily Nation's Kisumu Bureau were the first scribes to arrive at the scene. They found police officers all over Got Alila Hill supposedly conducting a search for a body. Meanwhile, a 17-year-old Hearts boy, Patrick Shikuku, had already spotted the remains and informed two individuals who immediately alerted area chief, and the information was relayed to local police in Koru immediately.
But when I came to the scene, it didn't make sense why they were searching the body that had already been found. So I believe that the national system organized a search so that they can make the story appear to be authentic. Yeah, Mohammed and I were also just walking around the hill. Then I stumbled upon the remains and called Yaya. But we never got to release the photos because they take your film and everything.
When they filed their report, it was described as horror. It was a charred body and was still burning slowly.
I'd covered a few deaths as a reporter, and I was familiar with what they call in medical terms rigor mortis, when the body takes a pugilistic stance. So here was remains of an individual. The skull is familiar, but then the hands are in this pugilistic position, but it's actually bones, and the rest of the body up to the legs is ash. So it has a skeletal version of the legs. The entire torso is burnt off and still burning. Then it's just the hands and the skull that is remaining.
Scotland Yard detectives led by Superintendent John Troon arrived in the country 5 days later on February 21st to investigate the horrific murder, taking over from the Kenya police since it was already seen as a government-sanctioned elimination. Ouko's body had been burned almost beyond recognition.
And we immediately, that afternoon, undertook a second post-mortem on the body of Dr. Ouko. There was at least 20 people there from the Kenyan government side, which should not have been there in the first place, but they were. But they included Nguka, they included Kaviti, the government pathologist at that time, and lots of others, but they kept back. This PM went on for 4 hours or so. The state of the body was an awful state. All the chest area had disintegrated and gone, where they had poured diesel fuel over it and set it alight. Of course, diesel takes a long, long time. It's not like petrol will go woof. Diesel will just burn slowly through the body.
So I think
the face was deliberately left so that they can identify the person and probably make a statement that whoever pursues the path that Ouko was pursuing would also follow the same route.
A 5-liter jerrycan, a matchbox, a pair of gumboots, a 5-cell torch that was still on, a briefcase, a walking stick, and a jacket that had a pistol were items that were found beside Ouko's burning body. According to the former Daily Nation journalist, a narrative that the late minister had died by suicide could not add up, considering his ankle had been broken and he had also been shot on the head.
What made me curious was that when we arrived, the entire hill was dry. The grass was actually golden brown. That time of the year when the sun is scorching. So when I said that the fire consumed him to the bone, but only burnt a small portion of grass around him, my story appeared together with a government piece trying to create a picture of suicide. So we had my splash and a government statement. So university students are the ones who picked up the narrative and began saying, how could he have killed himself? When the nation says he was burnt to the bone. And then they began rioting and throwing stones. So I think that's what changed, and I think took the government into shock, because that narrative couldn't work anymore.
The late Ambassador Bethel Kiplagat was the permanent secretary in Ouko's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ambassador Dr. Kipiego Cheluget was 5 years old in the ministry, while Burudi Nabwera was Ouko's cabinet colleague. Questions lingered: why was Ouko assassinated and by whom? Answers have never been given and might never be given.
That one is a tough one for me personally. The mysterious way he died was so painful that even up to today, it's still a mystery what really happened.
It was not an iota that something was not going well. He had people who are against him or looking for him. I just couldn't understand. That's what makes it so painful when the person just disappeared and then found him murdered, as far as I'm concerned.
Robert Ouko's death was a puzzle because Robert Ouko was very loyal to the system. And in his own way, it was difficult for me, as a member of parliament and a minister colleague of Robert Ouko, to accept the fact that Robert Ouko would be a threat to the system. So to me, it still remains a puzzle why Robert Ouko would be assassinated.
A country that has such a prominent person dying in such a way, your foreign minister, who had all the contacts around the world, who was well respected, is killed in a casual way, in a very brutal way like that. It had a terrible impact. I think many countries were viewing Kenya as not a safe place.
As to why such a high-ranking government official was brutally killed, several motives behind the death were advanced. One, a fallout with President Moi's kitchen cabinet as a result of President Moi's visit to USA. A second motive was a dossier on corruption scandal he was about to release regarding Kisumu molasses processing plant and other graft matters that would have implicated then Energy Minister Nicholas Biwott, Agriculture's Elijah Mwangale, as well as Vice President and Minister for Finance Professor George Saitoti. The third theory was local politics, whereby Job Omino, whom Ouko had defeated during the 1988 election for Kisumu town parliamentary seat, was identified as a person of interest. Then, family feud, was also listed owing to the fact that at the time of his murder, he was not seeing eye to eye with his two younger brothers, Barack Mbaja and Collins. Then there was also an aspect of a love affair. The last three were easily knocked off, leaving power struggles in Moi's kitchen cabinet and corruption as possible causes. Before traveling to the US for the prayer breakfast, Kenya's ambassador Dennis Afande had advised that the trip be rescheduled. However, President Moi insisted on traveling. In America, President George Bush declined to meet Moi one-on-one, but instead met 3 African presidents all at once in a hotel and not in the White House. As a result, it was Robert Ouko in his capacity as Foreign Affairs Minister who addressed a news conference trying to save face for Kenya, especially on infringement on human rights, whereby several politicians and activists were serving years in detention without trial as agitation for multipartyism intensified. This is said to have infuriated a cabal in Moi's inner circle, who felt that he was being groomed to dislodge Moi from power.
We believe sincerely we are due to misunderstanding and misrepresentation of facts about the situation in Kenya. When a group of people go underground and take an oath to overthrow a government constitutionally elected into parliament, and the government then takes action to make sure that peace is preserved in the country, we do not see human rights dimension in that process. We're dealing with criminal intent, and we're dealing with them in a manner by the laws of Kenya, and in a way consistent with the constitutional functions of our country. I think sincerely there was misunderstanding and misrepresentation which U.S. country.
It is as if the leadership thought that the superpower may think of overthrowing the leadership that was there and helping Ouko to take over as the president.
And at that time, there was a lot of clamor for democracy in Kenya, and there were protests by many groups about, repression in Kenya, political repression in Kenya. So the president was put to task.
Actually, that was the climax of all that they were thinking about. And even Ouko was threatened right when he was in America. That is where he was told now, where he was called by somebody, Mr. President. It was in America.
James Hwatenge is a former member of the then Lethal Special Branch Unit, Force Number P/number 123274, that was responsible for inflicting torture and eliminating individuals perceived to have been anti-government. He was dismissed from the service at the rank of police inspector and has lately been very generous with information on Kenya's dark past.
But I'm a believer in the Bible where it says, tell the truth and the truth shall set you free. So my fellow intelligence officers who are connected to political wrongdoings, including assassinations, we met with them in Uhuru Park with some military people called Voka, victims of coup attempt in 19. We felt that we should come out openly because even the intelligence officers were psychologically suffering for what they did. And I just found myself deep into the thing. I can't come out because at that time the intention then was that these officers who wronged people should go some sort of counseling, but it was just left that way.
He alleges that before his killing, Ouko had escaped an arranged road accident in Awasi along Kisumu-Kericho Road as he was traveling to his home. His assassins were on his trail all the way from Nairobi.
The first officer on the scene was Inspector Achesa Litabalia of the traffic. Achesa Litabalia was later followed and killed. They blew him up with this 6 kilograms total meko. That is how he died. So Achesa Litabalia, an inspector of police, traffic, the deputy base commander, as he was surveying the scene, drawing the way they draw, Corporal Barnabas Lubisia, alias Baluke of the Kisumu Special Branch came. And you see this already is in Rift Valley, outside the jurisdiction of Nyanza. This fellow came, he identified himself as a special branch officer and chased away Achesa Litabalia. In disciplined forces, a corporal chasing away an inspector is unheard of.
On Saturday, 10th February, the minister attended an event organized by the Rotary Club in Kisumu at the Imperial Hotel, where he continued praising KANU regime, explaining his close ties with Moi. That was his last public engagement and the last time he was heard of.
And you feel proud to walk around the world as a Kenyan, particularly when you're the Kenyan in charge of foreign affairs. You feel happy. Kenya's name is good. It is good because of President Moi's efforts here and overseas. I was privileged to be in New York last week, Washington, and I can tell you, the Americans were a bit surprised, pleasantly surprised. The president is a Christian, so he got hold of the Bible and he preached for half an hour. At the end of it, almost all the 3,000 people wanted to come and shake hands with him because he said, if you ever come to Kenya, don't hesitate to call me. And Americans lined up to take his telephone number. And I want to tell you that our beloved President, His Excellency Daniel Arap Moi, has done to Kenya more than any other person could have done. He has put me in charge of this ministry to assist him in creating, portraying, protecting a favorable image of Kenya outside Kenya. I've done this with great joy because the real task is being done by the President himself. After he has cleared the air around the world for Kenya, I just go around to see if there's any doubt I see.
On Monday night, February 12th, unknown persons abducted him from his home in Koru on the Kericho-Kisumu border. Some reports indicate that Ouko knew all was not well, planned to escape, and was waiting for both Hezekiah Oyugi and former Nakuru DC Jonah Anguka, who was his close friend, to whisk him away and would leave the house as soon as their vehicles, which he was familiar with, arrived.
Anguka did not go. But what I know is that when the vehicles arrived, he went to open the vehicle, thinking that he was going to see Kina Anguka, Kina Oyugi, but he found security personnel armed with rifles. Let me not say G3, but with rifles, and they were putting on the Django uniform. That is when he tried to run away. And then he was held, and when he tried to shout, he was, and you know when you shout and your neck is held, you make a noise like that of a goat when it's about to be killed. And that is how Selina heard it.
The indications that he had planned to escape to another destination, he had changed his clothes, he was wearing a kitenga, that kind of thing. And there was some bag, small bag with some clothes on. He had everything ready. And I think the people who were supposed to collect him to help him escape came with another team. And this team got him at the gate. The workers indicated that they had him cry like a hyena, so one of them said. You know, that sound, that terrifying sound that somebody makes when they are in mortal danger. Shouted at the top of his voice. And I think that is when one of these abductors hit him in the leg, because I think he tried to run away. But they hit him on the ombong. You know ombong, the ankles.
The minister was assassinated that night. The location where he was murdered remains in contention. According to the report of the Gor Sungu-led Parliamentary Select Committee that investigated Ouko's killing, it was done in Nakuru State House, as per what the former Special Branch Police Inspector informed the committee. He said Ouko was delivered in State House when he had been tortured already.
He was kneeling down, and in the process of kneeling down, you remember he had a broken leg, so it is so painful. But he was kneeling down. Biwoto was on his left side, and Moi was in front of him. So Biwoto was telling Ouko to accept, to confess that he was planning to, he was undermining the president. The word is undermining. And that he was sorry, and he was apologizing, and was to say that he will never do that again. He told the president that I am a sincere friend and I can never want anything bad to you. Then Biwott pretended. It is a fake annoyance. He pretended to be annoyed, took out a pistol, shot Ouko from this side, and Ouko died. And then Biwott apologized. Immediately, Biwott apologized to President and said, Mzee, I'm just sorry. I was overtaken by emotions. That is what Inspector Wekesa from Nisiho told me, and what Inspector Kinyanji from Limuru told me.
No, they say this person was taken to State House, Nakuru, for torture and interrogation. And I think by the time he was reaching Nakuru, they were almost done with him. And then whoever wanted to interrogate, now why bring somebody you are done with him. So then, I think according to the investigation, they found a way of making sure he's dropped back wherever and possibly his body mutilated. Yeah.
He was not taken to Nakuru like the report says. That we had to do because of members insisting that we write what was given us as evidence. But when I talked to Troon, Superintendent Troon of Scotland Yard, he specifically mentioned having seen damage marks on guava leaves where Ouko had been found lying dead.
It was very clear from the pathologists from Scotland Yard, there's no way he would have been killed at Gotalila. He was killed elsewhere, and the body brought to Gotalila to allow the discovery. Now, according to the Scotland pathologist, after being killed, he was actually grilled. It was like nyamachoma. His body was taken through fire of burning and toasting. And then now it was brought to the scene, and according to the pathologist, they poured something probably like diesel to enhance the burning of the remains. But he was killed elsewhere and brought there. If he had been killed there and burnt there, then the entire hill would have set ablaze. Now, as to why he was killed, that one remains a mystery.
Ouko was discovered missing on Wednesday, 14th February, when he failed to show up at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport to lead a Kenyan delegation to the Gambia after President Moi cancelled traveling. There would have been Ouko's entourage waited for hours on end, but he was no show. 24 hours later, state broadcaster KBC Radio and Television announced to the country that, and I quote, "The family of the Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Dr. Robert Ouko, has reported that the minister left his Koru home on Tuesday, February 13th in the morning and has not been seen since. Could Dr. Ouko please contact his family or the nearest police station? Any member of the public who might have information about the minister's whereabouts should report to the nearest police station."
In my view, they killed him and probably tried to buy time and gauge the national mood before releasing the story of death.
The following day, on Friday, February 16th, 1990, President Daniel Arap Moi issued a statement officially announcing the death of his minister in charge of foreign affairs, which read in part, "It is with profound sorrow that I have to announce the death of Honorable Robert Ouko. On learning of the report of his disappearance on Wednesday, the government mounted an intensive search for Dr. Ouko, using all means at its disposal. Dr. Ouko's partly burnt body was discovered 6 kilometers away from his Koru home in circumstances which at the moment suggest foul play. Further investigations are being conducted into the death, but I would like to assure the public that anyone who may be associated with this horrible event will most certainly be apprehended and brought to justice." The Special Branch and CID units began to investigate the murder, but when pressure intensified, President Moi was forced to call in Britain's Scotland Yard detectives, Superintendent John Troon, Inspector Dennis and DS Sanderson, and Dr. Lane Eric West, a forensic pathologist who arrived in Kenya 5 days later on 21st February. They began at the Lee Funeral Home conducting a second post-mortem, disregarding the initial one that had been conducted by Chief Government Pathologist Jason Kaviti. The badly burnt body, a broken ankle, a single gunshot in the skull and the theory of suicide were explicit opposites. In his examination of the body, the British pathologist extracted 10 exhibits: the clothing chest, clothing left leg, stomach, blood, urine, entry and exit wounds, skull, hair around the entry point, and denture, which was returned for burial. The samples were taken to London's Metropolitan Police Forensic Science Laboratory, where preliminary conclusions revealed that Robert Ouko died as a result of a single firearm wound to the head. There was nothing to indicate that the body was on fire while he was alive. The nature of the heat damage indicating a slow but intense fire which caused severe burning of the back of the trunk to the abdomen and to a lesser degree to the limbs. Nothing was found to indicate the deceased had been on fire while in an upright position. The amount of skull damage was more severe than one normally associated with a standard 38mm special round. A slightly more powerful round could produce that injury. The movement of the head, the position of the gunshot wound, and the absence of flame burns on the face indicate the fatal injury was caused by another person. The fracture on the right ankle did not occur as a result of the fire. The body was set on fire in an attempt to destroy it. The suspicious death should be investigated as one of homicide. The cause of death is a firearm wound to the head.
That evening, with Oyugi, and the commissioner was there then, and Guku was there, and a few others in Oyugi's house. And I specifically said to Oyugi that as far as we are concerned, there is evidence to suggest that Dr. Uko was murdered. He did not commit suicide. I know Yugi quite forcibly said to me, Mr. Troon, you are wrong, the minister committed suicide. And I said, I'm sorry, sir, but no, the evidence suggests quite contrary. He was murdered. And either I'll investigate the murder or I'll go back to London, let you get on with it.
And you see, when you shoot yourself, it takes 0.02 seconds for you to die, from the time the bullet enters your body to the time you die. And that is too short a time for you now to light a match. But those are the things they did in panic.
I remember when our committee went to London, I actually went personally to Scotland Yard to look at some of the files. You know, up to now, actually, Uko's skull was still held at Guy's Hospital in London. And the gun and so on, of course, had been taken back to the government officials. They were taken there. But a lot of specimens and so on still held in London.
When Moi liked somebody, he liked them deeply. And from the people that I've interacted with, he liked Oko deeply. And that's why I believe he literally risked his life. He was head of state, yes. But attending the burial was the major risk he took as head of state. And I think we'll make a statement by being there.
Ouko's assassination led to violent protests staged by university students and residents of the lakeside town of Kisumu. The slain minister was buried 8 days later after his body was discovered. Emotions were still raw. A cloud of anger engulfed Kisumu and his Koru home. Hearts were heavy and still bleeding, with razor-sharp tension being felt across the corners. The government was the main and only suspect, but it had to be a state funeral.
Oko murder set Kisumu ablaze. I don't think today the government has ever released figures of people who were killed in the Oko riots alone. I believe it runs into hundreds of individuals. Men and women who were murdered, girls who were raped, men who were sodomized by security apparatus. It runs into hundreds. You may never know the figures. The temperatures were extremely high. I remember when we were driving to Koru, pretty early, around 6 a.m. You could actually see red berets lying in the sugar plantations. So I think the entire military and the entire security apparatus moved to Kisumu and to Koru on the eve of the burial and the burial day. Now, all university students, all young Kenyans, had also gathered there. And they were burning. You could feel the anger. So I remember when Dolo Aya stood up it was like the MC, to address the crowd. First mistake he did was try and speak in English. And they told him no. Dolo Wachidolo. Address us in Kijaluo. And then they began singing anti-Kanu and anti-Moi songs, saying that you killed Ouko, you burnt Ouko, now eat him. So I was standing close to the dais with the late Chege Mbitiru. And I just imagine now, as a reporter, if a riot broke out there, no amount of force would have saved the head of state from the surging crowd. No amount of gunfire would have rescued his life. But the man stood firm and he addressed the crowd. Now, one person I think who helped to sway and calm nerves was the widow, Christabel. Pleaded to the crowd that my husband loved peace. So let's offer him that respect. That's the only person they listened to. They didn't want to listen to Ndolo Aya or anybody else, but they listened to Madam Christabel. Moi just sat still. As I'm saying, I look at him as a very brave man. He just sat there, no blinking, He looked very calm. He was very sure of himself. He gave his address and drove off with his chopper.
Energy Minister at the time, Nicholas Biwott, was perceived as the main suspect, alongside Internal Security Permanent Secretary Hezekiah Oyugi and Nakuru DC Jonah Anguka. The Scotland Yard detectives continued with their investigations and handed over their report to Attorney General Matthew Guy Muli in September that year. President Moi established a commission of inquiry that comprised Court of Appeal judges Ivan Gisheru and Richard Kwach, High Court Judge Akilano Akiumi, with Bernard Chunga as its counsel. The commission conducted proceedings in Kisumu, but after 8 months, on 26 November 1991, Moi disbanded the commission. The very day PS Hezekiah Oyugi was to appear before it, he ordered Police Commissioner Philip Kilonzo to begin fresh investigations. What followed was the immediate arrest of Nicholas Biwott, who had been sacked from cabinet a week earlier. Powerful Internal Security PS Hezekiah Oyugi, Nakuru DC Jonah Anguka, Ouko's lawyer George Oraro, James Koyo, Police Officer Ajuga, banker Paul Gondi, Ouko's house help Selina Were, his cousin Oukoreru, and farm manager Philip Rodi.
Why am I being arrested? I said, we don't know. Why are you being arrested? So they told me also to wait. I waited there anxiously. And as I was waiting, I saw Oyuki coming out of a cell, and Anguka and Oraro. Yeah, those are the ones I can remember very vividly.
All those were covered up because when they started, then the information was coming out. Now, this information was going to put the government in jeopardy. And so what do? Because it may have reached to the top man. So they had to disorganize them so that those evidences again disappears and pretend to be arresting these people and again release them, that there is no evidence. The only route that would have brought up the story was the Commission of Inquiry. That was a powerful commission, the Gisheru one. The judges were brave individuals, Akiumi, Kilano Maladi Akiumi, Justice Kwach, Gisheru himself. These were brave individuals, and I think the job was well cut out. I remember Gisheru calling the media to tell them, even asked me, are you the one who put the 22 million into my account? I said, no, my lordship, I have not handled that kind of money. The system deposited some money into their individual accounts, millions of shillings. And the commissioners told whoever it is, through the media, please take back your money. You don't want it. So they were being coerced, they were being pressured, they were being threatened. I remember having a drink with the pathologist, Ndaka Kaviti. We would seek them out in the evening for a drink and just try to get deeper story into the murder. So I met him at the Sunset Hotel where the commissioners used to sleep. After a few drinks, the man burst into tears, says, you should just leave me alone. I've done my bit. I've done what they wanted me to do. Just leave me alone. So imagine you're being forced to even write a pathologic report that doesn't make sense. Because the Kaviti arrived at the scene, looked at the body, and said, yes, he committed suicide. Because he was being pushed by the system. I think they never gave you options. You either write this, you follow the other character.
All the suspects were released after 14 days, except Jonah Anguka, who was the only person charged with Ouko's murder. However, the trial ended following the death of Justice Fida Hussein Abdallah in November 1992 before he could deliver his ruling. Another trial was started against Anguka in 1994, but Justice Daniel Aganyanya acquitted him of all the charges. He fled the country but later wrote a book while in exile titled Absolute Power, The Ouko Murder Mystery, in which he accused President Moi, Cabinet Minister Nicholas Biwott and PS Hezekiah Oyugi of Ouko's heart-wrenching murder. According to a parliamentary select committee report that probed the disappearance and murder of Robert Ouko, several people who are either suspects, witnesses in Robert Ouko's case, or close associates died mysteriously. Those named include powerful PS Hezekiah Oyugi, Provincial Commissioner for Nyanza Julius Kobia, and Belgut DC Peter Muhoro. Former Police Commissioner Philip Kilonzo, who was leading investigations, dropped dead when having a drink after being tricked to receive a call, leaving his drink unattended. Others were Nyanza Provincial Police Officer Jadiel Kivaite, Provincial Criminal Investigations Officer in charge of Rift Valley Province Nehemiah Ombati, Koru Police Station Officer Charles Nzomo, Martin Ochanda, who was attached to Kisumu Special Branch Office, who was Ouko's friend, and Joseph Yogo, Ouko's driver, among others.
The guy who was handling his flight details died mysteriously, and the government took care of his burial arrangements. So the family, and then we're taking care of it. And then most people who were supposed to testify, either the nurse, some doctors, I'll have to go back and look at the of the names. We just drop dead and we go. But there's one person who faked her death, Selina Ndalo, the house help. I think she worked pretty well with some trusted policemen, and even the media brought into the issue of her being dead, but she'd withdrawn deep into the village, but she stayed safely. I think many years later. Yeah, Kilonzo was the height of it when he came there with the pathologist to confirm that it was Ouko's murder. He was at his hotel in Dallas, enjoying. I think the current witnesses, he was taking a Sprite soda when he received a call. Those days we didn't have mobile phones. To go and get the call from the office, he came back, took a sip, and collapsed. So people claim to cyanide.
Oyugi was taken ill while in police custody. He died when undergoing treatment in London. It is said he died a painful death.
As he told me that as you see me here, I'm a dying person. Then he went to the narrative of the day they were arrested with Biwott. He was taken to, I think, Kilimani police station. He was kept for many hours without food and drink. So when he became thirsty, he made a fatal mistake. A mistake that people like Jaramogi avoided. Whenever they were arrested, they would not take soda or water in a police station. Unless it was brought by the people from home, they wouldn't drink or eat anything. I think he told me that he took a sip of that soda, I think it was also Sprite, and he passed out. So he remembers when he came around, it must have been the 14 days later, that window period that was given by the Constitution of holding a witness. He says when he came around, he had some itchy feeling at the back of his neck, and there were some scratch marks. That's what he remembers. And then he was soon told he had the motor neuron disease. His body just disintegrated, and he died.
Oyugi died. The way he died, you know, even Saitot was about to die. You know why he was dying? He was poisoned. Even his skin peeled off. You know, when the PS died, how he looked like, what he was. So I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but I just believe some people may have poisoned them or whatever.
When President Kibaki regime took over, among its key priorities was revisiting some of the ills and injustices perpetrated by the KANU regime, with Ouko assassination being one among those top on the agenda. A parliamentary select committee investigating circumstances leading to the death of Ouko, chaired by then Kisumu Town Member of Parliament Eric Gorsungu, claims his team faced roadblocks from the onset.
It took us like almost 6 months before we could have the first sitting. Even the sitting space was a problem in Parliament, which is very unusual for a committee of Parliament. Okay? And, you could read, you could just see straight away that the people who were in charge of Parliament were not happy to let it go. They were instructed to put as much roadblocks as possible. And we had to do extraordinary things to make things move.
As expected, the House summoned several persons of interest, but of course, the star witness was Nicholas Biwott.
Order, Mr. Biwott, I think now you have had sufficient time. It's your passport, you must know, and can confirm to us that you did not travel with Dr. Ouko on 27th January 1990. Can you confirm that?
No, the record shows that there is an exit stamp on the 25th of January 1990.
Yes, is there another exit stamp on 27th?
No, yeah, I don't see it, but I'm sure I went on that flight of the presidential. But
now, Honorable Biwott, we have Dr. Ouko's passport here, which we can give you the benefit to check. And he left on the 27th of January. Now, do you want to tell us that you live together, yours is stamped 25th and his is stamped 27th? Is it possible at the airport that, they stamp different dates when you are living on the same date? And did you leave? Were you at the airport on 25th? If you were, where were you going on the 25th? Can we show you?
I believe it.
And for the 3 days that Biwott appeared before the Ouko Murder Probe Committee, sittings were punctuated with fierce exchanges between a House team seemingly determined to nail him and a besieged Biwott who appeared unshaken, leading to a standoff that saw committee sittings come to an end.
All I was asking is equal opportunity with the others. If it pleases the committee, I'll be willing to convert this into a statement.
But here is a case where you want to ambush this committee by submitting the statement minus those details now you want to talk about. And then you want now go and read them. I rule that you are out of order and we want to proceed on the basis of that.
The former powerful minister stood his ground.
All I'm asking is the same thing. We can go, as I read the paragraph, you can ask me.
Mr. Biwott, because you are adamantly refusing to recognize the ruling of the chair, this committee is now adjourning.
And I had actually written, everything was written more or less. I wanted to present it to the committee. And then after that they will cross-examine me, but they refused. They said they will not entertain that.
Now, Mr. Biwott, I am inclined now to rule you out of order and rule that we must proceed as we have been proceeding. I will not entertain any further questions. If you want to withdraw, you can withdraw. If you refuse...
I said, please let me present my side of the story and then question me. So they said no. So I pleaded with them. They said, you are intimidating them.
Mr. Chairman,
Honorable Biwott,
please, Mr.
Actually, who gives the permission for people to talk here? It is the chairman.
Right now, the chair has ruled, and I believe I'm right, and we must proceed. If you will not, if you will insist on interceding any further, I'm going to adjourn this proceeding.
Read to the
order.
I think so that everybody will know exactly what I read.
I think honorable members now we have
because I have not.
We will now adjourn these proceedings.
Because that was only.
I think the proceedings are adjourned.
That was only an introductory. If you read it, I had not even begun giving my evidence, and it will continue. You're shutting me out.
So I insisted and I stood my ground. So they got fed up and they went. They left.
The committee completed its work when it was sharply divided. Only 6 members allied to the ruling coalition NAC signed the report, while 3 who were in the official opposition party KANU refused to append their signatures and got an additional support from a member of NAC. The majority who signed the report were Gor Sungu, Dr. Oburu Oginga, Professor Christine Mango, Joe Hamisi, Raphael Bita Sauti Wanjala, and Kiema Kilonzo. KANU MPs who refused to sign were Samuel Moroto, Samile Shore, Amina Abdallah, and Peter Munya from NAC.
Our report was ready within 2 years, and we tabled it in Parliament. I tabled it in Parliament. The next 2 years, it was never discussed. The responsibility of allocating time to discuss reports, bills, or anything in the House rests with the House Business Committee. Among the members are the top politicians, even of today, but above all, the likes of Biwott were there. Chairman was Ole Kaparo. I think that's now I remember what you are now saying. They refused to table it until I made a statement in the House crying that why, this is going to give us a bad name. Please bring it here, we discuss it. If it's to be rejected, let it be rejected. If it's accepted, let it be accepted. It was never brought in my time, because if they did that, I would be able to explain to members exactly what was going on and spill some of the bills that had still left behind because you don't give everything in a report. You must leave something for when you're doing the verbal report. And that we were denied that chance.
Former Speaker Francis Ole Kaparo was accused of frustrating efforts to have the report debated. When reached for comment, he dismissed the claims, saying it was hogwash. There must be true records in Parliament. James Hwatenge is the only former special branch detective who appeared before the committee to testify.
People who are working in special branch, some of them are leaving. At that time it was special branch, today it's called National Intelligence Service. The reasons why they were running away, because not all of them ran away, but few of them ran away. Few of them have suffered out of this, like Hwatenge, Wajakoyo were part of those people who ran away, and they are Angukas.
Baba saved me wakati nilikuwa na wawa na ile serikali ya wakatili. Ni baba aliyefanya kazi kubwa sana na nisiseme. Baba na ubalozi wa Amerikani. Ule mtu anaitwa Smith Hempston. They are the ones who rescued me from this country, wakanipeleka ng'ambo wakati ya mauaji ya daktari huko.
I tend to disagree with that inspector, now a professor, when he says that he was given duty to investigate Ouko's death. Luchiri Wajakoya used to work in music room. There was a room where I used to dub. Those are the days when we had this walkie-talkie. So in the music room, you used to have earphones and whatever. So they used to say that is a music room where you listen to people. Wajakoya listened and heard Biwott talking to Moi on phone, and he recorded it on a compact cassette, where Moi was blasting Biwott saying, unaona vile umenifanyia. Because if Biwott would not have shot, you remember during KANU meeting, Moi even told Biwott that you are supposed to have been in jail. He was referring to this and maybe other issues.
In April 1992, the Sunday Times publication in London published a report that was attributed to former Special Branch Officer George Wajakoya, who was a fugitive at the time, which indicated Ouko was killed in State House, Nakuru. When contacted for comment, Wajakoya declined, saying, and I quote, "Kindly keep me out of this." Ouko's assassination remains to be Kenya's most high-profile murder in the country's history, since the first assassination of politician Pio Gamapinto in 1965.
It was really a gem for the Moi government. That's why his death ran so bitter and so deep. And I don't think any other death has come with so many individuals falling with the key guy like it has happened in Ouko's murder. So it won't go away soon. The key suspects might have died, but we keep hoping that one day the real story will be told.
It is 33 years since the Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation Minister was murdered, but even those who probed his death can't dare mention the suspects involved, despite the process having been a public affair. For them, it is simply can't name, won't name.
I'm not even afraid of anything. I just don't have the time for things that will create disability in my life. I want to have a peaceful retirement. I don't want to be called.
But if I wanted to call Watenge or to call Wajakoya to be my witness, they will refuse. Then I will be in trouble. It's not that what you are asking me that, oh, you know who killed. I know. But if I say it and some of them are living and they participated, they say now you have to prove. They will take me to court. Now, how do I prove? I need those witnesses that were mentioned who are there. Now, if I call them, they will not accept. So I'll be in trouble.
The perpetrators are in the record. If at all there was any prosecution or any interest in investigating this matter, I will rush Nairobi to give them all the details I have. Documentary and things are kept in my mind. Anytime, no government in Kenya has been willing. In Kenya, it's not just the Ouko murder. In Kenya, justice looks like a passing cloud.
So where we reached, but we know the spirit of Ouko has also worked. It has really haunted them. They have really died miserably.
You see, we had also taken this oath of office that whatever we learn in our official way, we cannot disclose. Actually, what I'm doing, I'm committing a crime that is called under Official Secrets Act, because I'm talking of what I'm not supposed to have said that. But going to jail is a smaller price than the truth coming out.
The committee, which discharged its functions divided in the middle, says there was intimidation all through to have the team bungle the process.
One time, at night, I was called by somebody whose call I could not refuse. Their house in Lavington. And there, I saw who is who. And of course, no words, bad words were exchanged. But I kept wondering why I was called there at that time. Mind you, because of my position, I took my bodyguard with me, but also alerted my cousin, then Chief Inspector Otieno. So my neighbor is late. He was the deputy OCS at Kabete, and I was his, and so he gave me extra officers to go with me, trail me as we're going in a car. Because I was wondering, why would I be called in the middle of the night, almost like 11 p.m., 10 p.m., when most people have gone to bed. That really concerned me. And perhaps the reason why I'm not in Parliament now, but that's a story for another day, when I write my memoir.
The former legislator says he was kept for over an hour past midnight but no one spoke to him. Neither was he offered anything, but the individuals continued with their coded conversations.
There was no meeting as such. You know, some communications can be verbal, some can be through expression, or just by seeing.
So how many people were present and who were they?
From a central bank. For 6 people. I had to take a roundabout route with the other car in tow. But anybody who, I don't know, there was no physical threat, but I wondered why I was called. There was no physical threat because some of them were my closest friends. I think it was instructions without words. Okay.
The 6 were a former top official in the National Treasury, his close associate, a powerful businessman, both from Rift Valley, a current high-ranking politician in the country, a former member of parliament and assistant minister Orwa Ojode, a top high court advocate who is now a senior counsel and a former banker. It is now 33 years since February 1990 when a herder stumbled upon the body of the late Robert Ouko that had been dumped at Got Alila behind me. Now the country might have moved on and so many things, but what remains constant is the famous Got Alila, the theories and mystery that until today is yet to be unraveled on the shocking and brutal murder of Kenya's high-profile politician and leader. Duncan Haemba, NTV at Got Alila in Koru.
On that. Now, what happens when the chains that link a critical system break? More so when that link is the only hope that the citizens of Kenya rest upon. Tonight, in the first installment of an exclusive series on broken government services, we show what happens when the load of responsibility is transferred to the ordinary mwananchi, tracking the road of broken promises in the healthcare, national identity cards, pensioners, among other key sectors. Now, in part 1, we focus on the backlog in the issuance of passports, which has seen mammoth lines sprout out at Nyayo House, contradicting the statement by Cabinet Secretary at the helm of this essential service, Professor Kithure Kindiki, that passports would be issued within 10 days after the physical submission of forms. NTV's Gina Kirori starts off our series, which will run every Tuesday on the Daily Nation and NTV. Here now is that report.
Believe it or not, this is a line of people waiting to get into Nyayo House to know the status of their passport application. Let's take it back to September 2023, when Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki made a surprise visit to Nyayo House. Little did many of the Kenyans know that the wait was about to be characterized by longer waits and even lengthier lines, snaking their way against what before was the car park of Nyayo House.
What the people of Kenya are going through is very painful. It should not have happened in the first place, but this is where we are. The solution is not to lament, the solution is to fix it.
In present day, the exhaustion at Nyayo House is palpable. The only thing more broken than the systems here is the broken hopes of Kenyans, some of whom have delayed in reporting for work, education, and other opportunities. Some line up with their babies strapped on their backs, while others give in to the sleep they're wrestling with. All this happens before the desperate push to get ahead of the line, where the attendant shouts out different names of Kenyans who hold their passport application papers in the air so that she can see them. Among those lost in the crowd is a man who we will name Musa, as he has asked us to conceal his identity.
Hiyo kazi nilikuwa nimeenda Somaliland, ni kazi ya kujenga estate. Na nilikuwa nimepatiwa 3 weeks, 4 weeks niende, na sijawahi pata passport ya kwenda Somaliland.
Despite the approved stamp that streaks the receipt that Musa received as proof that he had completed his passport application, he still continues to join the line of tired Kenyans waiting to receive the document after almost 1 year.
Hata kwenda kuangalia passport, sometimes ninakosa fare, ninatembea mguu mpaka Nyayo House, hata ninarudi mguu mpaka hapa pipeline. Miguu juu sijapata kazi nyingine, ni ile tu ya kupata siku moja, siku mbili.
It has become among the most coveted documents, owing to how evasive it is to get it. Job opportunities and scholarships have been lost by those who trek to Nyayo House on an almost daily basis, only to be met with the same disappointing and ambiguous response of machines breaking down. Musa visits Nyayo House at least once a week to check on the progress of his passport. While Musa was the only one who agreed to speak on camera, other sources interviewed at Nyayo House said they have been waiting for more than 1 year for their passport. One 23-year-old from Utawala, who received a scholarship to study economics in the United States, had not received his passport since finishing the process in June 2023 and missed the intake in September 2023. When questioned about the delays in the issuance of passports, the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, through the Office of the Director General Evelyn Cheluget, stated that from November last year, the Directorate of Immigration Services has experienced a surge in the number of passport applications due to labor export policy, academics, and diaspora cases during the festive season in December. The situation has been exacerbated by delays in the supply of critical materials used in passports production due to the disruption of global supply lines. The ministry does not say when they expect the problem to be resolved, only adding that the Directorate regularly replenishes passport stocks and is committed to ensuring that urgent applications are expedited. During one of the over 5 visits the Interior CS made to Nyayo House last year, he labelled the passport office a crime scene and vowed to remove the cartels causing bottlenecks after reports of bribery for passports surfaced. Some Kenyans have had to pay as much as 60,000 shillings in bribes to avoid missing travel deadlines. However, for some Kenyans such as Musa, the struggle to get a passport is written all over his shoes, which show the wear and tear of his efforts to search for better opportunities outside the country to better his and his family's life. Though we may have given him a lift to help reach the Central Business District for his weekly routine to check the status of his passport, he is uncertain of what tomorrow will hold. Ngina Kirori, NTV.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the happiest days of my life.
When the Union Jack was lowered on the 12th of December 1963, and in its place, the Kenyan flag hoisted, one of the greatest hopes of the then newly independent nation was a good education for its citizens. In fact, the elimination of ignorance was one of the 3 key goals of the new government. And since then, the education system has changed several times in the constant search for the perfect formula to make education work for everyone. In 2017, the country unveiled the Competency-Based Curriculum, CBC, to replace the 844 system, which had been enforced for more than 3 decades. The introduction of the system known as 26333 was aimed at eliminating cutthroat competition and expanding opportunities and options for learners. But to the first major transition having taken place with the start of the junior secondary level, is the system living up to expectation? This is the story of Kenya's latest education, CBC. In 2010, Kenya promulgated a new constitution, which among other things set the stage for a major change in the country's approach to education. The government appointed of professionals with the sole job of aligning the country's education with the new constitution and the economic blueprint Vision 2030. The task force led by renowned scholar Professor Douglas Odhiambo confirmed what many experts had said for years, that the 844 system was ill-equipped to prepare learners for the needs of the 21st century. Dr. Julius Dwan, who served as director of the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development when the Basic Education Curriculum Framework BECF was being developed, and later as Principal Secretary for Basic Education, says that the change was long overdue.
The main thing that came out was the need to reduce the emphasis on examinations. There was a feeling that our education system was promoting too much competition, and therefore our desire became to get certificates rather than acquire skills and competencies that the learners needed to achieve or to acquire.
Odhiambo's report also revealed massive wastage from the 844 system.
If you have 1 million children doing standard 8, and then only about 350,000 or 400,000 proceed to the next level, you can see the kind of wastage that we were accumulating in the system. And that wastage then turns into hopelessness, and then turns into human beings who have nothing to look forward to.
I, Uhuru Kenyatta.
President Uhuru Kenyatta's second term in office was dominated by the debate and controversy around the CBC.
We realize that within that which we call 844, we never appreciated that every learner and every child who goes to a school has a different potential from the other. There are those of us who are very good in music, some very good in mathematics, in art, in athletics, in football, etc., etc. But because we never defined the principle of teaching and learning within 844, we forgot that each person has a different potential.
But right then, practical questions began to emerge about the new curriculum. Vice-Chancellor of Daystar University, Professor Laban Ayiro, has done extensive research on the implementation of CBC in Kenya. He is one of the experts who first raised the red flag, pointing out that it would cost the government 360 billion shillings in the first year to implement the curriculum.
Because of that enormous cost, we advised, let us then do this progressively. Let us start with grade 1, grade 2, going slowly as we build the capacity of the teachers and also the needed infrastructure. It was a desire to transform Kenya, but our economic base would not support such an education system. And that's why you are seeing we are kind of in a quagmire state as a country.
2 and 6 are factors.
The 2663 system was rolled out in 2019, and amidst other concerns, the biggest real test was to come with the transition of the first CBC cohort into junior secondary school. The concerns around JSS included poor planning, hasty implementation, inadequate training of teachers, and unavailability of assessment tools. President Ruto's Kenya Kwanza coalition gave mixed signals about the system during the campaigns, but by the time they came into power in August 2022, CBC had already reached a point of no return. More than half of the learners in primary school were now studying under the new curriculum.
a robust conversation, ladies and gentlemen, in the country on education, and in particular, the implementation of CBC curriculum. Public participation is critical in this matter.
President Ruto appointed yet another task force, this time to evaluate CBC and advise on its future.
The Presidential Working Party, it went around the country gathering views of Kenyans who said, yes, we have few challenges which we can be able to mitigate as a country, but we cannot be able to go back. Let us move on with the CPC.
Known as the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms, PWPER, the team came out with many recommendations, but even this could not avert the chaos that marked the transition from grade 6 to junior school. NTV set out on a mission to establish the state of CBC and how various schools and teachers are faring across the country, nearly 6 years after the country took the leap. In a junior school in Kenya's arid and semi-arid regions, we come across this teacher. Let's name him David in order to protect his identity. David was posted here by the Teacher Service Commission in February this year to teach grade 7. He ended up being the only teacher in the institution, taking learners through all 14 subjects until September, when one more teacher was posted to the school.
Making it very hard for me. No rest. I had to make a class my office because I didn't have any other teacher who could at least assist me, and which became a very difficult task for me.
David narrated that he would come to school extremely early in order to prepare for his classes, but in the afternoon, he found it difficult to stay energized or for his learners to even grasp the content he was teaching. In a week, he was teaching 36 lessons all by himself. The government initially deployed 36,000 teachers on one-year contracts to cover the 19,038 public schools registered to offer junior school. Later in September, an additional 20,000 teachers were deployed, but the numbers are still not enough.
We should have undertaken teacher preparation. First of all, get the numbers. We should have even turned some of our teacher training colleges into middle colleges to train these teachers in the various pathways.
If a teacher, for example, is a mathematics teacher in standard 8, that teacher will comfortably teach maths in grade 7 under CBC. The content is lighter. If you're a teacher of English in standard 8 in the current system, you'll find that English is far much superior to what is being taught under CBC in grade 7.
Government has employed intern teachers for junior school. Junior school is the most critical segment of the CBC system, in the sense that that is where children are supposed to have their talents identified, and together with the communication between parents, the learners, and their teachers, they need to guide these children into certain pathways. Junior school is supposed to be run by the most experienced teachers in the system.
Teacher trainees in universities specialize in only 2 subjects for secondary school. In David's case, he was trained to teach history and CRE only. He reveals his biggest challenge was in the integrated sciences.
Actually, I didn't do physics in high school, yet physics is there. So I had to use my phone, I had to Google some things, get to know more about that particular topic before I come to teach.
Although the government has now deployed another teacher to teach in that school, David states that they're still overwhelmed.
So it has not, it has just made it at least easier, but not, I cannot say the situation or the hard situation has stopped, because you find that, like today, I had 2 subjects early in the morning, mathematics and English, you see. So how I wish could at least get at least another teacher.
The story of David mirrors that of thousands of other teachers employed this year by the government and deployed to teach in junior schools. In Kajiado County, we come across a school in the rural part of Kajiado Central constituency. Itinyika Primary School is part of the schools that could not manage to host junior school. In 2023, Education Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Mashogu revealed that not all primary schools qualify to host junior school. Out of 31,200 primary schools listed in the ministry's website, only 20,000 qualified to host grade 7 learners.
This school had to be constructed because children used to travel to very far distances, especially the youngest ones. So this school had to be constructed. It was the parents' initiative, and up to its registration, the challenges that we have now includes classrooms. We need more classrooms. We need sanitation, and we need water, and also staff quarters because teachers are walking from very far to come and teach.
And so, here at Itinyika Primary, when students transition to grade 7, they have to change their physical location.
So we make arrangement with our neighboring schools. We have a school that is 7 kilometers from here and another one that is 5 kilometers from here. So the parents make choice on which school they want their children to transit to.
Paul says this physical move discourages many students from proceeding to grade 7. This is the reality of many children living in hardship areas in Kenya. Teachers use whatever tools they have to ensure learning occurs.
On how to wash a ceramic.
This classroom has been subdivided into 3 different classrooms, that is grade 4, grade 5, and grade 6, meaning at any given moment there are 3 lessons going on concurrently under the same roof. And right to my left is the office of the head teacher.
When I came here, all the children were learning without any partition. They were learning from this class in that corner, another one in that corner. So we decided that we can partition it with plywood so that at least if there is disruption from the sound, let there be no disruption on visual, so that whatever is going on the other side, even if you can hear it, you can't see it.
Paul says the shortage of classrooms is having a real impact on learning itself.
When a teacher is teaching on the other side, another one is going on, another lesson is going on the other side, there is disruption. And as you know, the children are always disrupted by very small things. So we have that challenge. We are in dire need of classrooms.
Even in the best of times, children living with special needs are often a forgotten lot. This special school in Bomet County is proof that even under CBC, the old challenges have endured.
From the start of the year, it was quite difficult initially when we started, because by that time we had not gotten any materials, and it was a nightmare in starting off the year with these learners.
There are 12 learners in grade 7 in Korara Special Primary, and a single teacher who is specialized in special needs education, particularly in the area of visual impairment.
To date, we have not gotten for the braille. The braille copies have not so far been delivered to the school, and that has been a challenge to assisting learners with total blindness.
Another major challenge here is the cost of teaching.
Educating a visually impaired learner is not the same as educating any other learner, even with other disabilities. For instance, if you look at the materials they are using, the braille, which is very expensive. You look at the braille papers, their paper, which they are using with the braille. It's also very expensive because a braille goes at 100,000. And then a braille paper, a ream just goes at, currently it's now 1,000. And that 1,000 is just a ream that is not, that does not take a child even a week.
The content too is not yet fully tailored for children living with special needs.
There are some subjects like performing arts which are not well adapted to suit these learners with visual impairment. So that the content needs to be looked into so that it is compatible with learners with visual impairment.
Next year, there will be 2 classes in JSS, the current grade 7 that will join grade 8 and the current grade 6 learners who will transition to grade 7. The school here is hoping for the best, but fears that things could get worse.
Right now we are challenged already. We believe the government will be able to deploy us at least some more teachers. But if the government will not deploy at the earliest time possible, then I'm seeing we'll have a problem because we may not have enough personnel to handle that class because already the existing personnel are stretched enough.
But the grade 7 story is not just doom and gloom. Here at Maparasha Primary School in Kajiado Central, things are beginning to look up.
Within the month of March, the government started sending teachers. They sent for us the first teacher, and right now we have 3 junior school teachers. So at least the problem now on staffing is a bit solved.
Warming and cooking, warming and cooking.
But the long trek to school remains a constant headache.
The learners, most of them come from far to come to school. Some come as far as almost 8 to 10 kilometers to come here. So reaching here, the student is already tired.
Elijah reveals that since the government introduced National Education Management Information System, that is NEMIS, which is used to disburse funds to schools, many students...
Who is a true partner? They go out of their way to help you. They do not hesitate to go the extra mile. And they're always there standing beside you. They step in when you need them the most. Because a true partner is a partner for ground. KCB Bank.
Are you curious about that dazzling look? How do you define beauty? And how to dress elegant, glitz, and glamorous. The Glam Show is here to answer all those questions and show you what's popping and what's the latest in the beauty and lifestyle world, because you need it. Look your best and fall in love with Into the Glam every single Saturday only on NTV.
Me. You knew the torture I was going through. You let people think I was an awful person. You let me despise myself.
Why do you have bruises?
Some people showed up at the rest house and attacked us. At first I thought that those men were sent there by Aunt Celestina.
It's clearly not a good influence on your daughter at all. We must keep them apart.
And you'll stop seeing Adrian from now on.
What if he's not responsible for Mommy's death?
Secrets of El Paraíso.
Join the Optivan family today and experience the epitome of coastal living at Ocean View.
This is NTV.
Assalamu alaikum mpenzi mtazamaji, ndio mwanzo wa taarifa zetu za NTV jioni. Natumai kwamba siku yako imekwendea vyema sawia na yangu. Mtazamaji wangu, sasa nakaribisha tuangazie yote ambayo anagonga vichwa vya habari katika nyanja tu tofauti za humu nchini, hata pia ngazi za kimataifa. Lakini kwanza kabisa tupate yaliyo.
Kizaazaa mahakamani Machakos baada ya wafanyakazi wa kaunti kumvamia diwani na kumkamata kwa nguvu.
Tulipata simu kwamba amepata kuanguka kutoka kwa gorofa na alikuwa ako tu sawa siku hiyo nyingine na siku zingine zote.
Wanaume 4 raia wa Nigeria wanazuiliwa na DCI kuhusiana na kifo cha mwanaume wa umri wa miaka 25, msafishaji wa mazulia mtaani Riruta, Nairobi. Serikali yasema kanisa la Good News International ilihusishwa na mhubiri tata Paul Mackenzie ni kundi la uhalifu wa kupangwa.
Demand the immediate release of the illegally deducted taxes to teachers.
We want them to cease deducting money from Kenyans mara moja.
Na muungano wa walimu KUPPET waitaka TSC kukoma kuwakata walimu ada ya nyumba za bei nafuu, huku joto likizidi kuzingira swala hilo.
Hii ni NTV jioni na Frida Mwaka.
Naam, karibu mtazamaji katika taarifa kamili za NTV jioni. Mfasiri wa lugha ishara ni David Agondoa. Moja kwa moja mtazamaji, ni kwamba maafisa wa upelelezi wanawazuilia wanaume 4 raia wa Nigeria kuhusiana na kifo cha mwanaume mwenye umri wa miaka 25 katika eneo la Riruta hapa jijini Nairobi. Inadaiwa mwathiriwa aliyetambuliwa kama Charles Waga Otieno alianguka kutoka gorofa ya 5 wanamoishi jamaa hao. Polisi katika eneo la tukio walipata mali ya marehemu ikiwa ni pamoja na simu ya mkononi na kofia. Ajabu ni kwamba wachunguzi walibaini kuwa Waga hakuwa na suruali yake wakati wa tukio. Tumpate sasa mwanahabari wetu Rose Ngoi na maelezo zaidi.
Charles Waga Otieno mwenye miaka 25 alipoteza maisha yake mnamo Jumatatu katika hali ya kutatanisha. Polisi walitembelea eneo la tukio na kubaini kuwa mwanaume huyo alikuwa ameenda kurejesha mkeka katika nyumba hiyo walimoishi raia hao wa Nigeria katika orofa ya 7 ya chumba cha 56 na kulipwa shilingi 400 kwa kazi ya kuosha mkeka. Kulingana na ndugu ya marehemu, Waga alikuwa akifanya kazi ya kuosha magari.
Tulikuwa tunafanya naye kwa kawash moja. So akaenda akachukua carpet, akaifanyia touch up, kaniambia carpet yeye anapelekea wanaija. Kidogo nasikia yule rafiki yangu anaitwa Frank anapiga simu na ananiambia ati brother yangu ameanguka.
Kufika Cornice, akakaa Cornice like 30 minutes. Mimi nikaitwa na neighbor mwenye tunamuitanga mzae. Kaniita akaniambia one of your guys ameanguka chini. Kwenda kumwangalia nikapata wametari washamtoa kwa crime scene, wamemweka kwa gari.
Katika video hii iliyonaswa baada ya Waga kuanguka, watu walisikika wakipiga kelele huku akibebwa na watu wengine kumuingiza kwenye gari hii kwa ghorofa 5 na kudunda chini ambapo alipata majeraha mabaya kichwani.
Kuja Coptic Madaktari wakamkimbilia, wakajaribu kumresuscitate, kashindikana, wakampeleka emergency room. Emergency room wakajaribu kumpiga na ile mashine yao, ikasemekana Charles ni kuenda ameenda.
Haijabainika ni nini kilichosababisha kuanguka kwa jamaa huyo hadi kifo chake akiwa uchi.
Tulipanda 7th floor tukapata nguo zake ziko kwa floor ya pale Corner Heights. Suruali zake ziko kando na longi yake iko kando na Crocs. Alafu kuna hii bangili yake ya mkono. Alafu kuna mavini yake na walikuwa kuna earring pia ilikuwa hapo chini. So tukajiuliza ni nini ilitukia hapa, ile distance ya kutoka kwa nyumba. Huyu mtu alitoka ana suruali yako na boxer peke yake, ana longi yake. Tukaweza kupata kuwa simu yake alikuwa ameacha pale chini katika gate. Ilikuwa ina charge na ilikuwa inaonyesha ametumiwa 400.
Raia wanne wa Nigeria wanazuiliwa na polisi huku wapelelezi wakijaribu kusuluhisha kitendawili kuhusu kifo cha kutatanisha cha Waga. Waga pia alikuwa mwanamuziki chipukizi.
So tumeghadhabishwa, tunaomba kwamba uchunguzi utaendelea na tupate kujua chanzo cha mambo haya.
Rozongoi, NTV.
Na mtazamaji, kutoka hapa studioni tunasema makiwa, na ni kwamba tunaomba uchunguzi ufanywe kwa kina. Serikali imetangaza kuwa kanisa la mhubiri mwenye utata Paul Mackenzie ni kundi la uhalifu wa kupangwa, na waziri wa usalama wa kitaifa Profesa Kithure Kindiki amesema hatua hiyo imetokana na uhalifu uliotekelezwa na mhubiri huyo uliosababisha maafa ya halaiki huko Shakahola katika kaunti ya Kilifi. Tumpate mwanahabari wetu Kevin Mutai na mengi zaidi.
Kanisa hili la Good News International lililoko Malindi County ya Kilifi sasa limepigwa marufuku baada ya serikali kulitangaza kama eneo lililotumika kupanga uhalifu. Uamuzi huo umechapishwa kwenye gazeti rasmi la serikali na Wizara ya Usalama wa Kitaifa chini ya kipengee cha katiba kuhusu udhibiti wa uhalifu wa kupanga. Kwa mujibu wa sheria, waziri ana mamlaka ya kutekeleza uamuzi huo. Hii inamaanisha kuwa kanisa hilo lililoasisiwa mwaka 2003 ni miongoni mwa makundi haramu kama vile Al-Shabaab, Mungiki, Chinkororo na hata Sungusungu miongoni mwa mengine. Serikali inashikilia hatua hiyo ikisema kanisa hilo lilitumika kutekeleza maafa ya watu 429 kichakani Shakahola. Inasema Mackenzie akiwa mmiliki wa kanisa hilo alitumia ushawishi wake mkubwa kwa wafuasi wake kushiriki katika imani hiyo potovu ya kufunga hadi kufa. Haya yanajiri wakati ambapo mhubiri huyo na watuhumiwa wenza 95 wanakabiliwa na mashtaka mbalimbali ikiwemo mauaji, ugaidi na itikadi kali na hata ukatili kwa watoto kwenye kesi zinazoendelea katika mahakama ya Mombasa, Shanzu, Tononoka na hata Malindi.
Huyu atoki jela, atazeekea pale jela. Na tunaomba Mungu amweke miaka mingi ndio aone Kenya ambayo itakuwa Kenya salama, ambaye itakuwa na hii maneno yake ya upumbavu. Sijui kama tunaelewana. Lakini jela atoki. Hataona mwangaza wa hii dunia tena, atakaa pale jela mpaka azekee hapo, alafu apotee, aende kwa shetani yake. Kama atatubu, hiyo ni mambo ya Mungu.
Washukiwa wote wako gerezani wakisubiri mwezi ujao kwa kesi hizo dhidi yao kutajwa tena. Kevin Mutai, NTV, Mombasa.
Na katika pumzi hiyo, Kevin Kang'ethe anayetafutwa nchini Marekani kwa madai ya kumuua mpenzi wake Margaret Mbitu amezuiliwa kwa siku 30 huku uchunguzi ukiendelea. Hakimu mkuu mwandamizi wa mahakama Milimani Zainab Abdul ameamuru mshukiwa azuiliwe katika kituo cha polisi cha Muthaiga, akibainisha kuwa hakukuwa na pingamizi kwa ombi la afisi ya mkurugenzi wa mashtaka ya umma na uzito wa kesi hiyo. Mkurugenzi wa mashtaka aliambia mahakama kuwa kuna ombi kadhaa yatakayowasilishwa likiwemo la kurejesha mshukiwa Marekani ili kujibu mashtaka ya mauaji. Uchunguzi wa awali unaonyesha kuwa Kang'ethe alimvamia na kumchoma kisu mara kadhaa mwanamke huyo usoni na shingoni mwezi Oktoba mwaka uliopita na kusababisha majeraha makubwa yaliyosababisha kifo chake. Na mtazamaji, tukiangazia taarifa zingine ni kwamba mpango wa serikali wa nyumba za bei nafuu unazidi kuibua hisia mseto nchini. Na leo hii wanachama wa muungano wa KUPPET wameitaka tume ya kuajiri walimu nchini TSC kukoma kuwakata ada hiyo na kurejesha ada waliokata mwezi huu, wakishikilia kuwa mahakama iliweza kubatilisha matozo kwa hazina hiyo. Mtazamaji, wanachama hao wa KUPPET sasa wameitishia kuishtaki tume ya TSC ikiwa ni matakwa yao hayataafikiwa. Na kwingineko vile vile pia kundi fulani la wananchi limefanya maandamano nje ya majengo ya mahakama ya Milimani likidai kuzihitaji hizi nyumba za bei nafuu. Na mwanahabari wetu Sydney Chazima vile vile pia anaarifu kuhusu Azimio na Kenya Kwanza kunradhi kupapurana tena kuhusu swala hilo.
Wapunde zaidi kukerwa na mpango wa nyumba wa Kenya Kwanza ni muungano wa walimu wa shule zisizokuwa za msingi KUPPET, ambao wamedhihirisha ghadhabu yao baada ya kukatwa ada hii katika mishahara yao ya mwezi wa Januari licha ya mahakama kusitisha ukusanyaji wa fedha hizo. Muungano huu sasa unataka fedha hizo zilizonyofolewa zirejeshewe walimu mara moja.
KUPPET demand the immediate release of the legally deducted taxes to teachers.
Uongozi wa KUPPET sasa unatishia kuwashtaki wasimamizi wa tume ya TSC mmoja baada ya mwingine kwa kupuuza amri za mahakama.
Our options include instituting contempt proceedings against Teacher Service Commission officials in their personal capacities.
Si wanamiungano pekee wanaopinga suala hili la nyumba za bei nafuu, bali pia tabaka la wanasiasa ambao wanakubaliana na KUPPET.
We want them to cease deducting money from Kenyans mara moja. In fact, we want to see them refunding Kenyans money that was illegally deducted from their payslip.
Kinara wa Azimio Raila Odinga aliyehudhuria hafla ya kuadhimisha miaka 15 ya chama cha PNU anashikilia kuwa swala hili lahitaji mazungumzo na si kidari.
Hiyo lugha ya upende usipende tulizika na katiba mkongwe. Hatutaki kusikia tena. Hatutaki tena kusikia mambo ya upende usipende.
It's not how loud you speak, how firmly you pronounce yourself. This country will be changed by properly thought out policies.
Lakini mbunge wa Mbeere Kaskazini na mwana Kenya Kwanza Geoffrey Ruku ametishia kuwa waliochukua kandarasi za ujenzi wasiwafukuze wafanyakazi, kwani hatua ni kali watakazochukuliwa.
In case you send away the artisan, the foodies who are working on your project because of the ruling of the court, it will be deemed that you are working with Azimio. And you'll be treated as so. And we can institute the process of terminating your contract.
Hapo awali kule Milimani katika mahakama, wadau waliojitambulisha kama wafanyikazi wa mjengo walitawanywa na polisi leo asubuhi, huku baadhi yao wakitiwa mbaroni kwa kuandamana nje ya mahakama ya Milimani kwa kile walidai ni hujuma za mahakama kwa kusitisha ukusanyaji wa ada ya nyumba inayotumiwa kujenga nyumba za bei nafuu. Huku swala hili la nyumba za bei nafuu likiendelea kugawanya kauli, tayari serikali kupitia spika wa bunge la kitaifa Moses Wetang'ula imekata rufaa uamuzi wa mahakama ya rufaa wa tarehe 26 Januari kuhusu kusitisha matozo ya nyumba kwa sasa. Kwenye stakabadhi iliyopokelewa mahakamani Jumanne, spika pamoja na bunge la kitaifa wanataka uamuzi ufanywe upya. Sydney Chazima, NTV.
Mtazamaji, haya kijiri, idadi kubwa ya wanafunzi wamesalia nyumbani kutokana na ukosefu wa karo ya kujiunga na shule za upili, ikiwa zimekatika takriban wiki 3 tangu milango ya kidato cha kwanza kuweza kufunguliwa. Mwanahabari wetu Gabriel Kudaka aliweza kutembelea pacha waliofuzu katika mtihani wa KCPE nyumbani kwao Rehema, eneo la Keses katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu, na anatusimulia masaibu yao baada ya kukosa karo ya kujiunga na kidato cha kwanza.
Tulikutana na Abel Kibichi na pacha wake Abraham Kipyegon wakijiandaa kuandamana na mama yao ili kumfanyia mtu kibarua kwa minajili ya kujitafutia riziki. Pacha hawa wanastahili kuwa shuleni wakisoma na wenzao waliojiunga na kidato cha kwanza, ila ukosefu wa karo umewalazimu kusalia nyumbani.
Sasa tuko nyumbani, tuko na wasiwasi. Wenzetu wameenda shule kwa form 1, washaanza kusoma. Tupenda tujiunge nao, ndio wasiwasi yetu iweze kupungua. Jiunge na hata situweze kusoma, ndio niweze kutimiza ndoto yangu ya kuwa daktari. Nasikia uchungu sana kwa sababu nisipoenda shule sitaweza kutimiza ndoto zangu za kuwa engineer.
Abraham alipata alama 324 na mwenzake Abel akapata alama 270. Wote wakaitwa katika shule ya upili ya Chirchir katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu. Mamake vijana hawa amesema juhudi zake za kupata basari zimegonga mwamba.
Nikajaribu mambo ya basari, nikaenda mpaka scholarship, nikashindwa. Nikaenda nikajaribu basari, nikapewa basari ya 4,200 na ichaingia kwa shule. Nikaenda kwa shule nikamwambia si watoto waingie alafu wangoje basari. Wakaniambia mpaka basari ikuje.
Ni sera ya serikali kwamba wanafunzi wote waliofanya mtihani wa kitaifa wa KCPE mwaka uliopita wanajiunga na shule za upili. Hata hivyo, kwa pacha hawa Abraham na Abel, ukosefu wa karo unaonekana kuwa kizuizi katika safari yao ya kutimiza ndoto yao. Na huku haya yakijiri, tume ya kuajiri walimu kaunti ya Bungoma imelaumu kutowajibika na mapuuza ya wazazi kama mojawapo ya sababu zinazochangia wanafunzi kutojiunga na kidato cha kwanza katika kaunti hiyo.
Teachers are doing their part. They are in school waiting for these 11,601 to teach them.
Hao watoto wakubaliwa wasome. Ili mzazi anahangaika kidogo mambo ya uniform, aendelee kusoma na ile ya zamani, mzazi akitafuta uniform. Ikipatikana aendelee.
Gabriel Kudaka, NTV.
Haya mtazamaji, kwingineko ni kwamba kizaza kimeshuhudiwa mapema leo katika majengo ya mahakama mjini Machakos baada ya watu wanaoaminika kuwa wafanyakazi wa kaunti hiyo ya Machakos kumshambulia kwa nia ya kumkamata mwakilishi wadi wa Kalama Boniface Maeke. Na kwa mujibu wa taarifa kwa polisi mjini Machakos, Musyoka alipata majeraha mabaya wakati wa tukio hili. Inadaiwa Musyoka alikuwa mahakamani kumuunga mkono mwenzake mwakilishi wadi wa Masii Vyulia Douglas Musyoka aliyekamatwa Jumanne na maafisa wa kaunti kwa misingi kwamba alijenga nyumba pasi kuzingatia sheria za kaunti. Maeke ameandikisha taarifa kwa polisi kisha kupelekwa kupokea matibabu. Mtazamaji, taarifa hiyo inatupeleka katika awamu yetu ya kwanza ya mapumziko ya NTV jioni, lakini tupate yajayo. Pengo la ukosefu wa maabara shuleni lazibwa kwa kuanza kuunda maabara tamba kurahisisha mafunzo ya CBC.
Brought to you by Username Investments. Perfect for your dream home. Investment for holiday home. Going only for 799,000 shillings for 1/8 of an acre. SMS Nakuru to 20321 or call 0725 000 222.
People come to me and they say they get discomfort when they have ice cream. Can you imagine that? Avoiding having cold ice cream. Sensodyne gives you long-lasting protections against sensitivity. And people come in and they're like, oh, it works. I can have ice cream and I'm not in any discomfort. I recommend Sensodyne because it works. It's brilliant.
Warembo, ni nini muhimu kwenu mnaponunua body lotion?
Smoothness, scent, glow.
Nunua Nice and Lovely body lotion. Inai-transform dry skin kuwa deeply nourished na kui-smoothed. Na fragrance nayo. Wacha tu.
Now available in the 850 ml pack.
Chagua Kenya's #1 body lotion.
Me, you knew the torture I was going through. You let people think I was an awful person. You let me despise myself.
Why do you have bruises?
Some people showed up at the rest house and attacked us. At first I thought that those men were sent there by Aunt Celestina. He's clearly not a good influence on your daughter at all. We must keep them apart.
And you'll stop seeing Adrian from now on.
What if he's not responsible for Mommy's death?
Secrets of El Paraíso.
Join the Optivan family today and experience the epitome of coastal living at Ocean View Ridge, Vipingo by Optivan. Call us on 0790 300 300.
Optivan, Optivan.
Karibu tena mtazamaji katika upande wetu wa pili. Sasa tuangazie makuu ya siku, vipengee muhimu ambavyo tunaviangazia hii leo, na moja kwa moja mtazamaji, tukiangazia kipengee cha kwanza ambacho ndio hicho hapa. Kanisa la Mackenzie ni uhalifu uliopangwa. Waziri wa usalama Kithure Kindiki amesema hiyo ni kutokana tu na uhalifu uliotekelezwa na mhubiri huyo na kusababisha maafa. Mtazamaji, tuangazie makuu ya siku katika kipengee cha pili. Raia 4 wa Nigeria wakamatwa. Inaarifiwa kwamba mwathiriwa aliyetambuliwa kwa jina Wanga aliruka kutoka orofa ya 5 baada ya ugomvi na wa Nigeria. Na mtazamaji, tukielekea katika kipengee cha 3, ni mwakilishi wadi avuliwa nguo kule Machakos. Hawa alivuliwa nguo, inadaiwa kwamba na wafanyakazi wa kaunti kwa kumshambulia tu kwa nia ya kumkamata mwakilishi wadi huyo. Na kipengee cha 4 na cha mwisho mtazamaji, ni Mkenya aliyetekeleza mauaji Marekani anazuiliwa kwa uchunguzi kwa kina. Mtazamaji, hayo ndio makuu ya siku, na moja kwa moja tutakuwa tunafuatilizia tu, angalau tuendelee na taarifa zetu za NTV jioni. Tukisonga mbele, makachero wa DCI wamezuru boma la seneta wa kaunti ya Kakamega Boni Khalwale hii leo kuchunguza kiini cha maafa cha mfanyakazi wa seneta huyo ambaye anadaiwa kuuawa na fahali usiku wa kuamkia Jumapili. Maafisa hao walizuru zizi la fahali huyo na kulikagua kabla ya kumhoji seneta Khalwale pamoja na watu wengine nyumbani kwake. Kamanda wa polisi kaunti ya Kakamega Joseph Kigan amethibitisha kuwa wanasubiri ripoti ya daktari wa upasuaji kabla ya kutoa taarifa kamili kuhusiana na maafa hayo.
Ng'ombe ikiua mtu, hiyo ng'ombe ikiua mwanamke ama mwanaume, hiyo ng'ombe huuawa kwa kupigwa mawe. 29 wameandika kwamba, na hiyo ng'ombe ikiua mtu tena, na mwenye ng'ombe hakuambia watu hii ni ng'ombe mwenye aliua mtu, hiyo ng'ombe itauawa kwa kupigwa mawe, na huyu mwenye ng'ombe atauawa kwa kupigwa mawe. That is the Bible.
Maswali tulikuwa nayo ni rahisi sana, hatuna shida na senator. Maswali tumekuwa nayo ni rahisi kwamba tunataka kujua hiyo ng'ombe iko wapi ya kwanza, na mbona aliua ng'ombe, kwa sababu ng'ombe ilikuwa part of the evidence ya hii case.
Na mtazamaji, baada ya taarifa hiyo, taasisi ya kuunda vifaa vya shule za sekondari nchini SEPU imeziba pengo la ukosefu wa maabara kwa kuanza kuunda maabara tamba ili kufanikisha mafunzo ya masomo hayo kwa mtaala wa CBC. Na upungufu wa maabara katika shule za Jumuiya unaendelea kuwa changamoto katika mafunzo ya kisayansi katika shule za kibinafsi na za umma sehemu mbalimbali nchini. Fatma Bugu anaarifu.
Tatizo la miundo msingi katika shule za msingi limekuwa changamoto kubwa, huku shule mbalimbali zikiendelea na jitihada za kuboresha elimu ili kusaidia kufaulu kwa shule za upili, hususan za serikali, kwa kuweka maabara ili kuwezesha wanafunzi kufaulu katika masomo ya sayansi. Baadhi ya shule zimelazimika kwenda shule zingine ili kutumia maabara.
Hapo mwanzo ilikuwa ni kwamba tukatumie lab ya secondary, lakini tukaangalia idadi yetu ni kubwa, tukaona tujipange.
We shall embrace CBC fully and we shall do what it takes to ensure that our teaching is aligned with the new system.
Taasisi ya kuunda vifaa vya shule nchini SEPU imekuwa ikiwashauri wakuu wa shule za junior kupata maabara tamba zenye kutumia kawi ya jua ili kukabiliana na uhaba wa vifaa katika maeneo ya mbali.
We have the mobile laboratories which use the electricity and those ones that use the solar. So it is able to go out to any schools in Lodwar, in Garissa, in Mombasa.
This will also make it easy for us to be able to cover the syllabus because the two will be working concurrently.
So this one will make our teaching effective.
Maabara tamba ina kemikali, silinda ya gesi, sinki yenye mifereji, imeunganishwa na vifaa vingine hitajika. Hii imetajwa kuwa suluhu kwa walimu waliolalamikia ukosefu wa maabara katika mafunzo ya CBC.
Hizi vyombo ambavyo tunaunda vyote, it is catering for all the classes. We have a standard price. Both of them go at 200,000 shillings.
Baadhi ya shule za msingi za umma kama Bomu pia tayari wamebadili baadhi ya madarasa yaliyopo kuwa maabara ili kufanikisha masomo ya sayansi shuleni.
Use the local available material to see that teaching and learning takes place. Usingoje CDF.
So you find that in most regions, more so the coastal regions, we have so many schools coming to us, more than 80 so far.
Washikadau wa elimu wanasema kuwa uwepo wa maabara shuleni utawezesha watoto kupata ujuzi wa kiutendaji kulingana na mtaala wa CBC na vile kufanya vyema katika masomo ya sayansi. Fatma Bugu, NTV, kutoka kaunti ya Mombasa.
Na maafisa 5 waliodumu katika serikali ya kaunti ya Nyandarua wamekamatwa na maafisa wa tume ya maadili na kupambana na ufisadi EACC kwa madai ya kulipa shilingi milioni 13 kwa huduma hewa. Rose Muthoni aliyehudumu kama waziri wa biashara, Vincent Mwiruri aliyekuwa meneja wa ugavi na naibu wake Sofia Wairimu, Shadrack Nyanyugo na Timothy Ngunjiri waliweza kufikishwa katika mahakama ya Nakuru na kushtakiwa kwa makosa 8 yanayohusiana na matumizi mabaya ya pesa za umma. Fedha hizo zilizolipwa na kaunti ya Nyandarua mwaka 2018 zinadaiwa kutumwa kwa akaunti 6. Aliyekuwa waziri wa maji kaunti hiyo ya Nyandarua, Simon Mwangi, na maafisa wengine wawili kwa jina Daniel Kamua na Regina Wairimu wametakiwa kujisalimisha katika ofisi za EACC kaunti ya Nyeri baada ya kutoroka kukamatwa. Kwingineko katika kaunti ya Kilifi, naibu kaunti kamishna wa eneo hilo la bunge la Ganze, Teddy Buya Bonaya, amekamatwa kwa madai ya kuiba na kuuza chakula cha msaada chenye thamani ya nusu milioni mwaka 2020. Na mtazamaji, taarifa hiyo inatupeleka katika mapumziko awamu ya pili. Tupate yaliyomo. Kocha wa timu ya taifa ya kandanda ya Afrika Kusini Hugo Broos amwaminia sifa vijana wake kwa kuwabana miamba wa Morocco katika hatua ya 16 bora.
Welcome to the Delight Nakuru, brought to you by Username Investments. Perfect for your dream home investment for holiday home, going only for 799,000 shillings for an eighth of an acre. SMS Nakuru to 20321 or call 0725 000 222.
Dad, what made you decide to become a doctor?
It's because my father needed one. And you, what do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be happy like you.
Hey!
Within life, we have moments. Within moments, we have each other. At Prudential, we believe that when it comes to those you love, never leave it to chance. Leave it to us. Life insured is love assured.
Sí, vamos a ver qué parte sos.
New Nivea Luminous visibly reduces dark spots. Does it really work? Trust me. For post-acne marks too? Of course. World's #1 anti-spot expert serum, now for post-acne dark marks and age spots. Visible results in just 2 weeks. That means also for my age spots. Already worked for over 1 million women. Nivea Luminous 630. It works.
Karibu mtazamaji, tujitose viwanjani. Justus Madoya, klabu ya gofu ya Great Rift Valley Resort, aliweza kumpiku kiongozi wa usiku kucha Mutahi Kibugu wa Muthaiga na kushinda awamu ya 5 ya msururu wa Safari Tour katika uwanja wa gofu wa Muthaiga. Madoya na Mutahi walishindana vikali siku ya mwisho, lakini Mutahi akafanya masihara katika shimo la mwisho na kunyakua nafasi ya pili, huku Eric Ouko wa Golf Park akifunga nafasi za jukwaa. Awamu ya 6 ya msururu huo sasa inaelekea Karen Country Club wikendi ijayo.
9 actually, the 9 that gives me problems every time when I play Muthaiga. 17? Yes, that's why I picked Paz and I didn't want to bother anything because that 9 gives me a lot of hectic.
Kongole kwake. Tukisonga mbele, kocha wa timu ya taifa ya kandanda ya wanaume ya Afrika Kusini Hugo Bruce ameaminia sifa vijana wake wa Bafana kwa kuwabana miamba wa Morocco katika hatua ya 16 bora ya kombe la mataifa ya bara Afrika AFCON Jumanne usiku. Afrika Kusini iliibuka na ushindi wa mabao 2-0 dhidi ya Atlas Lions. Hii hapa kauli yake. Haya, mtazamaji, kunradhi kwa hilo, lakini ujumbe wa spoti umeupata. Kufikia hapo basi, sina la ziada, nakamilisha taarifa zetu za NTV jioni. Natumai kwamba zimeridhia nafsi yako. Siku zote niite Frida Mwaka nitaitika. Mfasiri wa lugha ishara ni David Agondoa. Usiku mwanana.
This is NTV.
Step up to more fun and get more than you pay for. Upgrade now and get boosted to the next package for free. Dial *423# or call 0711 066 000 and upgrade to the next level for free.
It's Friday and things are looking a bit boring. Fanta. Submit to the fizziest of fizz. Surrender to a bubbly bliss. Fall for the tangiest of tangs. Succumb to the flavor frenzy. Fanta. Indulge with a sip and snack.
When you're finally released from pain, that moment when you start to get back to ordinary, and ordinary feels amazing. Whatever pain you're going through, release starts here.
There's a kind of bank assurance intermediary that really allows you to relax because you know you'll be good. That's Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary for you. Get covered real good through Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary.
This is NTV.
And welcome to Kikao, your weekly authoritative program on Africa's agriculture. On the show this week, we focus on the women. They are seen as the face of agriculture on the continent, but just how much do they get out of it? My name is Joe Ageyo, and in a short while we'll be speaking to a panel of experts to tell us exactly what Africa's agriculture has to offer for the women. But first, the scene setter.
If you say you are into gender development and you take one segment, you are beginning to fail because you never run on one leg and win the race. So you must take both of them together. So today, men and women are doing business together.
Most often they are marginalized groups with very limited access, although they play a critical role in terms of food security and nutritional security at the household level and at the community level.
Let's now join Dr. Canisius Kanangire, the Executive Director of ATF, as he engages a panel of those who would know what ought to be the place of the African woman in agriculture.
Women make essential contributions to the agricultural and rural economies in all developing countries. Their role vary considerably between and within regions and are changing rapidly in many parts of the world where economic and social forces are transforming the agricultural sector. Rural women often manage complex households and pursue multiple livelihood methods. According to a 2015 FDB report, an average of 62% of economically active women in Africa work in agriculture and play a key role in food production and provision for their households. However, these female farmers produce less than their male counterparts because they own less than 2% of the world's land, with a mere 10% of agricultural credit access. The gender gap in agriculture is generally associated with limited access and control over innovative agricultural technologies, extension services, education, financial services, and rural employment. Women also have limited participation in agricultural research and development policies, interventions, and decision-making, and are underrepresented in outstanding farmers' organizations. On this week's episode of Kikao, we examine the crucial role played by women in agriculture and how Africa can unlock their untapped potential to boost food production. My name is Dr. Canisius Kanangire. I'm the Executive Director of ATF, and on my distinguished panel this week, I have a renowned academic and practitioner, Professor Ruth Onyango, who is the founder, Rural Outreach Program, Africa, and 2017 recipient of Africa Food Prize. And Mashumba Ruramiso, CEO and founder, Nandi Africa. You are welcome. How do you paint the participation of women in the agricultural production sector today in Africa?
They do all the production. They worry about what everybody else is going to eat, but they are kept away from decision making, from policy making. They are kept away from the money. And you know, I've been around enough to know all the conferences that take place, and then resources are committed to Africa. Sometimes they call me. They say, Ruth, aren't you happy now? I say, no, until I see it on the ground, until I see it on the smallholder farmer, and until I see it on the woman farmer. And let me also say that it's not in the whole of Africa that you have women-only farming on the ground as smallholder farmers. I've been to other countries, specifically, where it is man and woman also farming. So it all depends on the cultural setting, but to a large extent, yes, it is woman, but you know, everybody else eats, but the woman does the work.
Yes.
And what women need, by the way, I've seen, is not even a whole lot, because the technologies she's talking about, very critical. The knowledge transfer, it needs to be done in a way that suits the woman. That suits the woman. She cannot be leaving her home, going to some center, to some training, staying there for 3 days. What meantime is happening to her family? Because she's the primary nurturer, and we have to put that into account.
What are those factors, those challenges which hinder the women to really benefit of that production and that work they do on the farm.
We are marginalized in terms of education. So the girl child is not going to school, while the boy child might be going to school. And then it starts there, and then at a tender age, she's getting married at 14 years of age. She's already seen as she can't contribute much. So I think we need to address from infancy level to say, how do we make sure that our girl child remains in school? How does she get the same access? Because even when you look at the statistics in terms of the percentage of girls in school, they get less and less as we go up the hierarchy. For myself, I find myself as a farmer, I am attending meetings for policy, for different things, and I find sometimes in the room, I'm the only woman. So something is wrong. So until we start making sure that we have more women on the table, and we see it as normal. You know, like in our culture, I remember like just having a conversation with as a young person myself, even my other young farmers who are men, when we're having conversation, they still feel that there's nothing wrong. So until we say to ourselves, there is something wrong. And you know what? We really need both genders. We need both genders to be able for us to develop Africa, the Africa we want. For us to reduce hunger, we cannot have one gender at policy. We need both genders.
I think it is very critical, and we need to take some decisions or influence some decisions so that we can change that from the root cause, which is that inequality from the tender age. But when we come, let's take a break. When we come, we look at what we need to do to improve the situation in India.
I trust Sunlight 2-in-1 washing powder to give my clothes a sensational clean and an uplifting fragrance. Sunlight, more than you expect.
Mimi na Mary tulikuwa marafiki wakubwa sana.
Hii love ilikuwa so deep even that tulikuwa willing to risk. Who is this person?
My best friend's dad.
Hata kituguu si kali hivyo.
Mimi nilikuja kujiona kwamba nimevutiwa na dadake, na dadake mimi nilifanya naye tendo la ndoa.
Mimi kwenda kwa nyumba niliwapata kwa kitanda. Ningewakaribia tu hivi.
Anajua side chicks zangu.
Side chicks. Anaji side chicks.
Sikuelewa kwamba ilikuwa hasira ya mke wangu ama pia alikuwa anamtamani.
Ni madamu ameumbwa vizuri.
Warembo, ni nini muhimu kwenu mnaponunua body lotion? Smoothness, scent, glow. Nunua Nice and Lovely body lotion. Inai-transform dry skin kuwa deeply nourished na kui-smoothed. Na fragrance nayo, wacha tu. Now available in the 850 ml pack. Chagua Kenya's #1 body lotion.
Being among the top ranking in development, Kiambu is a story of milestones rolled in hard work, dedication and grit. Governor Kimani Wamatangi's election has set this Mount Kenya county on an even higher trajectory. Never has any regime put more emphasis on delivery of top-tier health services than Governor Wamatangi's government.
Kiambu Afya has really impacted positively on our community.
The county has been running a feeding program for all the ECD centers, where 36,000 students in 524 ECDE centers get 3 eggs per week and a cup of nutrient-rich uji daily.
Shule zote, hakuna mtoto hata mmoja anaenda shule anakosa asubuhi kupata kikombe ama bakuli ya uji mzuri ya vitamin yenye kasukari.
While other counties wrestle with the complexities of what devolution has been 10 years on, Kiambu is showing, not just saying, how it's done.
Panda tukupandishe Tupandishe on Yo Entertainment this new year on GoTV. Bila kulipia extra. Kama uko on GoTV Lite, lipia GoTV Value. Utapata kufurahia GoTV Plus. Tayari on GoTV Value, then lipia GoTV Plus uenjoy GoTV Max. Kama wewe ni wa GoTV Plus, lipia GoTV Max ujinice na shows noma kabisa on GoTV Super. Furahia the best sports, international shows na local shows on a like free. Download GoTV Stream. GoTV. Love it.
Me, you knew the torture I was going through. You let people think I was an awful person. You let me despise myself.
Why do you have bruises?
Some people showed up at the rest house and attacked us. At first I thought that those men were sent there by Aunt Celestina.
He's clearly not a good influence on your daughter at all. We must keep them apart.
And you'll stop seeing Adrian from now on.
What if he's not responsible for Mommy's death?
Secrets of El Paraíso.
Join the Optivan family today and experience the epitome of coastal living at Ocean View Ridge, Vipingo by Optivan. Call us on 0790 300 300.
Optivan, Optivan.
The moment I feel my pain starting to fade, it's like I'm going back to myself on a really good day.
Panadol Extra releases you from strong pain. Panadol, release starts here.
There's a kind of bank assurance intermediary that really allows you to relax because you know you'll be good. That's Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary for you. Get covered real good through Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary.
Panda tukupandishe on Yo Entertainment this new year on GoTV. Bila kulipia extra. Furahia the best sports, international shows na local shows on a like free. Download GoTV Stream. GoTV. Love it.
Welcome back to the Kikao session. What can we do to ensure that women get their fair share from the agricultural sector?
No wonder Africa is hungry because we're depending on these women to feed ourselves. How can we? So as Africa, we then look back to our culture. And our culture meant that our whole community together is not only women producing food. In fact, women made food, nurtured the children, as the men were the providers. We can't feed the continent, we can't feed a community where only the small agenda with so many other loads on her back is actually producing the food.
We understand that we need to put our hands on, we need to be able to benefit the same way of the agricultural activities and effort we put in, but there is still the gender gap. Yes. How do we address it?
We need to allow for, if it's 50% women participation at all agriculture programs, even if it's organizational level, who are your beneficiaries? In Zimbabwe, we find that women are mainly doing the horticulture, the small crops, and the men are doing the more cash crops. How then do we ask even big organizations to ensure that some of their beneficiaries, a certain percentage, are women? I think when we start making actionable steps, that's when we can start saying, okay, we're beginning to solve the challenges. Even if you're running an organization or you're doing a panel and you find that all the time you're always nominating men, there's only men, the face of men, then we are not really sharing a true picture of where the Africa we want. But when we start saying that at all levels in the organization, at all levels in policy, at all levels across, we're ensuring that women are equally represented as much as men. Then we can start seeing some of these changes.
What are those opportunities that we need to give to women so that we can really transform agriculture and be able to feed our communities and to stop the current state of hunger on the continent?
Yeah. So once you make it political will driven, then you see things start to happen everywhere organically, and you don't have to force it. Of course, within some of the cultures, they'll say, no, we can never have a woman. We still have that, you know, but it's something that has to be in the ethos of the community, of the country, and everybody is thinking of it. And I found myself personally that when men start pushing for it, that we need more women. And I've seen a woman do this. We have daughters. I want my daughter to feel like she can go wherever she wants to go. She can be anything. Young men are our biggest allies because they just say, you know, my mama, daddy will do this, but mama, you know, and they say, no. Let us support the women to go forward. So I think we need to look at our strategic allies and our young men. Some of them unemployed, some of them have no marriages, some of them are what? They're saying for a change. We've had independence for so long. Let's see how women will do it. Let's give them a chance. We know it will really bring fruits here.
If we don't take a decisive step to change it, it will never happen. We need to know that our daughters are also, endowed with potential, the same our sons are. And if we give them the opportunity to enrich them with knowledge and technologies, then I think the change will happen, not only at family level, but also at country and continent level. Yeah, that's true. I think let's take a break, and when we come, we talk over other things and compare what we are doing to what the world is doing.
Yeah, surely.
Welcome back to the Kikao session. We have been talking about what is happening in Africa and the challenges that we are struggling to address on this continent. Do you have some success stories from which we can learn, borrow and live, which can emulate the transformation of how gender participation, women participation particularly, in agriculture? Do you have those?
I'm sure you do. Let's start,
All right.
Yeah, Ramiso.
Well, there are certain countries, you know, that are really showing milestones of women leadership. I can give here in Africa, there's Rwanda. So I think they show us that, you know, women in agriculture can be at the top level. So for me, that's a vision. And when I saw that, I was really encouraged because I had never seen it before in my communities. And when I look at best practices, we also look at other countries in Europe where they have really realized even the role of a woman is very important. I look at countries like Sweden, where they've actually allowed women to, or even the woman from the Prime Minister of Australia, who was on a panel with a baby. You know, some women we are marginalized at childbearing age.
Yeah?
Yes, New Zealand. At childbearing age, we're no longer able to participate because, you know, you can't come to a panel because you've got a small baby. But we're seeing some of these best practices that it's okay to have a small baby in Parliament. It's okay if you're on a panel, or some organizations, they allow for you to travel with a small child. We're also seeing policies allowing women to come to work early, or to have longer maternity, or to work online. I think there's lots of practices we can do to make sure that we do not lose our female gender in being productive and being able to contribute, especially during childbearing ages.
Absolutely, I think we need those policies and implement them.
Yes.
Because I have seen that in many country policies, they have very good statement on gender mainstreaming in agriculture and other sectors. But when it comes to implementation, something goes wrong. I think we need to have good policies, have them implemented in that way. And that is how you can reap the benefit of having women also in those key positions. And the example you gave is very loud in showing the benefit we can get when there is a balance in the participation in the decision making and all other sections. I think it is very important. What would be the role of access to technology? Yeah? Because in many countries, I remember African countries, the sub-Saharan African countries, when they see a lady on a tractor, for example, ooh, that lady is on a tractor. You know, everybody knows.
Even just driving, that lady is driving, right?
And then the other technologies also they make, they come very slowly into that. And they could change the way we do business in agriculture. What would be the role of agriculture in unlocking those potentials we are talking about? Through the gender.
A lot. I mean, it goes even further than that. As I did research in an agricultural environment, one time I learned in that community, we've come a long way. But I can tell you this, I can just tell you this, it's a lot easier to build woman leadership from grassroots.
Yeah.
Those women at the grassroots level are the ones who really carry the communities, who carry the villages, who nurture the children, who nurture the men. In my own time, we've done research where we just take women, take them away, you negotiate with their spouses. We want to take mamas away for 3 weeks.
Absolutely.
You find the home almost gone. The men are almost dead, and they value the mama so much. So I think we just need a harmonious environment. I chair this organization, Sasakawa Africa Association. I'm sure you are aware of it.
Yes,
it was created soon after the Ethiopian famine of 1984. But you know, so this organization, we intentionally supported women's agriculture. Guess what? Women are producing just as much as men.
Absolutely.
You talked of equal opportunity. Technology. The men will have the technology. See, the room is full of these men. You know, their brains are just operating like this. But tell them to translate it to a level where the rural woman can understand is not easy. So we need to know that, yes, the technology is important, but the technology needs to be relevantly packaged and transmitted to that woman. That's something I've said over and over again, but we don't get the resources to have extension, because it's actually a form of extension.
And absolutely that is
yeah. So you teach them at this level. And women, you know, my young friend here, she knows, women are very good listeners.
Yes. Absolutely.
We are good listeners, we are good doers, we follow instruction, but it doesn't come to the women. So the technology is absolutely critical. And even if it's the women dealing with the smaller crops like vegetables and so on, fruits, which are the nutritious crops, those are the high value. Those are the ones which can bring a lot of money. They need the information. They need the technology.
The information
they need to know where, how to carry these very delicate food crops to the market.
Tell me now, with all this, all these challenges, all these things we need to do to change the situation, where do you see the women's participation in agriculture in the next 10, 20 years?
Nobody is potential. And Africa is about potential. Let us love us, and let us do what we can do best, and let us also even export that which we can do best.
Ramiso, young farmer, young leader, 20 years from now, where do you see the woman participating in any section of the value chain in agriculture?
Well, I see the women being empowered. You see, women in Africa, they are working too hard and not smart. I see the woman harnessing technology, where instead of spending the whole day from morning to night with the hand hoe digging, I see her using technology, being able to farm using that technology with higher yields. Because you know, with technology comes higher yields. Higher yields, being able to market her produce using e-commerce platforms, being able to be paid with e-payment methods, being able to be speak confidently as we empower our sisters, our daughters to be confident to speak at different places and being respected because of her intellect, her ability to also contribute to the economy. So I see a positive future. Because the more we are dialoguing, the more we are sharing and exchanging our experiences from our different areas, our different cultures, the more we're able to harness that and actually develop it into something greater.
Thank you very much. We can see that from our two panelists, we are saying the agricultural sector brighter and more contributing to the economic development of our continent in the next 10 to 20 years. But this will come only if all the component of the population, our population is participating equally to this. Women, youth, and men are participating equally. They have the same opportunities. And that is one of our responsibility as policymakers, as decision makers, as leaders, influencers, are to make that possible. This will only happen if technology is adopted and used, not the hard working with the whole, which remains an agriculture which will be very low production, low productivity. We need to have technologies which enhance productivity, which enhances nutrition, and which enhances economic return, and that all that will make us have a prosperous agriculture and approach the food security and nutrition security that we need. But the onus is also on men, and mainly on men, to have this changed from just the root level, where we educate our children, we empower them, we give them self-confidence so that they can also participate fully and tell their ideas and think and share those thoughts to change and transform agriculture sector, nutrition sector, economic sector in the continent. I thank you very much for your ideas, for your experience. Commend you for your leadership in these areas. Keep it up, and wish the best for Honorable Professor Roy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Viewers, thank you very much for listening to us and watching us, and we invite you for the next Kikao session.
And now to the science terminology of the week on Science Speak.
And this week the terminology is crop residue cover. Now, crop residue or plant residue cover refers to material that is left on the cultivated land after a harvest. Retaining this crop residue on the farm usually helps to reduce soil erosion and other problems.
Yes, the verdict is out. Africa's women are making a significant contribution to Africa's agriculture and food security, but there is still a lot of ground to cover in creating an enabling environment for them. Until next time, this has been your show, Kikao. Don't forget to join us next time. My name is Joe Ageo.
Step up to more fun and get more than you pay for. Upgrade now and get boosted to the next package for free. Dial *423# or call 0711 066 000 and upgrade to the next level for free.
All the happiness in your marriage. And I will take advantage of this occasion to ask Natalia in front of all of you today to marry me.
You know you're not needed here. I would rather have a secretary who is younger.
Yes, that is very clear to me.
We'll give your severance pay.
That's not necessary.
Oh, I insist. I want to pay for your silence.
Head over heels.
Dad, what made you decide to become a doctor?
It's because my father needed one. And you, what do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be happy like you.
Life insured is love assured.
Being among the top ranking in development, Kiambu is a story of milestones rolled in hard work, dedication and grit. Governor Kimani Wamatangi's election has set this Mount Kenya county on an even higher trajectory. Never has any regime put more emphasis on delivery of top-tier health services than Governor Wamatangi's government.
Kiambu Afya has really impacted positively on our community.
The county has been running a feeding program for all the ECD centers where 36,000 students in 524 ECDE centers get 3 eggs per week and a cup of nutrient-rich uji daily.
Shule zote, hakuna mtoto hata mmoja anaenda shule anakosa asubuhi kupata kikombe ama bakuli ya uji mzuri ya vitamin yenye kasukari.
While other counties wrestle with the complexities of what devolution has been 10 years on, Kiambu is showing, not just saying, how it's done.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated PG. It may contain scenes unsuitable for children under the age of 10.